silent John incremental, another silent instrumental, the nerd rap existential. People compare me to MC Christopher a lot, but the fact is I predicted with significance. I'm the oldest geek rapper by far, say K&R, compiling kernels, open bracket, cause I racket. MIT nerds throw your laser pen in the air and wave it all around like you had no repercussions. Now follow instructions, Professor. Why these discussions consist of nothing but incoherent rambling and babbling, but you just still take notes cause you never know what's happening. I'll drop a little nugget, a tidbit if you will. There were 4 United States presidents named Bill. Really? If you run out of hit points, the game will shout, your life force is running out. If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life. If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life. If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life. If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life, yeah. Let me start again, put it on like a cardigan, swinging like my name was Mad Mardigan. Which reminds me, Warwick Davis was Willow and a knee walk, Leonard Nimoy was Galvatron and Spock. That ain't typecast, I don't know what it. Talk about predestiny, nobody gets the best of me. I've only played one role my whole lifetime, the nerd lifeline, stream through a wicked pipeline. So no one can bite mine, cause mine is original and I write rhymes to burn on a CD, play in the mini V. Soccer moms yodel back, yodel at belittle me. I got a sidekick, I gotta stay connected. Watch out for my D-com or you'll get infected. And you don't wanna be one of my bots, cause I see it all like Sauron the Cyclops. And I won't hesitate to drop your whole net block if you're acting up and you're dumber than a pet rock. I'm about this nerd life, as you can see, spreading like a virus on MP3. On MP3. STC. Shoutouts to Vic, Agnostic One, up and Silent John. Yeah. Nerd Life, Graphing Calculator, HP48G. The G is for gangster. Digital stiff, yeah. You know how we do.
What's up, meatbags? It is the often imitated, never duplicated Tony TGD, and this is Gabbing with Geeks. You heard Doug Dig by YT Cracker, and I am joined with Skyrim's favorite Jarl, the shirtless Carl. What's up, Carl?
Not much.
And of course, we can't forget Johto's famous Pokemon tamer, Gary, the obsessive compulsive gamer. What's up, Gary?
What's up, guys?
And last but not least, the chip to my Dale. What's up, Blinded Braille?
What's up, everyone? I'm just out here roasting them Snyder bros.
Roasting them bros. All right, so we got a big show for you tonight. We're going to go over a lot of Nintendo news, some stuff that we couldn't go over the last couple of weeks because, wow, it was so hot with Intellivision Amico stuff going on. We're going to talk a little bit about the Bioshock Netflix series movie. We're going to talk a little bit about that Nintendo Switch Sports demo that came out, some sales numbers from Nintendo first party stuff. Of course, we're going to be talking about Intellivision Amico, the weight loss challenge, and returning is everybody's favorite game, which was surprisingly a hit with the ladies. We're going to go over that and what that means. But before we get to all of that goodness, I'm going to put up the banner. I'm going to put up the intro. And we're going to find out how everybody's week was. Carl, how was your week? Tell us about all the women that you took out for Valentine's.
None at all. But I did pick up a game or two, so I'm thankful for that.
So how was the week? What did you do besides picking up a few games?
That's about it.
What games have you been playing?
Well, today I picked up Astro Aqua Kitty, and that's the newest one. I kind of like it. You've seen it, but for those who don't know what it is, it's an action RPG side-scrolling shooter.
Sounds interesting. Let's go over to my man, Gary. Gary, how has your week been?
Well, it's been great. Just been enjoying the show there on Start Engine, the comment threads in the comment section. Other than that, just been pretty much a boring week. Just been playing a lot of OLED and enjoying different games on that. So
Sounds good. Nothing special happened on Valentine's for you?
oh well, yeah, of course something special happened on Valentine's Day, but the gentleman never kissed and tell.
Oh, sounds very, very intriguing. And of course, the young man of the group, Blinded Braille. How was the week been for you?
Pretty good. Just finished some stuff for class because next week is reading week, so I have like more free time. Nothing for Valentine's Day. I'm single. I broke up with someone a couple months ago, so I'm not too interested right now. But other than that, oh yeah, what I've been playing, I've been just playing Pokemon. Like I'm like 70 hours deep into it, and I picked up Link's Awakening just today, so can't wait to start that.
Sounds good.
But
Yeah, I
you,
know everybody wants to know how my week has been. So I'm going to go ahead and let you know. First off, Valentine's Day was very, very good. If you noticed, I was very quiet on social media that day because I was very busy, and that's like Gary says, gentlemen don't tell. So we'll just keep it at that. However, during the week, I've been getting lots and lots of DMs from people. Just I can't really go into much detail as to what these DMs entail. But let's just say that there's a lot of interesting things coming out in the next couple of weeks, months, in regards to Intellivision Amico. Lots of people hitting me up. Wanted some of that insider information that I got. So we're going to see about that. Also, I want to say that I got a DM from a fan. I won't out the person because I don't want anybody who doesn't like us harassing the individual. But he DM'd me. He said he really appreciates the show. He said that he likes the back and forth between me and Carl. That him and his son, they listen to the show while they drive, and I really appreciate that. I mean, when I started this, I really didn't think I was going to get any fans. I didn't think anybody was going to want to hear me rambling and running my mouth. So it's really, really weird. It's really surreal to see my name popping up in forums and Reddit threads and stuff, and people talking about me and saying how they like the show and they like everything we're doing here. So it's kind of weird. And I think it's only going to get weirder as we get bigger and better, as the program improves, as the channel improves. So, yeah, keep your eyes and ears open because we got a lot of big things planned. And with that said, I'd like to deviate just a little bit from the usual intro. And once again, talk a little bit about what we're doing here. No, Bomberny says, quick, someone cut Tony down before he gets a big head. Too late. It's too late.
I did want to say something first, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead, Carl.
So I asked someone in particular about what they wanted the top 3 to be today. And, if they're watching, I can't access Twitter and StreamYard at the same time. So just post post in the chat with your suggestion with all the others, and we'll get to you. So
sounds good. Okay, so as I was saying, we're gonna kind of deviate just a little bit from the normal intro and talk once again about what is going down on the channel. What do we got planned? I've said this multiple times, and it bears repeating. I did not create this channel to be my channel. If you notice, it's not called Tony TGD, Tony's channel, anything like that. Smash says he can't make it. He's with the in-laws. Maybe next time. Maybe next week, Smash, we'll get you in here. So like I said, this channel was not created for me. This channel was created for the geekgetaway.com to be sort of a companion to the website. People were going to upload videos, reviews, things like that. It was going to, things that we talked about on the website were going to be talked about on the channel and kind of make this harmonious synergy between the two. except for that didn't really happen. The people that I hired, they really weren't comfortable making videos. Some of the video makers that were here at the beginning, they weren't comfortable writing things. We were all over the place. I have a lot more ambition than I do have ability to make it happen sometimes. So things didn't really fall into place. However, with this crew that we got Gary, Blinded, Carl, Days Gaming, and some other people that we're talking to. We're going to try to get them to create content for the channel. I'm going to give them access, the ability to just upload videos directly here. Obviously, they're not going to try to spam you with too many videos. We're going to try to keep it organized. But you're going to get different things from different individuals. Gary might be talking about Switch stuff or Pokemon stuff, or maybe Blinded might be talking Pokemon. Carl is going to be putting clips from his Twitch streaming. And hopefully you guys enjoy the different perspectives, the different views, and things from everybody here. And that's the plan. But I'm not limiting this to just people that are on the panel. I'm not limiting this just to people who have YouTube channels. Like I said, if you have a suggestion, if you want to make a video, if you're just interested in one topic and you're like, hey, I really want to make a video on something, but I don't have a channel, or I don't really want to put it on my channel because it goes against kind of the things that my channel do, you could always reach out to me and say, hey, my channel's live streaming, but I want to make a one-off video on, RC cars or whatever. Can I put it on your channel? And the answer to that question would be, yeah, of course you can, because that's what this is for. This is for the community. It's like a community channel almost. It's for you guys. It's for us to express ourselves, to have discussions, to have a good group of individuals that just want to have fun, want to talk about nerdy, geeky stuff. And so like I said, always you can reach out to me at TonyTGD@thegeekgetaway.com. If you got suggestions for videos, if you want to make a video, if you want to do a song, a parody, anything, just let me know. As long as it's within the PG-13-ish, we don't want nothing too adult. Obviously, nothing controversial. We don't need. We're not going to put up somebody calling out other people. We don't want drama. This is not a drama channel. But if you just want to talk about things that you like, things that you don't like, you want to call out somebody who's maybe scamming people, or you want to call out something, some practice from a reputable source or a company that's doing things that you think is not right, hey, that's all good. It's all fair game. But other than that, I got nothing else to say. You got something to say, Carl?
Yeah. So I will be uploading footage, but I'm hoping that Blinded Braille will clip it for me.
Yeah, if you send them, I'll clip it and make a thumbnail for you.
And I'll upload it as a hidden file. Let them do all the work, do the rest. Pick out what they like. It'll be mostly Bethesda stuff, Fallout, Skyrim, stuff like that. So
sounds good.
One last thing for the intro, and we got to give a big shout out to Blinded Braille. He's made fantastic thumbnails. He's doing all the editing, clipping things, doing it so much better than I could. So, like I said, it is a lot of stuff. We all have our own strengths, our own weaknesses. I think here, what we want to do is we want to highlight people's strengths and allow other people to help us with our weaknesses. And again, if you just want to learn how to stream, if you've never streamed before, you're uncomfortable, hop on in with us. We'll teach you. We'll help you. I'm not the greatest. None of us here are the greatest, but we will at least help you get more comfortable on the microphone. When I started, it took me about 2 hours to just turn the mic on and start talking because it was so weird and foreign to me to do this. Now I just run my mouth and you guys can't shut me up. You see, we did an 8-hour show because we just have so much shit to talk about. But yeah, Blinded Braille, he's really good at thumbnails. I'm sure If you ask him, he'll be willing to help you out, teach you, impart his wisdom that he's learned in his 20-some years of life. Anything else, gentlemen? Anything else you want to go over?
I do want to extend a formal welcome to Smash JT. Hello, and welcome to the channel. Yeah, I think that's it. Oh, and giving prayers and best wishes to Rami, who's healing from his car accident still. So
Yeah, always thoughts and prayers with the Rambling Man. He tried to take on an automobile and lost the fight. He's still with us, so big shout out to him. And last thing that needs to be addressed, I know there are certain people who like to watch the entire stream, and then there's some people who like the clips. I unlist the video because if you leave it up and then people are just watching like 10 minutes, 20 minutes here and there, just totally jacks us up in the algorithm. I know that's not important. I know that we want to focus more on just creating good content, but I also don't want the channel to get buried. It's a give and take. So I will be putting them unlisted, but I'm going to create a playlist on the channel of all the unlisted streams. So if you want to watch the whole thing through, you'll be able to. Other than that, I think that's it for the intro.
Yeah, I think you summed it up pretty nicely, Tony.
Thank you. Smash is in the chat. He says that Intellivision Dubai has reached out to him, and for what it's worth, they are adamant that this is a legitimate project. Sometimes, what's the expression? That the lady doth protest too much. Just let the product speak for itself. If it is a legitimate product, just go about your business. Insisting that it's a legitimate project kind of makes it look like it's not. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, we went through this for 2 years, and we've said it enough that the product should just speak for itself. So, at this point, I think it's doing that.
Yeah. See, exactly. It's like when a little kid just insists that they didn't do something. It's like that they did something because they really wouldn't keep insisting that they didn't. Again, there are. Before, we're not really going to get into Amico right now, but I'm just going to go on a little tangent here. Excuse me, Carl. I know it upsets you. But the problem is that the Amico is not a scam on customers. Okay, everybody keeps saying it's a scam. It's not a scam, blah, blah, blah. Okay, there are many kinds of scams, and I've talked about this with lots of people. There's many kinds of scams. Everyone just seems to be focusing on the idea that the scam is on customers pre-ordering and that they're not going to get systems because they're lying and they're going to run off with your pre-order money. That's not what, when people say it's a scam, that's not what they mean. What they mean is that they've told you certain things that are not true about the console, that they're using your pre-orders to get investor money to finish up the thing that they keep saying is finished. You see, that's the scam.
Right, overpromised and underdelivered.
Yeah. With that said, I would also like to address something. And again, this won't be clipped. This is only for the live stream people. If you're here live stream, Genobi says he has high hopes for this show. Man, now we really got to bring our A game. But as I was saying, we have to address something, and it's only be addressed here. Blinded is not going to clip this because there is a segment that we got rid of on the show. The celebrity butt challenge. We got rid of it. Susan said, wasn't good. They kept flagging us, saying it was over 18 only, age restricting it. But last week, I actually was looking at the analytics. And you gentlemen will not believe what I found in the analytics for the celebrity butt challenge video that was not age restricted and got over a couple hundred views on YouTube. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to show that. I'm going to share this screen real quick.
I believe you spoiled us. What was this, a week ago or so?
Yeah, I spoiled the guys on the panel, but as you can see, people in the chat, 100% of the views on the celebrity butt challenge were females in the 45 to 54-year-old demographic.
Wow.
I was amazed. I couldn't believe it. I was sure that it was going to be 100% male in like the 18 to 24-year-old demo.
Yeah, let's park this a bit. Yeah, 100%. You sure not it's a mix of men and women?
No, it says 100% female.
Well, that's interesting.
Now remember, this does not count people who viewed it not signed in. These are only the numbers for people that were signed in and they had available data for. But 100% of those people were female and 45 to 50-year-old. Yeah, that's Susan. Susan just kept watching the video over and over again.
I mean, it's interesting because ordinarily when men talk about girls' butts, they get all weird. They react to it. Yeah, that's it.
It was almost 150 views just on that one video. So, with that said, I know that the female demographic is really hard to capture on YouTube, and there's no way I'm going to throw away 100% views from females. So tonight we're bringing it back, gentlemen.
Yeah, baby.
Celebrity butt challenge.
Yeah,
is back.
Oh boy.
Bring the rock house music.
And I have nine butts that we will go over later on tonight. So I thought that was pretty interesting. Our analytics are all over the place.
Bring on the cake.
Yeah, that particular one was very, very eye-opening. And I know I said it jokingly that women like talking about other women's bodies and commenting on them. You know, you get all those magazines and stuff where they always talk about celebrities and the different surgeries they get and stuff. You know, the National Enquirer type thing, and who's wearing what dress and who's looking fat. So it was kind of weird.
Cosmo.
Yeah, Cosmo and all that. So I guess the geek getaway lesbian demographic. Maybe.
Now, I gotta ask. When you say fat, do you mean pretty hot and terrific, or just FAT? Oh,
FAT.
okay.
Women will comment on other women more than men. You know, like I said, Cosmo, Elle, all those fashion magazines, they're always talking about celebrities and who got fat and who lost weight and who did this. And so it is a common thing. Men just like looking. We don't really care. But women, they like dissecting. You know, as much as we analyze movies, that's how they analyze other women. I'm not trying to be sexist. I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's a fact.
With that said, we're going to go over to the first topic of the evening. It is one that we've been going over since January. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe to the channel as we give you the weight loss challenge update. Gary, how has it been going?
It has been going rough. I still haven't got back into the swing of things. In fact, the old lady's going to get Chinese food right now, so I feel pretty guilty, and I have a bone to pick with Blinded Braille with that last thumbnail. I'm a little sad. It's a little true, but it's not going good right now. I'll be back on track soon enough.
Myself, last week with all the Amico news, I just had to celebrate, so I did cheat a little. Had a couple of donuts. Had some chips, had a regular soda, not a sugar-free, and of course Valentine's Day I had to eat some candy.
Oh yeah, so, my old lady definitely sabotaged me with a box of chocolates.
Yeah, Mitty, donuts are tasty. So I had a little setback. I don't think I've gained any weight back, but I definitely put a stop to the loss of weight. It feels fantastic knowing that my pants are just sliding off me. I got to tell them at work to give me smaller pants now because they're just falling off me.
I definitely, Tony, I definitely suggest that we talk about this every other week from now on.
Oof,
Every other week?
Big oof.
Yeah, every other week.
Why is that, Gary?
It's getting hard to talk about every week, knowing that I'm losing and you're. I'm actually. You're losing and you're winning. That's the best way to put it.
Yeah, losing weight and winning the bet. Of course, we still got Mr. Beefy. He had a little setback from what I hear, and Days Gaming. So you never know. They might come out from behind.
So, guys, the question is, which one of you is the biggest wiener?
We already know, Carl. I got the biggest wiener.
Ooh,
Gary's
ooh.
white, so that'd probably be me, the biggest wiener.
Oh my God.
I'm just saying. Anyway, so that is the update. Real quick.
Is Dazed in the is Dazed on here with us right now? Do we know how he's doing? I know his comment wasn't too he wasn't too happy with himself in the last video that was posted a couple days ago.
No, I don't see
I don't
Dave
think
around.
so. Yeah.
So that is the update. We will keep you updated as we go along. Like I said, if you follow me on Twitter, every once in a while I will post what I'm eating or just talk about the stuff that I'm doing as far as weight loss. Gary, do you keep people updated on your Twitter, or you just?
Not really. I only got a couple people on my Twitter, so when you guys find out about it on, it's usually like today, Saturday. So.
Okay. So, like I said, look forward to more updates, more Gary crying about cheating.
Every other week.
You guys have to do weigh-ins. We did weigh. We weighed ourselves at the beginning. We'll probably weigh in again. I'll say on the 1st of March, we'll weigh in again and see where we're at.
Yeah, I think last Saturday I said that I weighed in and I was still hanging around like 250-ish. So, and it hasn't helped that I've been cheating a lot lately. And I think Tony's right. I think the Amico disaster has just kind of been like grab your favorite snack, sit back and watch what you can or read what you can. So I've been doing a lot of that.
Evil Knievel says, Gary, go low carb, no processed food is easy, dude. That's exactly what I'm doing. Low carb, almost no carb, in fact. Zero sugar. Very easy, very easy. I love vegetables as it is, so I got no problem.
Now remember, lying about your weight is perfectly okay.
Oh, we don't lie. I'm a gentleman here. I have no reason to lie, and I'm not ashamed of my even at like 250, 260, I'm not like super overweight. Yeah, but got, the belly, I put that back on, but got a lot of muscle mass on my body.
Yeah, Gary's not ashamed that his milkshake brings all the boys to the yard. And damn right, it's better than yours. All right. Like I said, I think that's it for the weight loss. We will keep you updated as we go along. This comment here, Robo Blue says Tony's single so he doesn't get massive calorie bombs as gifts for major holidays. Who said that I'm single? Why is this a rumor going around the internet? Some people.
Well, we were actually wondering, how much did you pay for her?
Ooh, I don't pay nothing. I never pay, Carl.
Oof. Oh.
Usually,
I mean,
they treat me. They pay for me to eat and stuff.
I mean, Tony's got a child, so we already know that he's not totally helpless here.
Yeah.
He had to do something right in the past.
All right. I am just getting some of this celebrity butts all set up. Carl is the one who lies, though. Carl's a pimp. He's got all the women.
Bet your ass. You bet your ass. I'm a Sith after all.
He goes to church and sways them with the gospel.
Gives them a little bit of that Jesus juice and sweeps them off their feet. Don't worry, we are all going to hell. And I will be driving the bus.
And apparently you do it the Francois way. Whatever that is.
I don't. Carl is lying.
Nobody does it the Francois way.
So last week, we tried to go over something about Nintendo first-party sales. We got derailed. The previous week, we also tried to go over that same Nintendo first-party sales data, but we got derailed again. I think this week, right now, that's where we're going. First-party Nintendo sales. Let's do it. Anybody here for the Amico stuff? We're going to try to put it towards the end. Sorry about that. But if we start talking, it's just going to basically take over the whole show. So.
Yeah, we're going to try to keep it under 8 hours today.
Yeah, definitely.
Out of respect for Carl.
We'll do our best. We'll do our best. That's all we can do.
Yeah, I think 6 hours is the sweet spot for the show. Also, I didn't announce this, but I'm going to try to download the audio and then put it up on a podcast platform. I think it's going to be a little iffy just because of the the games and stuff, the stuff that requires the visuals. So we'll see how that goes. Towards the end, meaning the last 7 hours. Yeah, Midi. I'm sorry. Towards the end sucks. Can't please anybody. Can't please everybody. Like I said, if we put it at the beginning, it'll just dominate the entire show, and we'll never get to anything else. Robo Blue says, I'm focusing on no processed food. Carbs are okay, but nothing more processed than bagels or bread. Yeah, I don't go processed foods, and I don't go carbs at all. I try to keep 25 carbs, 25 grams.
You know, I did hear positive things for ancient grains.
Ancient grains.
Yeah, there's like a subset of breads out there. It's called ancient grains. Look it up.
Orwell says, if you plan to talk about the time Astro Boy fought in Vietnam, put it in the first half. I did not know about that, but I guess we will we'll have to look into that and discuss it. Let me get this. Here we go. All right, folks, we're going to be talking about Nintendo first-party sales data, however you pronounce that word. So please like, subscribe, share the video. Now, the Nintendo Switch has blown out everybody's predictions. No one thought it was going to ever beat the Wii. There was a lot of people in the industry saying that it wasn't going to do as well, that it was nowhere near as much sales as the 3DS and the last console combined, and it was all kind of things said. But they've crossed the 103 million mark. So we're going to take a look at some of the data that they put out, some of the data. Now, these numbers are pretty old. I'm not going to lie. They're from December 31st, 2021. We're already in the middle half of February. But as you can see here, the total sales of hardware for the Nintendo Switch was 103.54 million units. That includes all three versions of the Switch. The Switch Lite, and the Switch OLED. And the 3DS sold 75.94 million units. The Wii U, which many people say was a failure, actually sold 13.56 million units. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, I think when people look at that, and I watched, a few things this past week about how the 3DS and the Wii U were like the worst of like Nintendo's, things. Obviously, you had the Virtual Boy, but it was kind of hard listening to someone kind of dog on it a little bit, saying 3DS was so bad. I absolutely loved my 3DS. I have a few of them. 13 million is nothing to shake a stick at. It's really it's really well done. But in Nintendo's world, in the world of the big three, the big boys out there, it's low numbers. But it's great to see that the Switch is doing, absolutely fantastic in this day and age with PS5 and Xbox One X and that stuff. So it's good stuff.
Yeah, Nintendo Switch has outsold the 3DS and the Wii U combined, which I think is phenomenal. And if we scroll down, the Wii itself only sold 101.63 million units, so it has sold better than the Wii. However, the Nintendo DS has still dominated with 154.02 million units. Jeez.
What's really going to be great is moving forward. Anybody who's ever been to a flea market or thrift stores or whatever, if there was a time where you could find Wii's for basically $15-20, they've gone up because of just games in general have gone up, especially during the pandemic. But to think in the future, maybe 5-10 years down the road, that you might be able to find Switches for pennies on the dollar at a garage sale or a flea market. That's fantastic.
Well, I mean, the thing is that as the overall human population continues to expand, it will be the reason sales figures do rise. But I think one good reason why the DS did so well, they had so many iterations. I think they had more.
Are you talking 3DS, Carl?
The DS.
The DS, yeah. I think the DS sold better than the 3DS did.
Yeah, and that's, I think, in part because it had the DS Lite had the GBA port.
Well, right. This is Nintendo's bread and butter. They go through a handheld or console, and they always do like a refresh on it, giving you just those few features that you can't live without: better battery, bigger screen, better volume, maybe just making it. It's funny how they go back and forth. They shrink the console, or they enlarge it. And they always hit a demographic somewhere, right? They always hit fans that are either waiting on it or want it to be smaller, want it to be bigger, have a better screen. So they obviously know what they're doing. It's no surprise in this day and age that if you want to wait for a Nintendo console, that's fine, but just always understand that a couple years they're always going to have some kind of a refresh. It's just what Nintendo does at this point.
Yeah. So real quick, Italki Teachers has a question. He says, how many years does the Switch have left? What are your opinion, guys? Real quick, Carl, how many years do you think the Switch has left in its life cycle?
At least 2 or 3, I think.
Gary, how many years do you think?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Carl on this one, and I think it's right around 3 or 4 years. We have that Mario Kart DLC that's at least pushing us for the next year and a half. So I definitely see it lasting another 3 to 4 years. An announcement will be made, probably not this year, not next year, but in 2024. The new Switch or Switch 2 or whatever they're going to have is going to be announced. So that's how I see it.
What about you, Blinded? What do you think?
Based on the CEO, I think they have another 5 years, because you said this year marks the halfway point of the Switch, and so we're already in year 5, right? So I'm curious to see what they do exactly with this supposed Switch 2, because they could find themselves in another like Wii U situation where the marketing is very confusing. So I could see them actually kind of maybe writing out the Switch, but like updating it almost like an iPhone, right? They have to be really smart about it. Um, so
To that
we'll
point,
see.
I have been watching some videos specific to new Switch stuff, and they are working on some kind of new graphics software or tech. It's like
Yeah, what's this?
Yeah, with the
SSL or whatever.
the DSL S.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and moving
Yeah.
forward, they're thinking that, you know, moving forward, this is going to be have to be implemented into the games, and they're thinking moving forward that games like, you know, Breath of the Wild 2 are going to have this, and it's just going to most likely bump up, you know, things here and there, but it's ultimately going to give, you know, Nintendo a little boost in quality for their games. So,
Because they're
yeah,
gonna write out this handheld idea. I think that's why the
of
Switch
course.
is so successful, because it merged two of their big. I mean, their two markets, right? The console, the home console, and the handheld.
Right into
Those
one.
were separate. Yeah, right into one, right? So I always felt like it was always going to be successful. Like the Wii U was trying to do what the Switch was, but it just wasn't there yet. And so, you know, it kind of makes sense that it sold so well. And on top of that too, it has some of the best lineup for Nintendo in general, right? Like, and we're still getting games, right? There's rumors of a Metroid Prime remake. We're getting Metroid Prime 4. There's probably going to be more 3D platformers. I don't know about a new Mario game, but you know, Donkey Kong hasn't gotten a new game in like what, 8 years. So there's definitely going to be a lot on the horizon, despite it being halfway point for the Switch.
Yeah, in my opinion, I'm going to side more with Blinded and say 5 to 7 years left in his life cycle. And I'm saying this because I think even after 5 years, we might stop getting major releases on the Switch, major Nintendo first party, as they have moved on to the next console, whatever it may be. But I think the Switch will transition to a period where it's getting sort of handheld mode only games, you know, games that are more designed for the on the go, because it is a handheld, it is a hybrid console. And I think at the end of its life cycle, we're going to see a lot more games that are more focused on the non docked type gameplay, because you still have the Switch lights that are going to be out there, and people are still going to want to play those. I've been playing Loop Hero myself. Gary had suggested the game, and I noticed I enjoy it more in handheld mode than docked. Like when it's on the TV, it just doesn't feel right. When I'm sitting there with it, with a little screen in my face, it just feels like this is the way the game should be played.
To Tony's
That happens with a
point-
lot of games. Yeah.
I mean,
To
it's
Tony's-
what it. Go ahead, Carl. Go ahead, Carl.
Well, I was just saying, I see them doing like a Switch Lite DX or something to that effect, like a give it the a Switch OLED treatment.
I mean, that could be fantastic. I mean, this is what Nintendo excels at, and I think it's always been handheld gaming. I think, you know, obviously we loved things like Nintendo, like the NES and Super Nintendo, GameCube, but I think going forward, they always knew that like their strong suit was handheld gaming. I mean, when they, you know, brought out the DS, it was kind of like, you know, it was underwhelming. You know, the screen and everything, and then, you know, it slowly transitioned into just an absolute amazing, you know, handheld console. Like you went from, you know, not really of a great screen to the DS Lite, which had just this great image quality, and then, you know, they bumped it up slightly, and then they bumped it up again to an XL. This is something that they do really well, and yeah, I think they're going to focus more on the handheld side of it, even though there are a lot of guys who do play their Switch docked. I tend to play more in handheld mode. I like having that kind of. It's just a different experience, right? I mean, if I want to play something big and bad, I'll go get a PS5 and play that on the, you know, the 70-inch TV. But Nintendo excels at being kind of just in your face, hold it, you know, big smile on your face while you're playing your games. So
I didn't make.
I honestly think they will
speakers.
do a PS5, like what they're doing with the PS5, where it's like there's a lot of cross-gen games that have like performance modes, and because a lot of people have are playing Switch games on their PC, and so they could see that like a game like Breath of the Wild looks amazing in 4K, right? So I think that there's a benefit for older games getting a performance bump, and then that way you can kind of keep older Switches and like have a new Switch model out there without having issues.
Right.
I did post a comment on my Twitter this morning. Like, basically, what's the point of even having wanting a next gen console when you can't even get a hold of it? And that's the thing I like about Nintendo. I think that's their greatest strength. They know how to pivot and put those consoles in people's hands.
Well, people are always going to want what people can't have, right, Carl? I mean, that's kind of the allure to it. Even,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure there's people who might not even play the PS5, like, religiously, and they're not. They might just be casual gamers, but they definitely it's part of the hype, right? They want something to be a part of the club and something that they can't get right now. So I actually see what's going on with like the whole Sony and Microsoft thing is helpful. It is beneficial for them, but it is nice that Nintendo. It didn't take me, but once I had finally acquired the capital to get my OLED, it was quite easy to get my hands on one.
Oh yeah.
Just by doing research of when GameStop checking every day, and then I was able to get one. Same can't be said for the PS5 or the Xbox One X.
For me,
gentlemen,
yeah.
The PS5 was really easy for me to get because Sony just sent out an email, said, "Hey Tony, would you like to buy a PS5? Here's access to the store, all to yourself. Get whatever you want. Pick up the PS5, pick up some controllers, some games. 10 minutes, just you." So,
yeah, well, that's you. We're not. The rest of us are not Tony TGD.
No, there are.
If you're not tech savvy, then yeah, you probably are gonna have a hard time buying a PS5 and Series X. But like they are kind of easy to get one. Like I got one a year after launch.
There are websites. There are like you can go and there are like YouTube channels that kind of dedicate when stock kind of comes in. So if you really do your research, and I think that's mainly what it is, right? You're not just gonna walk into like a Walmart and find one sitting on the shelf. It's just not gonna happen. But if you do your due diligence, you shouldn't have a major issue trying to track one of these down within a month or a couple weeks.
Yeah.
So we're gonna move on from the discussion and just pivot just a little bit because I want to go over these numbers real quick. And I think it's pretty interesting to see these numbers the way they're going. Now, the NES, the Famicom / NES only sold 61.91 million units. The Super Famicom / SNES actually sold less at only 49.1 million units. The Nintendo 64 sold less than that at only 32.93 million units. And by the time of the GameCube, we're down to 21.74 million units. So I think it's very interesting that the Nintendo console market was already shrinking from the NES through until the GameCube.
And here's the thing, Tony. Like, you got to really pull up the numbers on PS2. What did the PlayStation 2 sell? And I think that really factors into this is that the market was, I think that, people growing up with Nintendo, they had played pretty much primarily Nintendo throughout their childhood. And then finally getting into things like, the PlayStation 2, and it was another fad, right? I mean, everybody had a PlayStation 2, and it was like kind of what we're going through now. I don't know. It's not as severe, but people really had that, that craving for a PlayStation 2. And I think over the years, a PlayStation 2 and then Xbox 360 was like super popular. And that was the shift, right? And I think a lot of people now have shifted back to, well, I've been playing these, super ultra realistic games for quite a while, I want to get back into the, more bubbly, colorful kind of games. And that's another thing, guys our age, millennials are having kids now, and maybe they do want to recapture some of that nostalgia and kind of pass that on with their kids. So I definitely see like those being factors in to why the Switch has been so, has sold so well.
I'm gonna disagree a little bit, because I think the reason why Nintendo had a decline from those periods of times was because they've been kind of doing the same thing over and over again. And the N64 was kind of like the kind of peaking point where it's like there was a lot of franchises from Nintendo that weren't on the N64, right? And the GameCube, even though it was more powerful, it really wasn't like they didn't have much to offer, right? And they were kind of like a little scared about the Wii U, right? So I think the reason why the Switch in general was so successful is because it was the most diverse Nintendo platform up until this point, right? Where it's just like, not only are you getting Nintendo games, but you're getting Bethesda games, you're getting
Right.
indie games, you're getting all this
And
stuff, and it's convenient too, right? So I think that also plays a huge role into revamping. I think if Satoru Iwata was still, like, I don't want to rag on him because he has passed away, but if he was still alive, I don't think the Switch would be all that successful, right? Because a lot of his business decisions were kind of making the company shrink. Like, look at the Wii U. The Wii U had abysmal numbers, right? And that's because it just was confusing. It didn't have the games. There were good games, don't get me wrong, but like Mario 3D World was, we got that on the 3DS. Like, that was such a big disappointment, in my opinion. Like, it's a good game, but it's not the 3D Mario that's going to sell a console. So,
Yeah, as someone pointed out here, Oni64 says the Nintendo 64 didn't do as well as the SNES due to the cost of the cartridge and Sony getting all the RPGs and third parties due to their CD format and lower cost, and because Sony, they signed a bunch of studios to exclusive deals. People don't talk about that too much, but when the PlayStation came around, there was a lot of deals being made for certain franchises like Final Fantasy that really locked in Sony PlayStation as the console to get because of those games. But I think it is interesting because everyone always talks about the Nintendo is the additional console, like you get that in addition to the others. But as you can see, their sales were declining really rapidly, and so it's really interesting to see them bounce back so hard with the Switch.
Yeah, the Wii U almost.
Yeah,
the Wii U almost put them into the position where they were probably going to be, developers and kind of like have to pimp out Mario to maybe the Xbox or for the PlayStation. So it's great to see they've bounced back and bounced back in a big way. I think the Switch is incredible. For anybody who doesn't have one, like Tony said, it is complimentary. You can have your big boys and play those and enjoy them, but to say that Nintendo doesn't have, great games, nothing has to be up to that tier of, they prove that you don't need the power in the console for it to be a success. Games are what sells consoles.
And real quick, because games are what sell the consoles, we're gonna go over the best-selling games for the consoles as Nintendo has laid out the data. This is only first-party data, so they're not necessarily the top 10 period. They're just the top 10 first-party titles on each console.
I do have a point that I want to make that will lead into that. So you go first, Tony.
No, go ahead, Carl. We're listening. We're all ears.
Well, and as I was looking over the games installed on my Switch, like Pokemon Brilliant Diamond really doesn't take up a whole lot for install size, and I think that's definitely one thing that really helps a whole lot. They utilize the stuff they have to.
Yeah, they keep their files small. They keep everything, like you said, they utilize everything to their advantage, to their maximum. They push it without having to go too big. But we're going to look at Nintendo Switch sales. As you can see, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, the big winner, with 43.35 million units sold. I'm guessing this includes both digital and physical copies. I got a physical copy myself.
Yeah, that's probably a good guess. I know this one's got to drive blinded nuts. It blows me away that this game is still selling so well. But it's obvious. I mean, it's Mario Kart, right? Everybody grew up with Mario Kart. It's one of those games where it doesn't matter, what age you are. It's an easy pickup. It's going to be kid friendly. Obviously, it's a multiplayer competitive type game, so people absolutely enjoy it. And it's one of the best looking games on Switch, to be honest. So it's a no-brainer.
It is. Yeah, it is.
And just real quick, spoiler alert. As we're going to go through all of them real quick. We're going to go through the Switch, the Wii U, the Nintendo 3DS, the Wii, and the Nintendo DS. And I'm going to spoil it for you right now. Mario Kart games are in the top 10 of each console.
Yep.
Not surprised, yeah.
Animal Crossing came in second with 37.62 million. Super Smash Bros. 27.40 million. Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild 25.80 million. Pokemon Sword and Shield, despite all the controversy and people complaining, still 23.90 million pieces between the two of them. I don't know how it breaks down exactly, if it's a 50-50 or some other percentage between the two. Super Mario Odyssey, 23 million. Super Mario Party, 17.39 million. Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, 14.33 million. Pokemon Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, 13.97 million. And a surprise, at least to me, Ring Fit at 13.53 million units.
Yeah, don't underestimate why Nintendo went the route of the Wii Fit board. There's obviously a market of for people who want to be involved in their gaming and want to try to lose some weight while having fun doing so. I know you always think to yourself, like, that's just a stupid idea, but that it's one of those things that it just might not be for you, and there obviously is a market for something like that. And I've heard a lot of glowing reviews about the Ring Fit, so I'm not surprised to see that.
Well, here, this surprised me a lot when I seen this. So this is the Wii U numbers. Now, remember, Wii U only sold 13.5 million units total. Mario Kart 8 sold 8.46 million units. That's more than half of all Wii U owners bought Mario Kart 8.
I mean, and that was what was the Switch at? 80 million? That's like 10% of what the Switch sold?
Switch was at 40.
Oh, 40. Oh, okay, 40. So, okay, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. Super Mario 3D World was 5.88 million pieces. New Super Mario Brothers U, 5.81 million pieces. Super Smash Brothers for the Wii U, 5.38 million. Nintendo Land, 5.2 million. Splatoon, 4.95 million. Super Mario Maker, 4 million. Super Luigi U, 3.07 million. Legend of Zelda Wind Waker, 2.35 million. Mario Party 10, rounding it out at 2.26 million units.
Yeah, and
that's abysmal.
I'm super surprised that they didn't announce a Wind Waker for the Switch. Obviously, it kind of blows me away that Breath of the Wild wasn't at least on that list. And I know that was right around the time that the Switch was coming out.
The Wii U was dead at that point. Like, all the numbers went to Switch. Yeah.
So we're going over the Nintendo 3DS now, real quick. Mario Kart 7, 18.95 million units. Pokemon X and Y is 16.58 million units. Pokemon Sun and Moon, 16.27 million units. Pokemon Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, 14.46 million. New Super Mario Brothers 2, 13.39 million. Animal Crossing New Leaf, 12.97 million. Super Mario 3D Land, 12.84 million. Super Smash Brothers for Nintendo 3DS, 9.6 million. Pokemon Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, 104. And Tomodachi Life, 6.68 million units, and a laugh from Carl on that last one. Now, the
Yeah, the
Wii
3D.
had over 100 million consoles sold. And let's take a look at the numbers here.
Wii Sports.
Wii Sports, 82.90 million units. I believe this was a pack-in at one point.
Yeah, it was.
Yep.
Mario Kart Wii, 37.38 million units. Wii
Another
Sports
pack-in.
Resort,
Mhm.
33.14 million.
That was also a pack-in.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, these top 3. Or it's actually
Mhm.
4. That was a pack-in
4.
too.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah, new Super Mario Brothers Wii was 30.32 million units. Wii Play, 28.02 million. Wii Fit, 22.67 million. Wii Fit Plus, 21.13 million. That's actually
Absolutely
pretty good right there.
insane.
Yeah, that is pretty good.
I mean, pretty much everybody who bought Wii Fit bought the Wii Fit Plus, which is insane as far as retention. Super Smash Brothers Brawl, 13.32 million units. Super Mario Galaxy, 12.8 million units. And Wii Party at 9.35 million units.
No Zelda. Wow.
No Zelda.
Yeah,
Makes
it's
sense,
safe to. Are we on the DS now? Here we go.
Yeah.
I was gonna say it's safe to assume that going forward on your next console that you get, you can see Mario Kart, Smash Brothers, Mario, Pokemon, all being at the top of this list.
Mhm.
Nintendo DS numbers. Here we go. New Super Mario Brothers, 30.8 million units. Nintendogs, 23.96 million, and that was spread across 3 versions. I'm surprised there isn't a Switch Nintendogs.
Yeah,
That is true. Yeah, that was a
coming.
big game.
It's coming, Tony. It's coming.
Mario Kart DS, 23.6 million units. Brain Age, train your brain in minutes a day, 19.01 million units. I think the Amico's Brain Duel might fall just a little bit short.
And that's another pack into. Those were offered with the. I don't know if they were offered with the DSIs, but they were offered with the DSi XLs.
I actually bought my copy of Brain Age.
Well, there you go.
It's a decent
And there's one
game.
on the Switch. So
You're one.
Yeah.
You're a statistic, Carl.
I'm proud of it.
Pokemon Diamond and Pearl, 17.67 million units. Pokemon Black and White, 15.64 million. Brain Age 2, more training in minutes a day, 14.88 million. So again, the retention was really good from one game to the next. Pokemon Heart Gold, Soul Silver, 12.72 million. Animal Crossing, 11.75 million. And Super Mario 64 DS, 11.06 million units. Those are the.
they need to bring
top-selling
that
titles.
back. That was a great
What's
game. Mario 64 DS was a great game. They should bring it back.
Yeah, I did not play a lot of these games. I was not a big Nintendo fan back in the day. I jumped off after the SNES. Kind of jumped back on a little with the Switch. I've been messing around with it more. But I think if you look at the first-party games, the amount of sale they had, the amount of franchises that it's kind of clustered around, I don't think they're going to have any issues going forward as far as software sales for any Switch 2, any console going forward. As long as they keep pumping out those Pokemon games, Mario Karts, I think they'll be all right.
Yeah, and I
Pokemon
think
is not going anywhere.
That's not going anywhere, and this is why they're pumping out the Wii or the Switch Sports, whatever it's called. Obviously, they got their, people got the Switches in their hands now, and it's Nintendo's dropping the hammer on them with this. They're hoping that every person who owns a Switch buys this game.
I tell you what's keeping me from buying that game. I don't have enough space in my room to play it.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, we'll get into that. I don't think that will be an issue, to be honest.
Yeah.
All
So
right.
those were the first-party sales data. If you enjoyed this segment, if you want to see more numbers on the show, we could always look at the sales figures of the week for the current consoles and everything. I can do the research and get them if that's something you're interested in. Obviously, I love numbers. I love talking numbers, but I don't know if you guys like it. So let me know. Let
Uh,
us know in the comments.
Oh,
Yeah, it's definitely fun
actually,
to talk about, and definitely drop a comment down below. Certain topics or anything you want to
yeah.
talk about.
Actually,
yeah, I would love to talk about NDP numbers because those are kind of fun to talk about.
I definitely agree. I like doing it too. I wouldn't mind if we did it a weekly or bi-weekly thing.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So the panel is in agreement. Just let us know in the comments if you actually like hearing it. With that said, we're gonna move on. Like I said, I can get the numbers from the sales, the weekly UK charts and all that. I can dig them up and find them. But we'll see going forward. Gentlemen, what do you want to talk about next?
How about Switch Sports?
Switch Sports. I don't know if we want two Nintendo topics in a row. I think.
Oh no, we better just get it over with.
We got so much Nintendo
Trust me on that.
How about this? How about we talk about Blind and Braille suggested something about Horizon Forbidden West.
Okay, all right.
That way we
This
switch it up a
works.
little. We don't want to look like Nintendo fanboys.
I am one.
I am one too.
Feelbox Christmas says, "How would you guys feel about having discussions on emulation?" I'm all for it.
Oh, that would be good. That would be good.
Ooh,
Yeah, we could do that next week.
sure.
Hang a lampshade on it, and yeah, next week we'll definitely talk about that. I want to do a little more research. I don't want to sound like a total idiot when I'm talking about it.
I can help you a little bit, at least for the emulation hardware stuff.
Yeah. So we're going to talk about Horizon Forbidden West, and then we're going to go into the first game of the night. If you want to join us at guessing what product this commercial is representing, let me know. I'm going to put the link to the panel in the chat. You can go ahead and jump in, and I will bring you in when we get to that section. But for now, we're going to be talking about something that Blinded Braille suggested as his topic. He knows more about it than me. We're going to be talking Horizon Forbidden West. We're going to give our thoughts on it. Again, like, subscribe, share this video with all your friends and neighbors. Blinded Braille, walk us through what's going on with Horizon Forbidden West.
So as you and the viewers may know, Horizon Forbidden West came out Friday, and I did not pick it up, and we'll get into that. But and it's gotten some good reviews. It actually got like one score below the first one. Like I think it was like an 88 on Metacritic, so it's pretty good. I know a lot of people like to complain about Metacritic scores, but I don't personally care. It's not that big of a deal. My issue was some of the reviews and this whole game in general, because I wouldn't say I was excited for this game, because I played the first one. I put like 30 hours into it, not a lot compared to a lot of other people. I think you could probably put like 80 or 100 hours into that game if you do everything. But to be honest, the side quests are not that great. So but anyway, this game obviously was the sequel, I should say, has a huge improvement in terms of, side quests, the combats, because I know enemy combat, human combat was really bad in the first game. So, it's an improvement, but in my opinion, a lot of people are claiming that this game is a game of the year. A lot of people are I think it was Skill Up was saying that this is like going from Mass Effect 1 to Mass Effect 2, which I think is absolutely insane. And I know it's kind of weird for me to criticize a game that I haven't played, but I think there's an overall issue with Sony in general, because it seems like the last couple of years, and then going forward, it seems like Sony kind of doesn't want to innovate with their games. Like when you go and watch a lot of the footage from this, Horizon 2, it's not a huge leap, right? We're not talking about like they changed a lot of the gameplay mechanics. It's sort of just additions to what was on the first game, right? And if you look at it, it's like, yeah, the game got a visual boost, but it looks like the same game, right? And all the reviewers are praising this game, and there's a lot of problems with the first one. Yeah,
I do got a question. I do got a question about it. And one of the things that really bugged me was the way the sense that visual effect. It just it blended into the background, like the blue blended into the green of the grass, and became really hard to distinguish. Do they improve that at all?
I'm not sure. There's like one aspect that I know a lot of people had to complain about, and it's like very minor, was the fact that Aloy throughout the entire game talks to herself nonstop. And it's like a lot of people, I had no clue that this was a thing, right? Because I wasn't bothered by it, but a lot of people I found out were annoyed that this character just gives you hints constantly, like when to like heal up and stuff. And it's actually even worse in this game, right? It's such a minor thing, so that's why I'm not like harping on it, because it's like it's just a nitpick. Like my main issue is people, every time Sony comes out with a game, everybody's like, hey, this is game of the year. People are like, hey, this is better than Breath of the Wild. And personally, I don't see how Horizon, the first game, was better than Breath of the Wild. Like, I know, everybody has their opinions about that game, but Horizon was pretty standard for an open world game. Like it didn't innovate the way that people claim it was. And on top of that too, the story in this game, and both of these games, because I found out the plot for it, is like, I don't want to say it's outright bad for the first game. I personally didn't like it, but the second game has a really bad story. And I mean very corny. If anybody's read, this is the comparison I use, Spider-Man: The Clone Saga. It's pretty much that, with a mix of like Fifth Element and some really weird, commentary on the rich. That's not my main issue. It's the fact that the game just goes off the deep end, introduces a really wild concept of humans being aliens, and they want to come back and invade the Earth, and it's very weird. To me, it doesn't fit the world building that they've established, that this is supposed to be a post-apocalyptic world where everybody got wiped out, but all of a sudden now, humans have built a spaceship and have gone out into the world. It's just really weird to me. And, a lot of the times that what I've noticed with Sony games is they get high praise, and they're good games. Like I've talked about how much I love The Last of Us 2 and God of War and Uncharted, but Horizon was the one where I just don't understand the praise for it, and I think there's a lot more issues in terms of that it doesn't do enough for a sequel. Like, yeah, sure, it's okay that you put out a game and it took 4 years and it's an improvement, but like I don't know, like there's something about the score and the reviews that bug me, where it's just like you're praising a game for innovation and there's no innovation, right? It's like where's this quote unquote innovation and praise coming from, right? If it's a good game, it's a good game, right? But like don't like be like, hey, this game just the side quests are so great and they build on so much, and then it's like, hey, it's pretty much the same game, right? And I probably will have to buy this game and play through it, because I really want to write something up about open world games and how kind of stale they've gotten, and how people just are like lapping it up because it's an open world game. It's always going to be fun to some degree, right? And so, and I just think personally, and I think this applies to a lot of open world games, like Cyberpunk. The patches came out, and people are like, oh, Cyberpunk is finally playable, it's a great game, go play it. And it's just like, Cyberpunk was an okay game, you know what I mean? Like the story again was very, week, and I'm talking about specifically as someone who kind of has dabbled in the cyberpunk lore, the role-playing game. There was a lot of stuff they cut out from that game, but like I still think Breath of the Wild and Bethesda are the only ones that have made a really good open world game. I would even say Ghost of Tsushima is better than Horizon. Like there's no doubt about that, in my opinion.
To your point, now y'all know how I feel about Breath of the Wild, but with that said, I do got to give it credit for one thing. It's definitely easier to navigate than Horizon Zero Dawn.
Yeah.
Had an awful time navigating Horizon Zero Dawn, but Breath of the Wild, once you kind of understand, and like the tower puzzles where you get the map pieces, you don't necessarily have to do them because the map kind of fills in as you go.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of like what it just does to that effect. I might even give it another try myself, as a matter of fact.
And this is also another thing too, talking about
real
these...
quick.
Okay.
Hold on. Real quick. It has the person that reaches a specific trophy. You have to play Horizon Forbidden. Someone will plant a tree for one who's reached that. So
yeah, I did see that.
So they need 288,000 trees required. So they're going to keep planting trees until they either reach 288,000 trees or March 25th comes and goes. So if you care about trees, Sony will plant one. All it'll cost you is $60 and your gameplay time.
Oh, Tony, you were breaking up. I thought that was me.
No, it'll cost you $460 to plant to get a tree planted if you don't have the PlayStation 5 yet.
Oh yeah, and there's one more thing, because this was another thing people were talking. I think you are cutting in and out.
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
Train.
And my profile picture's gone.
Hopefully it's better. If you missed what I was saying was that Sony will plant a tree for everybody who reaches a certain trophy in the game, up to 288,000 trees, or March 25th comes and goes. With that said, any more thoughts on this game? To me,
there's one thing There was one thing that I wanted to talk about, which was, I mean, when you read some like there is a few negative reviews that I do agree with. Like, I mean, I haven't played the game, but the reviews were, a lot of people were attacking it because they brought up some valid criticism about the game's story. That a lot of the game doesn't really innovate in places where they say they supposedly did, and a lot of the credit, this is also another thing that bugs me. A lot of people are praising the traversal of the game, saying that it's innovative, and then except it's from Breath of the Wild. Like it's outright basically the cloth from Breath of the Wild, right? And so many of the reviewers they're not like too big on Nintendo, but they're like, yeah, I love the traversal. It's like such a great traversal for open world game, and it's like, hey, that's literally from Breath of the Wild, right? And I get that games innovate on each other, but like to give credit to Horizon is kind of, to me, is like, like, come on, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's obviously borrowing from a lot of other open world games, but Breath of the Wild is fairly recent, and like, everybody's praised that traversal system. I think it's probably one of the best traversal system in an open world game. So that's kind of it. I probably will eventually pick up this game at some point, but I really, when it comes to like Sony reviews, I've noticed that the conversation is always weird, and it's in flux, and it's just like, it's such a weird conversation to have on Twitter, talking about this game and the reviews.
Is this on the PS4 as
Yeah,
well, or just an exclusive?
It's on the PS4, and that's another weird thing
Oh.
too, where you can buy the PS4 version for cheaper and then get the PS5 version. So it's like, why did you do that, Sony? So there's like a tip for anybody that wants to save a buck.
I will probably play this game in the near future, or I will have Psychic Max play it. He played Zero Dawn. He loves that, as I was saying, and we'll get
Yeah,
his
I haven't
opinion.
really
We'll see
dug.
how that goes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I haven't really dug into the game too much, especially like the sequel. So I don't really have too much to say. But it's always, the first one was always a game that's been on my list to want to try out. It looks good.
I might get me a PS4 then, just to play those games.
Ooh, selling PS4s just to play Horizon Zero Dawn.
Well,
And,
I mean
Forbidden
the
West.
Sony. I mean the Sony exclusives.
Yeah, I mean, I would
we'll have
recommend just
more.
buying a PS5, but it is what it is.
Yeah, we will have more on Horizon Forbidden West in the coming weeks. Obviously, this is just our initial thoughts, which weren't much. Blinded Braille was really the only one who had any thoughts. Me and Gary kind of didn't really play the game, haven't really done any research into it. Carl is an Xbot, so he's not a Sony boy like us. So we'll see how it goes.
Sony pony.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes in the coming weeks. Motherfucker, that's like the third or fourth train that has passed by in the last couple of minutes.
Hold on, I'll be right back. Need to change my profile picture.
I mean, I could buy a PS5,
Gentlemen,
but
how are we?
I can't get a hold of one. I live in Kentucky. It's hard to get all that crap in the state. So
what's going on, Ren?
Yo,
Not a lot. How are you, gentlemen?
not much.
Your
What's
mic
up?
is terrible, Ren.
What was that, Tony?
Your mic is like super low.
I can hear him just fine.
Is that better?
You're fine, but yeah, that's right.
Maybe it's just a big ass fucking train that's going by. That's why I can't hear shit.
Yeah, that wouldn't help.
My hearing is near superhuman, so.
Everybody says they can hear Ren. Maybe I'm the only one who can't hear. Maybe it's because I'm not using headphones and I'm trying to listen through the fucking speaker of the TV.
Maybe. I don't know.
Could be it. With that said, I'm going to once again post in the chat if you want to jump in and get in on this game. We're going to take a look at some TV ads and see if these gentlemen can figure out exactly what the ads are for.
Sounds good.
Showing us the end, Tony.
Yeah, I'm gonna try not to. The Dork Side is here. What's up, Dork Side?
Yo, what up?
What's up?
What's up?
What's up?
Oh, you got feedback.
Dork Side is here. What's up, Dork Side? Yeah, it's something.
All right, I think it was me.
Yeah, it's okay.
You got an echo on my end.
God damn it, Gary. So I got a message from Dazed. He says, let me bring it up. Says he's hanging out with his son. He's not going to be able to join us tonight. He decided to hang out with family instead of with the boys.
It's a sign of a good man right there.
Having a boys' night.
So we got Carl, Gary, Blinded, Dorkside, and of course Run of Heavens. Let me put you guys in order. And I will try not to show you guys the end of the commercials this time. We only got 5, so Oni says that Echo is badass. Who's that echo on? Let me see.
Is there still an echo?
Nope.
All right.
Nope. You're good.
Okay.
Let me get the little banner set up here. Where the hell is it?
It's probably me with the echo. You know, internet in Australia is not great. I think we're like
yeah, I've heard that.
One of the commercials is Australian, so I think Ren might have the advantage tonight.
Ooh.
We are playing What Product Is This? The game show that we have on Gabbing with Geeks every week, where we show you some weird commercials, some odd, strange commercials, and you got to guess what product the commercial is going to be for. Joining us to play tonight is, of course, Carl, Gary, Blinded Braille, and bonus, we got the Dork Side and Run of Heavens. Gentlemen, are you ready to take a look at your first commercial?
Let's do it.
Yep.
Good morning, folks. This is
Right, that's all you get. Just a little taste. Is this going to be a commercial for A, condoms, B, bubblegum, C, the PlayStation, or D, vaccines?
I'm going to go with PlayStation.
Oh, Run of Heaven just jumped in the queue saying PlayStation.
PlayStation. PlayStation. I'm voting PlayStation too then.
Carl's going PlayStation. All right, Gary, what is your...
I hit the buzzer early.
Not that I'm going to steal his answer here, but I think, yeah, that, what was that, like a tumbleweed or something? It just screamed PlayStation to me, so I'm going PlayStation.
Looks apocalyptic to me, so...
What was the choices again?
The choices are A, condoms, B, bubblegum, C, PlayStation, or D, vaccines.
I'm gonna go with bubblegum. Sounds random, but hey.
5
Dork Side?
I think I'm going with PlayStation.
Ooh, everybody's going with PlayStation. I almost feel like you guys must have seen this commercial or something.
I mean, you know, the commercial is from...
Vaccines. Max says vaccines. The Talkie says vaccines. A lot of vaccines. And they're all owned by Pfizer.
I mean, you know, it's from Ren's homeland, so that's why I think it's PlayStation.
No.
Oh, it is an Australian ad? Okay.
No, I said there is an Australian ad tonight. I didn't say this one.
I'm still keeping my vote.
No. You can't change it anyway, Carl. Once you lock in, this is like all
right.
Who wants to be a millionaire? You lock in your vote. That's it.
That's your final answer, buddy.
That's it. It's locked in.
Let's take a look and see what this commercial is for.
Good morning, folks. This is WGUM, your stay-at-home radio station with better music and more of it. News and weather is on the way. And this just in, we are back. We can see people again. How about that? I can't believe it. News is on the way. We'll learn more in just a moment. I can't believe it.
There were nights when the wind was so cold, but it froze in bed if I just listened to it right outside the window. I finished crying in the instant that you left, and I can't remember where or when or how, and I banished every memory you and I had ever made. Touch me like this, and hold me like that. I just have to admit that it's all coming back to me. It's all coming back, it's all coming back to me now. There were moments of gold and there were flashes of light. There were nights of endless pleasure. It was more than any
Wow.
It was a bubblegum commercial.
You suck, Ren.
That was
That's intense.
Jeez,
That's
Had to
intense
go
for a
get my
bubblegum
tissues.
commercial.
Yeah.
That was a
that
long
was
time.
The
funny.
weirdest part about this
That was a
commercial
great
for me,
commercial.
the weirdest thing is that it is a commercial celebrating the end of quarantine, obviously.
Mhm.
But we are still in quarantine, so nobody in the commercial had masks or
I was just gonna say that, Tony.
it's
Yeah.
kind of a
Jeez,
weird.
Very weird.
anyone to think we bounced back from the Black Plague from that ad? Jeez,
All right.
very emotional.
Here's our second one.
I
This
thought it
one
was funny.
is- and it's a new ad, so I was surprised you guys haven't seen it. This next one is also a newer ad. Hopefully you guys haven't seen it, but we'll take a look.
Damn. Swole teddy bear.
That's a swollen teddy bear.
Tony, can you do me a favor and play that again? I like looked away for like a half a second and the video was gone.
You would be the worst contestant on a real game show. People would be like, "All right, take a look at this." Gary, you'd be like, "What? I forgot." All right, we'll take a look one more time.
Okay, that's better.
All right, gentlemen, you're gonna have to tell me if this is an ad for Disney Plus, for Build-A-Bear Workshop, for Teddy Bear Picnic, or for IKEA. And of course, Carl, you go first. What do we choose?
Damn. The two answers I like, and I can't choose both of them. I'm going to choose the Build-A-Bear.
All right, Gary, what are you going with?
Well, I'm gonna have to disagree with Carl here. I don't think Build-A-Bear does. I don't think Build-A-Bear does commercials. Not that I know of. But I'm gonna go with IKEA. IKEA sounds like the reasonable choice here.
All right, Blinded Braille.
Could you say the answers again?
Once again, your choices are Disney Plus, Build-A-Bear Workshop, Teddy Bear Picnic, or IKEA.
Huh. Fairly recent.
What is Teddy Bear Picnic, anyways?
I thought that
It's
was like a
song
story.
and a
Oh,
movie
it's a song.
and a
Oh.
book.
Okay.
Okay.
Have
Yeah.
you never heard of it? Am I the only one with kids?
No, I heard of
Yeah,
it.
I've
heard
heard
of
of it.
I'm
a
no
heathen.
clue what it is.
Or where you live under a rock.
I think I'm gonna go with IKEA. Yeah, it looks like an IKEA commercial, to be honest.
All right, Dorkside, what is your choice?
Yeah, I think anything bear related would be too obvious, so I'm going with IKEA.
And Ren of Heavens.
I'll be the odd one out. I'll just go Teddy Bear's Picnic.
Good man, Teddy Bear Picnic. All right, let's take a look.
The lace lady travel with grace, baby. I can't afford to cover the course. Of course, maybe settle that one in court. Cause judging by the basics, y'all already comfortable, stuck up in the matrix. Just because the seasoning and flow's already active. Only 4 years. Fantastic. Young veteran. New classic. Last name Tembo, first name Eve. Somebody ate the food they told the great to never eat.
Every home should be a haven. IKEA, the wonderful everyday.
Son of a bitch.
Yes, that was an IKEA ad.
Interesting.
All right.
It was a pretty interesting. I think they gave it away when they kind of showed the price on those blinds?
Yeah.
Yes.
I thought,
yeah.
this could be a teddy bear picnic ad for like awareness or something with children. And then I seen the bears with the children and stuff. I thought, yeah. Then the price tag popped up, and I'm like, nah.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right.
What country was that from?
IKEA.
No, what country? Do you
Oh,
know?
country? I think it was the U.S.
Mm. IKEA has weird commercials like this. Yeah.
They do.
Son of a whore.
All right. So this next one is a pretty long commercial. So we're gonna get a little more than we usually get.
The challenge is now over 16 hours.
7 hours to go for the non-blinking world.
Jesus.
All right, gentlemen. Is this an ad for the new Xbox? For chocolate? For a new coffee energy drink? Or for soccer? Carl, what do you think?
Coffee energy drink.
And Gary, your answer, please.
This is tough. Being that the Xbox is not as popular in that area, I think Carl's right here. They like their drinks and weird stuff, so I'm gonna go with the coffee energy drink.
Blinded Braille.
I think I'm gonna go with soccer on this one. Was it soccer?
Soccer was the last choice, yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with that one.
I'm going with the coffee energy drink.
And of course, Run of Heavens. Your answer, please.
I'm gonna go soccer.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Jesus, Carl. Oh my god.
Just to clarify for Gary, this wasn't a Japanese commercial. They were speaking English.
Oh, was it? The only reason I think it's an Xbox commercial is she can't shut her eyes, and maybe she's glued to the TV screen. So I'll be kicking myself if it's an Xbox commercial. I thought it was like a Japanese or overseas commercial.
YouTube user says it's an ad for meth.
Oh my god.
All right, so let's take a look. Like I said, it's a little bit of a longer commercial, but we're going to take a look at it.
The challenge is now over 16 hours.
7 hours to go for the non-blinking world record.
Yes!
The whole world has its eyes on this one Asian woman.
We are counting down the minutes to a new world record.
What the fuck?
It was an advertisement for chocolate, gentlemen.
Oh.
Damn it.
I didn't see that one coming.
Now,
Did you give chocolate as an answer though?
Yes, I did.
Oh,
Did you
okay.
guys catch that little piano music there? It sounded like something from Bioshock.
No, I didn't. I'd have to watch it again, but I thought he had it there for a minute with when the soccer ball came in.
Yeah.
Good. None of us won.
All right, this next one is the Australian ad. So hopefully Run of Heavens hasn't seen it. It is an older ad. I actually found this on a YouTube channel that specialized in Australian media commercials. It was like an archive channel.
If it's older, there's more chance I'll know it because I don't watch like Australian TV anymore. It's just mostly Netflix and stuff. So let's see.
Now, the commercial is right side up, so Run of Heavens might not recognize it because he's used to it being upside down.
Yeah, everything. Yeah, I'll flip my phone around when you put it on.
All right, let's take a look.
Long before the motor car, before the tire, even before the wheel, was the tradition of the samurai. A tradition of...
That's old.
That is very old. Gentlemen, you're going to have to tell me, is this a commercial for tires, for roof tiles, for beer, or for Australian sushi? Carl, what do you think?
I want to go last.
No, you can't. You're first.
I didn't see all the. I didn't see because my StreamYard locked up. But you know what? I'm just going to guess. I'll pick. No, it's okay. I'll just pick answer number 2. I'm picking answer number 2.
Roof tiles?
The second one. Yeah, roof tiles. Why not? Caution in the wind, baby.
Gary, what do you think?
No, I'm thinking maybe this is maybe an imported beer commercial.
Blinded Braille.
I'm gonna go with tires.
Dorkside.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with beer.
And Run of Heavens.
Oh, let's go tires.
Right. Let's take a look.
Long before the motor car, before the tire, even before the wheel, was the tradition of the samurai, a tradition of strength and endurance. As the world has changed, the tradition lives on in Toyo tires, the samurai tires that keep going long after others have faded into history. Toyo, a tradition to last longer.
But did we really all miss the fact that he said tire at the beginning of the video?
Yes.
That was a dead giveaway. Oh man.
I had to get that one. I had to get it.
So right now, as it stands, Carl has 0 points. Gary has 1 point. Blinded Braille has 2 points. No, 3. Blinded Braille has 3. He's winning. And of course, Dorkside has 1, and Run of Heavens also 1.
It's not looking good for me this week.
The universe is finally in balance.
We have one last commercial. It doesn't matter if anybody gets this right because Blinded Braille is way in the lead. This commercial was picked especially for my man Carl. It has one of his favorite subjects in the commercial. Let's take a look. All right, gentlemen.
You're an asshole.
Carl, if you get this wrong, you're fired and expelled from the commercial game.
Is this a commercial for a World War II documentary, for Call of Duty, for a TV service, or for Disneyland? Carl, you're up first.
World War II, baby. I'm riding it all day long.
Gary?
When you said TV service, did you like cable provider or?
Yeah, like a TV service.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna go with.
Blinded Braille?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with TV service. It's too goofy for a Call of Duty ad.
Dorkside?
I'm going to go with World War II.
My man.
And finally, Run of Heavens. What is this a commercial for?
I'll go TV service. I have a feeling it could be Call of Duty though.
Nobody said Disneyland, which is a shock. I mean, maybe the commercial is going to show you how World War II was bad and Disneyland is fun. I don't know. Foreign commercials are weird. Just saying.
That sounds too controversial for Disney.
Now, Tony, these are the people who did Song of the South, so I know that's not the case.
Let's take a look.
Kanonenstellung bringen, Marschball!
Mijn favoriete televisieavond. Klassieke oorlogsfilm, een goede tenniswedstrijd en Animal Planet. No balls, please.
Met interactieve televisie van Ziggo stel je je eigen televisieavond samen. Het nieuwe televisiekijken is begonnen.
Yes.
It was for a TV service, an interactive streaming service. I believe it is a Belgian commercial.
The universe
big winner tonight
is
Blinded Braille.
Yeah.
Damn it, Carl, I trusted you.
I lost. The universe is in balance.
Oh boy.
Thank you, gentlemen, for playing with us. If you want to be part of What Product Is This, let me know. Always, we have an open panel for these type things. And if you got a weird foreign commercial that you know about that you want us to include, let me know. Send me an email. My Twitter DMs are always open.
Oh, I got one for you later on.
Oh, I got some good Australian ones I'll send through to you.
That would be a good idea. Yeah.
I've
seen
got
a lot
really
of good
good
commercials, but we have a lot of them that are famous. People already know the answers. And there's a lot of them that just I can't download them. They're part of big compilations. And there was one I was going to put that had like dude walking around in his underwear, like all, but I thought maybe you guys might not like that.
Mm.
I'll send you some good ones. I'll send them to you on Twitter. I've got some real good ones I'll send through.
Me too, Tony, so I can win next week.
Was I here? There was one ad for a car commercial. It was a Mitsubishi ad. I was going to play it. And luckily I didn't because I only watched the first little bit. I wasn't really paying attention. I was pulling Gary. And it's a commercial where a bunch of dudes are in a sauna and they're like real hot and they're like sweating. And then the end of the ad, they run into the Mitsubishi and it's got air conditioning. It's like, hey, Mitsubishi has air conditioning now. Right? In the middle of the ad, when they get out of the sauna, they pull off their towels and you just see a bunch of dongs. What
the hell?
Oh.
I
That
didn't
was in a
catch it the
commercial?
first time I watched the commercial.
What country was it for?
That was like a Chechenian commercial or something.
Wow.
Like legitimate nakedness?
Yeah, like they just pull the clothes off and run to the car naked. And you can't see, like, you're not paying attention, but it's like they're clearly like you could see their wieners. And I was like, oh shit, I can't play that commercial.
Now, Tony, which one was packing the most?
They none of them were packing, Carl.
I don't think you watched that
I was
long.
paying attention.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
no.
wasn't paying attention is the right answer.
Hey, I'm not ashamed. If it's on the screen, I'm a pecker checker. I'll look.
But that means you had to compare and measure them in your head.
Yeah. You got to know where you stand, right? I mean,
Straight
it's
to
like
the
watching
bathroom with a
sports, you
tape
gotta know
measure.
how you stack up.
Exactly.
Not to brag, but I'm pretty small.
My old lady's happy. That's all that matters.
I've had my kids, so I don't care anymore.
All right, I think that's we're getting to the line. We're hitting the borderline, gentlemen. But we will be moving on to another Nintendo topic. If Ren of Heavens or Dorkside want to get in on this, we're going to be talking about the Switch Sports demo.
Ooh, nice.
Sure.
If not, I will kick you from the studio.
I'm actually
If
going
my kids get too late, if my kids get too loud in the background, just let me know and I'll mute my mic. Because it's the weekend here and they're feral.
Gen X just joined us. What's up, Gen X?
Hey, Gen X.
What'd you say, Dorkside?
I said, yeah, I'm going to bounce on this. My daughter's playing Fortnite, so she's in there like screaming at her friends.
Yeah,
everybody's playing.
You
Better
can't
get
let your kids play Fortnite. That's like a gateway drug.
You better get in there before she starts using those 13-letter words.
Yeah, get her off the Fortnite and start off on the less drugs like marijuana and stuff, and then work up to those
Crystal
hard
meth.
ones.
Or crystal meth. The drug of champions.
All right.
That escalated quickly.
Thank
you for joining us, Dorkside. We always appreciate you being here. Check out his channel. He does a lot of content. He's been pumping content out left and right.
Yep.
I can't keep up with him. I try to
He's a
watch
monster.
everybody. There's just so much. Check his channel out. He's a good guy, good dude. He brings a lot of attention to games I haven't seen. I didn't know that were on Kickstarter. So definitely check him out. And with that said, I will be kicking him from the studio.
See you guys.
Before Manscaped, before we get to the next thing, I will like to say, because I did kind of touch on it a little bit right now, but I want to make a formal apology to everybody, people on the panel, people in the chat. I can't watch everything, guys. I'm sorry. I would like to. It's just not enough hours in a day.
You know,
you guys are pumping out way too much content. Way too much. I'm just saying. Between work, having a family, getting the shows ready, researching different topics, actually playing games and watching TV shows so I can talk about them here on the stream. Very small window of free time to actually watch your content. So I apologize if you don't see me in your chats or if you don't see me commenting on your videos. I would like to. I wish I didn't have a job so I could just watch videos on YouTube all day, but I do. So
it's a thought that counts.
Yeah, I don't want anyone to think that like I'm not watching them on purpose or I'm avoiding them or I don't like you or I'm mad at you or something. Because I know how it is. I've been on your side of the screen. I've been, where
now,
I make
Tony,
content. Why isn't
you're
anybody
not the
watching
only. Now, Tony, you're not the only one not watching my videos, so don't worry about it. Yeah. It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, I know. It's not a big deal, but I know how it is. Like I said, I've been on the other side where you're like, hey, why aren't these people that are my friends watching me? And, it gets in your head sometimes. And I'm just saying formally, so it's out there. I'm not doing it on purpose. I do appreciate all you guys being fans, and I do try to catch your content when I can. With that said, we're going to go ahead and move on. To where the hell is it? Nintendo Switch. Once again, like, share, subscribe to the channel. We're going to be talking Nintendo Switch Sports demo thoughts. Now, I believe not everybody on the panel has played it. I know I have not played the demo.
I have not.
I believe Blinded Braille, you played the demo, right?
Yes, I did.
So why don't you give us your thoughts on the Switch Sports demo?
Sure. So it wasn't a demo. It was more like a beta that lasted like 45 minutes. They have one at really odd hours. The one that I played was at like from 10 to 10:45, and I think there's one like in the way early morning. So I was just like, no, I'm not going to do that. But it was interesting experience. You're not allowed to pick the game that you want to play. It was all randomized, and so there wasn't every single game. Like I didn't play soccer or badminton. I just played tennis. Basically a bowling game that is like a battle royale and sword fights. So, I mean, if you played all of those games on the Wii, they're pretty much the same, Like I thought bowling was the most interesting one because it was different, right? Like it was a battle royale, right? So you got to kind of keep up with everyone, and I completely sucked at it. So I just, I always got eliminated, and you had to get into the top 5, and there was like 10 people playing, right? So I thought that was the most fun because it was the most challenging and most stressful. Swordplay was kind of easy just because I think that was the only game where they kind of gave you instructions how to play, from what I remember. And so I just like mastered it really quickly, and I won like out of 3 rounds, like 2 out of 3. The last one I fucked up on.
Now, were you were playing online with other people, or was this just a one-player experience?
No, this was online with other people. That was
okay.
Yeah, that was the point of the beta, was to have everybody, like, I guess to test the back end to make sure things are working, because after all, it's all motion controls. So
right.
So it was an interesting experience. To Carl's point.
Did you have to download anything? Did you have to download anything to get this going, or how did that work?
Yeah, so it's like a really weird process. You have to go into Switch Online, the bottom icon. You go there and you click the Switch Sports kind of event that's going on. I'm doing it right now. And then you have to actually go to the website. So you have to scan the QR code, go to the website, download the code, and then put the code into the eShop, which was a really weird process. Just why not have it up on the eShop and let me download it? But it is what it is. It's only for this weekend.
Right.
So, if you haven't got to play it, maybe you want to, I don't know. It's Wii Sports, right? Like there's not going to be any gameplay up because for some reason Nintendo was like, you can't upload it or we'll just strike you on Twitter and stuff. I actually did post a screen cap on Twitter and nothing happened, but it was kind of similar to the other ones. Like I didn't post anything with like the motion controls in it or, something that was like new. So, but they've been flagging people I saw on Twitter. Like they just took it down instantly.
You're about to mention my comment that I made.
Yeah. So, I mean, the thing is about, have you played Wii Sports, Carl?
I have, but like from my bed to my entertainment center, the space is like 4 feet or so.
Because sometimes you can kind of get away. Like the only game I would say you probably will have issues on is bowling. Like the rest of the game, you could actually sit down. Like for tennis, I was like, I wanted to test because I stood up and was playing it, and honestly, I didn't really see the difference of me just sitting versus standing. It was only the only one was bowling, right? Because you kind of have to like swing. So if you're in a really tight space, or if you're sitting at your table, it's just going to be hard to swing and get a good angle.
I could probably negotiate some space then. Thanks for explaining.
But as I said, I haven't played. I think the game that's probably going to be really difficult is possibly soccer, but we'll see because I didn't get to play it, which I'm not. Yeah, that's the one I wish they had. And I didn't see if the different times, like every day, they would put up new games to play. Someone could correct me with the chat, maybe, but it seemed like they were only giving us like a couple of games, or if not, it seemed like I just didn't get it. But I played at least like 10 games, and there were mostly like bowling. There were only bowling, tennis, and sword fight, right? So it was like I was kind of disappointed. I thought we would have just got all of them, right, to test it out. It is a beta to test online to see if it's working. So, kind of disappointed. And even though I will buy the game, it's not a full price game. And it's basically Wii Sports, and I love Wii Sports, but I still wish, I think 6 games at launch is a little fair. Like, it's not a lot. And I could see this game being, it's Wii Sports. Like, you're going to play it, be excited, and then probably drop it by the end of the weekend. You know what I mean? Like, I think they needed more games to hold over people until golf comes, right? So that's my only
definitely one of
concern.
those. Yeah, it's definitely one of those games where you're gonna, pick it up every so often just to get a, round of bowling or it's a party game. But I'm thinking maybe they held onto the soccer, maybe just to keep a little bit of intrigue for the
Yeah,
final product.
I can just see bowling now. Every time you get a gutter ball, smoke a joint.
Oh, that bowling game, you're gonna have a lot of fun with that bowling game. Like, the battle royale, like, everybody's gonna be playing it. Like, on Twitter, people are like losing their minds, like, just like how competitive and like frustrating it was. It's fun. So
Nice. I'll definitely be pre-ordering then.
And that's pretty much it. There wasn't a lot going on. It's only 45 minutes.
Yeah, I'm not a big motion control guy, really, into all that. Yeah, I don't think this is going to be my cup of tea. It's not going to be up my alley as far as games.
I mean, Wii Sports was fun when I borrowed my brother's Wii for the first time. That I spent a lot of time doing the boxing. I absolutely loved boxing. Bowling was really good. But those are like Tony said, it's nothing like, if it's nothing groundbreaking and there's not a lot of games and not a lot of different modes, then I could definitely see it being a fun game to play every once in a while, and definitely a party game. But for the most part, it's pretty much Wii Sports.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll probably buy it for my wife to play. She likes Wii Sports, so yeah, I would play it on the odd occasion. But yeah, I know my wife will love it.
Also, one note, for anyone that's in the chat, this is not going to work on Switch Lite at all. Like, you can't even get at Joy-Cons and play it. It's not going to allow you to. So
actually, I remember seeing there's some kind of Joy-Con alternative for the Lite. So
but it's not going to work. It's not going to work.
Here's the thing though. Like, you can connect Joy-Cons if you have an extra set to your.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say. You can connect it, but the game is not going to allow it. It's really weird. Yeah, that's what people were saying. I never got to see a screen shot of it, but that's what I saw. And like, I was listening to like a chat, and people were all playing and saying the Switch Lite actually gives you something where it recognizes it and it tells you can't play it.
I wonder if they're going to go forward with this, if maybe in the final product they will have that, because that's definitely weird. They'll have to most certainly have a disclaimer that the Switch Lite can't play it. So that's definitely an odd choice if they go with that moving forward when the final product releases.
That's
Bomber
weird.
TV wants to know, how did the bowling feel? Was it as good as the Wii Sports one?
Is it good as the Wii Sports one? I would say it's basically the same, but the only difference is the online battle royale. That's the part that's probably going to hook people the most if you play online. Like, that's a really good addition.
What's it like graphically? Is it like an enhancement, or is it just a straight port? Or
so it is an enhancement. It's like, you can obviously tell graphically it's not just Wii Sports up-res. Like, there's obviously, I mean, you're going to get the choice of playing with Mii's or the new kind of avatars, which I didn't initially like, but they're okay, right? The environments look really pretty. You can play this in handheld mode on a normal Switch, right? Because I have a Switch OLED, and I did try that, and it was, it worked fairly well. It's just that I think the biggest problem is the fact that there's no sensor bar, right? So you're going to have you're going to be maybe a little bit more jankier than normal, but it's still like, you just really press the trigger, and I think it's X, and then it just resets, right? So, and your hands are already on those 2 buttons anyway, so it's not as bad, but it's not gonna be like the Wii. I think,
Okay.
and it was like that for because I played Skyward Sword, and I played it in both handheld and docked, and it was a little janky compared to the Wii version. So, make of that what you will. Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, with that said, I think we're going to move on. Hopefully, we'll see some videos of Carl playing the Switch Sports. I want 2 cameras, Carl. I want to see the footage of the game, and I want a camera on you swinging your arms around and doing all the motion controls.
Oh,
Well,
you don't want me playing. I have monkey arms.
Well,
That's
maybe
why
that's
we
going to
want
be
you
our.
playing.
Maybe that's going to be our first game that we do challenging. I know we wanted to get a game to challenge ourselves at high scores or compete against. Maybe that could be one of those games.
Yeah, we'll see going forward. With that said, no show, no Amico just yet. We're holding off on the Amico just a little bit more.
The suspense is killing me.
I know, but we got other things to talk about. We want to get to the other stuff. We didn't want to just front load it with Amico. 6 hours. Yeah, topless Carl swinging his arms, playing fencing. That's what I'm there for. We were going to talk about the Bioshock movie. There's really no real news. It's just that Netflix announced there's going to be a movie, and that's really it.
Well, the only thing I really want.
Say,
yeah, there was a couple of things I kind of wanted to talk about, which was like, what direction did you guys think maybe they were going to take with the movie / series, whatever they're doing. And then, what kind of, like who do you think could fill the roles of the main characters? But if you want to just kind of do it real quick, that's fine. I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
there really
like I
isn't
said,
much
I don't
news.
think it needs to be a full clippable segment because there's really not much. There hasn't been anything really announced other than it's happening at Netflix. Take-Two and Vertigo are teaming up, and really that's
What
it.
about What about the Uncharted
What'd you
movie?
have,
Any
Brian?
news on that, or how
Yeah,
it
it just
went
came
the
out.
release? Or well received,
Yeah,
or
it sort of depends. Like, I'm gonna go see it probably, I don't know, the next week sometime. A lot of people were saying that it's okay. Like, it's actually kind of decent. Like, if you're a fan of all the games, you actually might get a kick out of it, which I thought was. I know a few things like the post credit scene, and it was interesting, but it's not like mind blowing like the game, right? Like, there's no action sequence that even compares to Uncharted 4. And they mixed a lot of different things, and that's why I think this Bioshock is going to be very similar. Like, I think they're going to mix 1 and 2. And for me personally, like I said, they keep choosing the wrong games to adapt. Like Bioshock, I can't really fathom how a Bioshock movie would work, right? When the story and the themes of the game it's very much about the interaction and the choice, right? So it's like, how do you adapt that, right? It's not this. Yeah, it's a little. I think it's a really bad decision to adapt it. It just doesn't really. And there were scripts floating around for this, but.
Hold on real quick, because you have actually said something that I think actually will open up for a good discussion. So we're going to go ahead and make it a full-fledged a segment.
Yeah, I think I know where you're going. Yeah, you are. But I think I know where you're going with this. Yeah.
Hold on. There we go. So
and I just want to make it known that I highly disagree with Blinded's take on this.
What I was thinking it could be an origin.
How many weeks have we been doing this? How many weeks? This is like the 36th episode. And you guys keep stepping over the intros. Come on. Yeah, let's see the things. We gotta be professional. We gotta make
I thought it was up, Tony. I thought you had it up, Tony.
Yeah, but I got to tell people to like and subscribe. Remember, when it gets clipped,
Oh, okay.
gotta have all the things. So,
Ad break.
We're rookies.
yeah, you're rookies. All right, let's try this again. Make sure you clip it from the second part, Blinded. We're going to be talking Bioshock and Netflix movie. Make sure you like, subscribe to the channel, share it with your friends. Blinded Rail. Now, there's not much that we know about the movie. Vertigo and Take-Two are working on it together with Netflix. No director has been attached yet, no script, no talent, nothing. However, Blinded, you had a sort of an idea. You're wondering what kind of direction it might go in. Could you elaborate on that?
Yeah, because I mean, if you played Bioshock, the game is, it's a very kind of heady game that deals with a lot of different ideas, right? Like objectivism and your choice and determinism. There's a lot of like deep philosophical themes about it, and right in this game, and hypothetically that could work, right, in a movie because philosophy does work for a movie, right? Like, but the thing is, the game was designed around the player's choice, right? That's how the story is told. So to me, it's a little bit weird to now take that and adapt into a movie, right? Where you're taking away that element of the storytelling. So that's why I'm very opposed to the idea of a Bioshock compared to a Fallout or a Mass Effect, because those two games, right, Fallout and Mass Effect, are not so much about the gameplay. They're actually about the world building and the characters. So it kind of makes sense to adapt it into a TV show or a movie. And that's why I personally didn't care for the Uncharted, because Uncharted is a rift on, it's basically you're playing a movie. So now the movie goes, we're going to adapt this, and then you just made a generic Indiana Jones movie, right? So that's my kind of issues with these adaptions, or it's just like you have to go and look for the games that are good for adapting, right? It's like books or comics. Not everything is going to be adaptable because you don't have the same medium, right? As like a book, as a novel, or as a comic book, right? And I know a lot of people make the comparison or argument, oh, look, Marvel and DC. But that's a little different, right? They have to take creative liberties, right? Not everything is going to be the same. And with video games, the interactivity is going to be missing. So that's kind of my argument.
Now, here's where I'm going to interject and disagree with him. Oh, go ahead, Tony.
Ooh. No, go ahead, Gary. I want to hear your take first.
And here's where I disagree is that now when you talk about them adapting it, are you referring to them adapting the game as it is, or would you rather see something along the lines of like I guess what I'm getting at is like Post or like Rapture, as it's hard to explain. So basically, the way I could see them doing this is the way they should have done a sequel to Bioshock. I want to see what Rapture was like before the fall of Rapture. I think there's a lot of content to go off of if they can capture what this city was like, how it thrived before. And I think all the characters and how they kind of went insane leading up to the fall of Rapture. And I think they really could knock this out of the park. And I kind of wanted to compare this to what I watched last night. I thought we just got done watching the Resident Evil movie, and there were parts of it that I liked. I was more, and I know this is like fan service is not your thing, Blinded. I think like you want, more well-rounded story and character development and all that stuff. Whereas like going into that Resident Evil movie, being that I didn't like the previous Resident Evil movies, that I just wanted fan service, man. I just wanted it to feel like the game. And what really killed me after watching that movie was watching the interviews and everything that they said. And I didn't realize going into that they based that movie more off of the remakes than they did the original games.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't see those movies, but they combined 1 and 2, which was odd in my opinion. But yeah.
I was thinking the same thing, Gary. I'd like to see more of an origin story, how they built the city, how daily life was, stuff like that's what I want.
And I think it's probably going to be an unpopular opinion here, because I think a lot of people going into it will definitely want to see Big Daddies in their connection with the little sisters. But I think it would just be more entertaining to, like, we all know, most of the people know what happened. I mean, if you're going, like, a good majority of the audience probably going into if they really do go through with this, they're going to know what happened in that game. They're going to know that story. I don't think we have to cover it.
I don't think so. I heavily disagree. I mean, most video games, look at Uncharted. Uncharted is a prequel, but it uses elements from the other games, right? And if they do a prequel of some sort, they're going to have to put elements from the first game. This is a Netflix movie. Like, I think the assumption from a lot of gamers is, well, I know the story, therefore everybody does. That's like, as someone that does work in the movie industry, that's not how producers are going to think. They're going to be like, what's the popular game? Okay, this one, we're going to take all the elements that are recognizable visually and put them in, right? That's what's going to happen in Fallout and when they do the Mass Effect series. Whatever is visually, like, recognizable, Big Daddy, it's going to be in it.
Well, yeah, he's going to be in there, but I don't think in a way that people are expecting. I think if they handle the origin, obviously those suits exist for a reason, right? They were created to repair the city and do other things. I think there's an element where you can hit, like, this is the problem with Resident Evil. Resident Evil tried to do too much, right? You can't have two things at once. You can either have a game, like a movie that represents the game and feels like the game, or you have a movie. And they always try to, like, interject both these. Like, you can't have both, because then you're like, well, like how I felt with Resident Evil. It just, like, we get that intro where they walk into the mansion, but I feel like it's so disconnected from the game that I'm like hating the movie in a way. Where
the movie's not even really supposed to. This is why, like, that movie, right? I don't need to have watched it to know that movie is trying to play to two audiences, right? It's trying to play to people who like Resident Evil. That's why they shoved Leon and all the characters in there, because that's what people want. And then they also want to be like, well, we also want to cater to the people who know the Resident Evil movies, and then also the people who haven't watched Resident Evil, right? That's what they do with these franchises, is they have to think like like the pillars of who's watching these movies, right? And so and this is a Netflix movie, right? And this is probably going to get promoted to hell and back, because Netflix and 2K, like 2K is going to be like, hey, we have a new Bioshock game, right? That's coming out, which there's also been some news about that at the same time of this movie. But
my biggest gripe with these, like, movie adaptations they do of games is they just can't get the casting right. Like the new Resident Evil movies that come out, look at the guy who plays Leon. It's like, that is not Leon.
Right.
It's like,
it didn't feel, and it feels like they did it on purpose, that they changed him way too much. And Leon's like a fan favorite, right? He's probably the favorite. Yeah, I'd say, next to like Jill or Chris or like Barry. I mean a lot of good characters, and they usually screw it up.
I believe that's like with The Witcher. I reckon they do well. It does well because they've got Henry Cavill. They give the fans what they want. It's like these these companies don't listen to what the fans want. Like, no one really wanted Tom Holland as, Nathan Drake. Well, some may have, but me personally, it's like, no. Like, to me, the person that, well, I know it is a origin story, but in the later movies, if they were going to actually adapt Uncharted to the video games, like the Uncharted games to the movie, the person I think that would play it would be, who's the guy that played Angel and was in Bones? David Benavides or something. Yeah, like he would be the one I would think, to me, as would fit perfect for the adaptation, and he's a good actor. So it's like... See,
and you bring up the perfect point, because I'm not a huge Uncharted fan, and this comes back to like catering to two audiences. You got what the gamers wanted and what they didn't get, and then people like me who like Tom Holland's a likable guy, right? I've come around after the Spider-Man movies and after the Avenger movies that I like him.
Yep.
I think he's really likable, and he to me, we watched the trailers, and I said, that looks like a great movie that I want to see. Not being a big fan of Uncharted, and see that is exactly what they're trying to do, and I think that's usually what ruins a movie, is that they have to cater to two different audiences, and it ends up feeling disconnected for the gamer who wants to see a lot of that stuff play out in the movie.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
that's why I personally, for me, the ones with the most potential is Fallout, because Fallout, you do not have to stick to a game to adapt.
Right.
You can do whatever you want. You're gonna have the normal I'm missing the term, but the visual, right? Like the super mutants, the bottle caps, and the Vault Boy. Everybody's
Right,
gonna
the
see
armor.
that and go, that's Fallout. So you could tell any story you want, and then you could insert it. You can even make a cinematic universe and say the games exist, but this is in a different state. This is in a different
Right.
city.
Well,
right?
that lends itself
Basically,
because
all they've got to get right with Fallout is the Vault Boy. That's it, and that's not hard.
Well, there's
really-
there's a lot of things you have to get. For me, right, as a Fallout fan, like you have to have the commentary, you have to have the vault experiments, you have to have, there's a lot going on in that universe, and you don't need to do it all in one season, right? Because it's a TV show, but you need to at least keep the essence of the property.
You have to consider the culture that they might have utilized at the time, but it's like the Nuka-Cola and all that. And for example, in New Vegas, they have the Sunset Sarsaparilla. So it'd be interesting to see what they do for that kind of stuff over in London.
Well, here's
That's a good point.
the thing.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing with Fallout, and this is why, you said they're making it into a series.
Yeah, they just casted Walter Goggin, which is a phenomenal actor. So I'm excited.
Now you guys brought up a good point. Like Fallout is very able to work, and for one reason, the game is basically you come out of a vault and you can pretty much do whatever you want. Like you could cast. I mean, the casting could go a lot of different ways, but it's not like dependent. Like when we talk about Bioshock, like if they screw up Andrew Ryan, if they screw up Atlas, Frank Fontaine, if they screw up these key integral characters, Diane McClintock, like that could really cripple the movie as a whole. Whereas I think something like Fallout has a lot, like you guys said, any of it could really kind of like they can fit it into a way, and fans aren't really going to be too pissy about it as long as they get the look right, as long as they get like the underlying story right.
I'm afraid that like the video game adaptations, right, is going to become like the indie market for video games. A lot of just going to be crap, but there is going to be some that shine through and are great. And it's just like they're going to pump them out to make money. Like, yeah. And then the actors will get worse. Like, look at Resident Evil, like from the first Resident Evil movie in 2002. I did like that franchise. They dragged that out to 2017, and it sold. Some people liked it, some didn't. But it was just because it was making money, and that just seems like you don't want that to go with the television side of things as well, like and Netflix, because what do we got now? We've got Fallout coming out, The Last of Us, we have the Uncharted movie, Bioshock. Now they're like, oh, there's money to be made. Let's just milk everything we can off this. Let's not really care about how it turns out, as long as it makes something, And
I feel
that's
like
what I'm worried about.
Yeah, and I feel like kind of gaming in general has gotten that way in a sense.
Absolutely.
I think when you go back to games like, and I just got done playing Bioshock.
Well, here's the thing. If you remember in the 80s in the 90s rather, they were already trying to milk all these franchises: Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, every fighting game.
Very true.
They had a movie, even if some of them are not theater releases.
Good, yeah.
Not of home straight to video. Yeah. Secondly, I'm going to have to disagree with Blinded on whether or not this could be a good movie. Much like Gary was saying, you have all kind of lore for Bioshock that happens before the game starts. You got the building of Rapture. You got the Civil War that happened, during Rapture's height, its golden age, if you will. Then you got the time period after, as it was slowly descending into madness, and where it becomes where you leave off, where you start off the game. So there's a lot of things in there that you could do without even touching the game and still have those characters. You could have Andrew Ryan come out. You could have, how he built the city, what was his ideals, how he saw his ideals slowly but surely erode, where he was making choices that he was like, you know what, I have to do this in order to keep the city going. This goes against my ideals, or this goes against what I was trying to build here. But if I don't, it's going to go to hell. So I got to, compromise on this, then compromise on that. And slowly but surely, you could see how somebody could start with noble intentions and had a good vision, much like the Amico, and then slowly becomes this insane person who's fucking, splicing people's DNA and creating big daddies and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's a fair point. Another thing that I want to say is, I'm not saying that it's going to be bad. What I'm trying to say is I'm not excited because the game, I know what Netflix is going to do. They're going to adapt the game, right? If this was a TV show, if this was a TV show, I could see them going back to the prequels. But the issue, listen, I think if Kent Lively was involved, and he is a screenwriter, right? He's written plays. You can get him, and I think I would be a little bit more I would definitely check it out, right? Because it has his blessing, right? Just like what they're doing with The Last of Us. I trust that series because that's Neil Druckmann doing it, and plus that's a story you could adapt into a TV show, right? But like I said, Bioshock has a very crucial element, and why it has been considered one of the best games of all time, right? It's that choice and that theme, right? So
I've got a question for panel and chat. Has anyone seen the Cuphead animation yet on Netflix?
Oh, I heard it was good.
Nope.
Yeah.
It's not bad. It's very well animated. You would expect no less from being Cuphead, but it's actually pretty good from what I've seen. I've seen 2 episodes in, and I'm like, this isn't bad. They've done the right thing. That's gaming to show perfect, but also it's easy because it is animation, so it makes it a bit easier.
And Blinded brings up the biggest point of this is it's the time constraint on a movie versus having a TV series. I think Bioshock would work so much better as a series, even if it's just going to be a mini series or whatever. I mean, having 8 episodes and maybe dabbling into a second season or something like that, I think would work so much better, being that it's going to have to be crammed into a 2.5 hour experience. I think, Blind is right about that. I think they're going to go that route of kind of just jamming the game and then trying to appease both audiences. And that's where it's gonna fall down. But yeah, if they could definitely turn this into a series, it would work so much better as a series, in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I agree.
Because a lot of video games do need more time. Continue, Tony. You're right.
I was gonna say, I've seen people in the chat saying that it's gonna be bad because it's Netflix, and I will say that Netflix has a reputation for making bad stuff, but also there's a lot of good stuff on Netflix. I know it's not popular to say this and to admit that there are good programs and good movies and adaptations on Netflix, but there are. I like the He-Man Masters of the Universe Netflix series.
I like
some of the movies.
But here's the thing: what movie? That's the key part. What good movie?
I missed that. What'd you say, Blinded?
So, I would agree with what you're saying, but I would say Netflix makes good series, but I have yet to see a very good Netflix movie that they themselves have put the money and produced, right? Because a lot of the times what people don't understand is Netflix picks up movies and then they slap their name on it, right? And a lot of the times when Netflix goes out and produces themselves, it hasn't gone so well. Like Bright was a perfect example. That was their big push and it was terrible. It was awful, right? David Ayer and Will Smith and Joel Kinnaman, or not Joel Kinnaman, the other Joel, the guy that was in the prequels. It was not a good movie, and that was their attempt to do something like, like Disney, right? And this is very similar, right? Because this is Netflix team getting the IP and trying to make a movie, and that's my biggest concern, right? If it was, 2K went to a production studio, here's a script, let's do something, I would be a little bit more optimistic. But Netflix usually they're just like the studio system, so that's my biggest concern.
I mean, it's
I'm
such
not
a it's
sure
such a
if Netflix produced the Adam Sandler movies that are on there, Hubie Halloween, and all those. They're pretty good movies.
Oh, that movie's horrible. Hubie Halloween is like my most hated movie of all time. I love
I
Adam
haven't seen
Sandler
that
movies,
yet.
but that I didn't like that one. That's probably the one the
Maybe
most
I
at
just
the
like
end of
that
it. I was
movie.
just like, yeah, we all got different
Hey,
tastes too, you know. Well,
Yeah,
that's what it
yeah.
also
That's
comes
your
down
point.
to.
That's
Because
what
remember,
creates a good discussion here.
you guys got to remember, I did like Thunder Force, so I might not have the
Really?
best taste in movies.
I like Street Fighter and the Super Mario Brothers.
I like Super
I like those
Mario Brothers.
movies
I didn't like Street
ironically.
Fighter.
Yeah.
I liked the Double Dragon movie back in the 90s.
Ditto.
God.
Oh boy.
Who was
And
that?
that's
Was that
like, as a kid watching that, I was just like, this is amazing. Oh my God. And then like you watch it this day and age, you're like, oh my God, what was I thinking?
it's so bad.
Yeah.
I was gonna say it's so bad it's good. The Double Dragon
Right.
movie is not a great movie, but it is. I'll sit down and watch it because it's enjoyable. Like, oh my God,
It
this is
does
so
have
bad.
some great elements to it, right?
Yeah. I can't.
For
I
its
do like how they
time.
hunt celebrities
Yeah.
in the Double Dragon feature.
Oh, like here's an example in the chat. Can I just talk about this? Like Daredevil. Like here's the example. Daredevil was awesome, but Daredevil was not Netflix. Netflix distributed it, right? The production company was ABC, so they had all the creative involvement. So if you're gonna say, "Hey, that's a Netflix series, that was great," right? Netflix puts out good stuff. Netflix is just distributing it, and so that's kind of what I'm trying to get at, is that when Netflix is the one with the creative power, they have big issues, right? They don't usually get a lot of good people involved, because
Right, they make
a lot of
bad
people in Hollywood
decisions.
don't like people don't know this, but Netflix in Hollywood, people in Hollywood hate Netflix, right? They don't want to work with them, and it's just really a cultural thing, right? Like they believe in the theater going experience, and which I think is unfortunate, but that's the way the industry is, and it kind of sucks, right? Because there's potential with Netflix, so yeah.
And I think that's what it boils down to. At the end of the day, if they can get the team has to come together, right? Everything has to just hit on the right notes and be on the same page. That all the actors have to be, the casting has to be great. The directors and everything down from there. But if they can pull it off, I think out of anything game related, I know a lot of people have been wanting to see like a Zelda movie or a Zelda series. I think if anything can work, I think the potential for Bioshock is really up there. I think the story's awesome, and if they go, even if they decide to kind of carbon copy the game and give that to us, I think it could still be it could be done well. I'd much rather see the kind of prequel, because I think that's where the game's really, a sequel really should have went beforehand. I think that's the more interesting story, is how everything just devolves and just falls into chaos. But there's definitely, if any one of the franchises can really pull it off, I think Bioshock will be the one. It all depends on whether or not they give it the love and attention it needs.
Real quick, I don't have a list of every movie that was produced, and Netflix actually had their fingers into it, so
I'd
I
have
don't
to
have
give
that.
that to you.
I can't really go, this movie was good and this movie, because obviously, but I do know that they had their fingers in Netflix animation, in that America, the motion picture, and that is a fucking awesome movie. it mixes comedy, action. It totally, screws up history. Is like not historical at all. It's got like the British are coming out in like fucking mechs and people are shooting each other with fucking machine guns, and you got fucking George Washington has like retractable chainsaws in his sleeves.
That does sound good. Cool. That does sound cool.
But before we end this topic, I just want to say one thing to Gary. This wasn't public anywhere, but Netflix was actually developing a Zelda series. There was nobody attached. I think it was supposed to be like Breath of the Wild, but Nintendo axed it because it got out there. So,
the Zelda, for years, people have wanted that Zelda series or Zelda movie. I know I've come across a lot of like fan made stuff back in the day.
It's going to happen, but not.
It'll happen on its own time, and Nintendo doesn't want that destroyed. I mean, that's one of their most beloved properties. It has to be done because if there's backlash from like a series or a movie on Zelda, I'm not saying that it would hurt the game series, but they want to do it right. They want that done right, and I think that's how Bioshock really should be handled at the end of the day.
They would need like James Cameron or someone on that shit to get it right.
Yeah, I agree.
James Cameron, no.
Yeah, with that,
James Cameron is
because now we don't want to get into an argument over James Cameron and how shitty he is with Avatar. I've had that argument way too many times.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
You mean Pocahontas in space?
Pocahontas in space.
It does make money though.
A few more topics before we get to the big topic of the night, the one everybody's been waiting on.
I think I know where we're going, Tony.
Where are we going?
Is it that time for Gary's indie spotlight?
It is. It is time. Are you ready? Are you prepared this week, Gary?
I am prepared this week.
What the hell is the name of the game? Mina the Hollower?
Mina the Hollower.
Hold on. No, don't.
Get that.
You mean it's not Adam Sandler's Halloween special?
QB Halloween is fun.
I never heard of it. I'll have to go check that out.
You're allowed to like whatever movie, no matter how bad it is.
I think it's been a while since I've actually seen a good classic Sandler film that was like, Big Daddy or.
I mean, he plays the same. He plays the same character in all his movies.
Well, I mean, most comedians do, though. I mean, you look at like most comedians in their films.
Uncut Gem.
Jason Sudeikis is the same in most of his movies, and that doesn't, take away from his comedy. I think, they just kind of get, they're in their roles. That's what they're good at.
Typecast.
Right.
Ren of Heavens.
Typecasted.
Ren, I'm going to kick you now. It was
no problem.
You here.
Oh no.
Pleasure. Thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah, it was great having you.
Mm-hmm. No problem.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it was great. Yeah. Come back.
Till next time.
It was fun.
Yeah. What happened? Blinded.
What?
You said come back, so I bring him back.
Oh, what? Yeah, I mean like another time because he was a great guest.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you meant like come back, like kick him in.
Oh, okay. No.
Be right back.
Yes, Uncut Gems is a great. It's a masterpiece. I love it.
You just like the ass in Uncut Gems. Let's just face it. That's what everybody's talking about.
Yep.
All right. Now we're going to be talking about Gary's Indie Spotlight. Gary has a great one for us. Make sure you like, subscribe, share the video. Gary, what is on tap for today? What are we talking about?
Today we have a doozy, and if you haven't heard about this, you're definitely living under a rock. It is Mina the Hollower, and it is by the creators of Shovel Knight. So that's Yacht Club Games has developed this, and they're publishing this. This is a game that was shown off about a month ago now. Yacht Club Games had a indie kind of spotlight video themselves where they delve deep into the projects that they're finishing and new projects, and they popped this up on Kickstarter. And I actually haven't checked Kickstarter in a few days. They raised, I believe they're probably still sitting at maybe somewhere around $700,000 or $800,000. They
Gary,
definitely want.
Gary, you're way off. Way off.
Are they way past that now? Like I said, it's been about a couple days a week.
Ooh.
Whoa. Wow. Damn. Almost $1 million raised. And initially, within the first 24 hours, they had hit their goal of, I believe it was a 311,000 was what they were aiming for. So they have hit almost three times that amount. That's incredible. And this is why I brought this project up compared to the Amico. And I know that wasn't a fair comparison, but when people really want something, they will support it. They will throw their cash, throw their wallets at the window, throw it out the window. And Mina has definitely gotten love and support. This looks like a fantastic callback to Game Boy Color games. Let's roll the footage, and we'll talk a little bit more after we watch the footage.
Come on, train. Come on, train.
Carl's wishing for a train, but we're going to watch the trailer. Not the trailer in the picture here. We're actually going to watch the trailer full screen right now.
Damn.
Watch the Yacht Club logo right there. But that is Mina the Hollower. It looks really good. I haven't played Shovel Knight. I'm very ashamed to say that. But
Same.
It looks really good. Here's the description.
I haven't either.
Oh, you guys are missing out, man. Especially Tony being a Mega Man fan and not playing that is kind of that breaks my heart. That of all people on this panel that should have played it, Tony should have played Shovel Knight by now. Especially seeing that Shovel Knight is not just a one-off kind of game. They've worked on it for years, and there's basically the bosses within Shovel Knight. They ended up giving the King Knight or whatever he's called his own spin-off. They gave Plague Knight his own spin-off, and I can't remember the third one off the top of my head, but they made 3 other kind of like one-player campaigns. And so you basically, if you go and get the treasure trove these days, I believe all 4 come with that, and you get 4 kind of different experiences. They're similar, but there was a lot of love and care put into these games. So I can only imagine what they're going to do here with Mina going forward. And for anybody who's not aware, there's huge ties with Link's Awakening here, the Oracle games, definitely Castlevania feel here. It looks fantastic. Obviously, what they're doing is bringing back the Game Boy Color feel. They wanted it to feel as authentic as a Game Boy Color game as they could, bringing it kind of into the modern day, doing things that you just couldn't do back on the hardware. But this looks fantastic. I mean, there's a reason why they've almost hit $1 million, and they were only asking for $311,000. So it's good stuff.
Yeah, it does. This looks up my alley. I prefer 2D Zelda, so looks great.
And I definitely I reached out to the guys on Twitter, and because during this Kickstarter they had tiers like every Kickstarter does, and one of the tiers was like $100, and you would get a physical copy with the digital copy and a few other goodies. And I reached out to them to ask them, because usually I don't I'd love to support projects on Kickstarter, although being the penny pincher that I am, I'd much rather pay, because this could definitely be a $35 game at launch, maybe a $40 game at launch physically. So I reached out to them and asked them, hey, would there be a physical release, if I don't go and donate the 100 on Kickstarter? And they confirmed that this will be, coming to a physical edition for the Switch later down the road. So you don't have to depend on buying that digital version if you're a physical collector like myself. So that's good news to hear. Tony, really quick, can you
guys can hear me?
Yes.
Can you really quick? Can you go down to their goals? Because the last goal that I seen was like Linux and Mac support. I wonder if they've hit another tier after that.
All right now, dude.
Okay.
Real quick though, we're gonna talk about the story. It says Mina the Hollower is a bone-chilling action adventure featuring classic gameplay in an 8-bit aesthetic and style of Game Color, refined modern era, smooth 60 frames per second action combat. A world full of mystery and horror and top-down adventuring, combined in a mix that may remind you of classic titles like Castlevania, Legend of Zelda: Link's Awakening, or even Bloodborne. Whip foes, burrow through the ground, and explore a pixel-perfect world with Mina the Hollower, a brand new game from the developer who brought you up, not down, Gary. You'll see that the stretch goals were sound test, which is kind of weird for a stretch goal, but okay. Cheat codes. They got New Game Plus. Made it in Mac and Linux port. If they get 1 million, they'll get 3 starter weapons. 1.2 million will get you a fishing minigame, and then 2 unknowns further down.
So, I definitely think they're going to hit the 1 million on that stretch goal. I believe they have 2 weeks, like a week and a half or 2 weeks. This is absolutely mind blowing that they've almost reached $1 million in about half their time. So yeah, 11 days to go. Yeah, it's absolutely mind blowing the amount of money that they raised, which we'll get into in a little bit of why I was kind of upset with them. I understand there's a gray area with this game and why they had to go with the Kickstarter route. I did have a couple scruples with them. On them actually kind of doing this, because Yacht Club really didn't need to put this on Kickstarter, but we'll talk about that in a minute.
Well, they got 10,000 backers that are getting the digital game. They got 1,500 for the $30 pledge, 750 backers at $50 pledge, 191 at the $75 pledge. We got 1,145 at the $100 physical game. 120. What do you got? The $125 tier is 232 backers. The $150 tier is 142 backers. I think they got more backers than the Amico pre-orders. 386 backers at $200. At 225, you got 168.
And they offered some cool, like if you get down to those like $5,000 tiers and stuff, they offered some really cool stuff with this game.
Yeah, at the $250 level with the Mina plush, you have 880 backers. At the $500 game design document book, you got 169. All gone, $750 or more. NPC director for a day, 20 backers. I guess that's all they had. What was this? $1,000 or more. Assistant director for a day. 7 backers reward no longer available. $3,000
so awesome.
Director for a day. They had 3 backers on that, and that's it.
Yeah, $3,000 tier.
Looks like something I would play. I need to play Shovel Knight. I have so many games. I'm so backed up on my games.
Well, you need to play the games we want you to play first, and then you can play every other game. See how simple that is?
That. Yeah. So yeah, this is definitely something I hope Gary gets his hands on so we can see him playing it. He can do a review on the channel. I am going to reach out to Yacht Club Games. Hopefully, we'll be able to get them on the channel for an interview. Hopefully, Gary will be prepared, ready to go. No guarantees, obviously, but we're going to try. Anything else to add to this, Gary, before we move on?
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to finish and touch up on the I there was a lot of talk on a lot of people kind of giving them shit for basically going the Kickstarter route, because clearly Yacht Club Games has been pretty much the charge for indies to kind of come back. Shovel Knight started that back when they released it for 3DS. I believe it was on Wii U, PlayStation, Xbox, all that good stuff. But a lot of people were giving them, crap for doing this. And, the main question was like, well, why did you, go and start a Kickstarter? They even said themselves that they were, just looking for a little bit of extra capital. But, even if it didn't get funded, that they'd be able to do this themselves. They're not hurting, I believe were the words that they used. And it is kind of weird. I know, being that I've done a lot of research and followed their projects, especially with Cyber Shadow. That was they backed. I can't remember who developed that game, but they backed that, and then they made sure that got published. And then with all their other projects, I've been following them closely, and there are a few things that do kind of drive me nuts that politics wise that they kind of supported, that I don't agree with. And I just hope that like the money is definitely going towards funding this and is being used solely on working on this project. Otherwise, I really don't have an issue with them kickstarting it. Obviously, this is the guys over there. I can put the politics aside. I always said that, like, when it comes down to it, I look at the the art, the medium that they're creating here, and I'm on board. I'm a huge Shovel Knight fan. I'm a huge I can't wait till Shovel Knight Dig comes out. I've definitely wanted to play Pocket Dungeon. I've loved seeing Shovel Knight kind of dip his toes in other games, and I got the amiibos, I got all that good stuff. So I definitely support these guys 100% when it comes to these projects and the games. I think they're wonderful developers. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to this. It blows my mind that they're almost to $1 million. It just blows my mind. And then you compare that to something like the Amico, and it speaks volumes, right? I pointed this out a couple weeks back, just because I know they're not the same thing, but when people will really tell you what they want, and I think the $930,000 that they've raised has absolutely shown that people are excited for this. I'm excited for this. It looks good. What do you guys think?
Yeah, it does look good. I did hear about the controversy, and I kind of thought it was a little silly since they are independent. So, I mean, hey, if they can get more money to support projects and people want it, and they're giving them stuff for the amount that they've invested, then I don't have an issue with it, right? Unless they aren't delivering like a who. So.
Yeah, that was my biggest issue. As long as this money's going towards the project and not funding other things that they had specifically on their website that things were political and I don't support, I thought that was kind of a misstep for them. It kind of rubbed me the wrong way. And the first thing I thought of when they started this Kickstarter was like, I just hope that this money is allocated towards maybe future projects, because $1 million is a lot for a game like this. And for what they look like they have done right now, $1 million is a lot, and is really all that million going to, finishing this game up and adding these modes. And I mean, obviously, this is with that $1 million, this is going to be a game that they support for a very long time, just like they did Shovel Knight. So as long as that money's allocated towards the game and not political stuff, I'm totally on board with Yacht Club Games, and I wish them the best. This is definitely a home run. Right out the gate, only 20 so odd days in, or 19 days in, whatever the full month they had, 30 days. But to get $1 million just blows my mind. It's incredible.
Yeah, from my understanding, I don't think that they can take this money and use it for anything else other than the game. I mean, obviously, they could reallocate money that they were going to put into the game previously and send
Right.
it other places. But I don't think that really matters. I don't think there's an issue, personally, for me, that they gone to Kickstarter. They're not a huge studio. Yeah, they probably could have funded it themselves, but if Kickstarter is there, if it's available, why not use it? I don't have a problem. Like you said, like Blinded said, as long as they're delivering what they promised. They said, hey, we're going to give you X, Y, and Z for your pledge. And as long as they give it out,
Right.
I don't think there's an issue there.
Right.
I mean,
I did want to one. Oh, go ahead, Tony.
I was going to say, even if Sony or Nintendo or Microsoft went on Kickstarter, personally, I would have no issue with it as long as they delivered on the things that they were promising in the Kickstarter campaign. I think people have this weird idea of what e-begging is. Anybody who should put their own money, and everyone should use their own money, and I don't think that's really always the case, right? Like if I have an idea, I might need support. I might need people to pitch in. And sure, I could throw all my money in at it, and then when it fails, I go poor and I'm living on the street. And I don't think that's an outcome anyone wants. So I think, if I could see if there's support out there and, get people to help me and also give back something for the help, I think that's, beneficial to everybody. Everybody gets what they want.
Right.
But maybe that's just
I agree with that. That's not the reason why it just comes down to a more political thing that I don't really want to mention on the stream. That I don't know if they still have running on their website, but that was my only kind of.
So I don't know what you're talking about, Gary.
I'll tell you later. I don't want to really point it out right now. They might have taken it. They might not be supporting this particular movement anymore. They were in the past. It was on their. I can't remember what page it was on, but it was on there, and it kind of rubbed me the wrong way. I really didn't like that they were kind of flaunting that. I understand what the cause, what their overall look at the cause was, but it was political and wasn't something that I supported. And it just kind of rubbed me the wrong way, because usually we look at like games and we kind of try to separate, the two. We try not to get too political in this stuff, and it kind of seems like a year ago that's kind of they were kind of flaunting that for a little bit. So like you said, I have no problem with it if they deliver everything that they promise. I'm totally okay with them going on Kickstarter. I think it's it's definitely a bonus, right? We're going to get more stuff now because they hit their stretch goal, and they crushed it. So obviously Mina's going to be a lot better because of the $1 million that they're most likely going to get here in the next 11 days, I think they're really going to cross that threshold. So, and the last thing I wanted to point out was that Jake Kaufman, amazing composer. He's been involved with, all the Shantae games. I believe all the Shantae games. Shovel Knight, a lot of other games that you might played, like Retro City Rampage. He's done a lot of work within the on the music side for games, for a lot of retro modernized games. So it's great having him back and hearing his tracks. So I'm definitely looking forward to it. It looks fantastic.
Yeah, I think it looks really good. Hopefully, I get my hands on it and I play it, and I will look into getting Shovel Knight and playing that. With that said, we were going to talk about the Nintendo eShop and stuff getting taken down. We're at 3 hours already. I think we'll push that over till tomorrow. We'll do like an actual video discussing that instead of live streaming about it.
Me and Carl might be able to take care of that.
Well, there you go. See,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Because we have one last game to play before we get to the big.
Oh
big
yeah,
news, big. So, if there's anybody in the chat that would like to join us for a round of Celebrity Butt Challenge, good, wholesome fun, act now. You don't need to be a YouTuber. You don't need to be a content creator of any kind. You could just be somebody who's a fan of the show, just wants to get in and guess some celebrity butt. So we'll give that a couple of minutes as we get everything. Yeah, wholesome fun. That is a great pun. Carl, are you excited for this? Are you still with us,
I think
Carl?
Carl fell asleep on us.
I think he said he was stepping away.
Damn it, Carl.
I'm awake. My mind was muted.
He's been talking for like the last 20 minutes and his mic was muted.
No, I haven't really said anything.
Look at that. We got a talking teacher. Doing... What's up, Atalki?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's going on?
Oh, I thought I'd jump in. I
Nico's
was
coming up after this segment
earlier, but yeah, the Amico part. Yeah, that's the main event. Everybody's thirsty for that, aren't they?
Yep.
Yeah, no, we're gonna get to the Amico in just a minute, but first, Celebrity Butt Challenge. The StreamYard link is there if you want to get in on the game. We'll give it a couple more minutes. Max Lenard says, "Is there a master list of 3DS things to buy from the eShop before it shuts down?" I don't know.
We'll go over that. We'll go over that tomorrow because I have a kind of an idea of the number of games that we'll be losing.
Lots.
We got Bomberny TV. What's up, Bomberny?
What's up? What's up, guys? How's it going?
Yeah, what's up?
Not much.
What's up?
Going fantastic. Why do all you British YouTubers sound alike? I never know who I'm listening to. I gotta look at the.
And they look.
Why
and they
do
look the
Americans
same.
sound alike?
And they look the same. What's up with that?
That's a good point.
They're like 3 or 4 guys who look like exactly like Gordon Ramsay in Britain.
Oh boy.
Tommy Miko wants you to know that your streams have been off the hook, Bomberny.
More to come
I
next
did
week.
catch. I caught that stream where you were going over the Amico Forever.
Yep.
And the ridiculousness of. We'll discuss it later, but we'll just say that the ridiculousness of 75 people playing the Amico all at once was a bit
In a bar.
in a bar. Let me adjust your mic here. It's a little low for my taste.
I don't know, 75
they all look
Britons,
like the Amico
75 Britons in a bar, not drinking. It just doesn't sound right.
All right, so we're gonna get to it. Let me. Oh shit! No, I got to put a new a banner. I fucking deleted the banner. What's going on here, guys?
Good job.
What were you doing, Carl? What were you doing?
I was applauding for you. Good job.
That sounded like
Was it a
someone else.
one-handed applaud?
No, but my phone, to be fair, is attached to this microscopically short charging cable, so bear with me.
Okay,
All right.
that's fair.
We have brought back the game that is super popular with the female demographic on this channel. Celebrity Butt Challenge has returned. Make sure you like, subscribe. Let Susan know that we are back so she can tune in. Gentlemen, we have nine butts today for a special Celebrity Butt Challenge. So I hope you guys have your thinking caps on so we can find out whose knowledge of celebrity posterior will reign superior. Joining us is a talkie teacher, the Ashen Knight, and Bomberny TV. So welcome the two new faces here on the show. Are we ready?
Thanks for having us.
To begin?
Yep.
We're going to go ahead. We're going to show you the first celebrity butt. Hopefully my screen is working because it doesn't look like it is. There you go. We're going to zoom in.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, I was muted. I said, yeah, I'm ready. I got my Lubriderms right here.
Oh my god.
So take a good long look at the first celebrity ass. Each celebrity ass or butt, if you will, has been put into a sort of category. This is CW butt. So we're gonna give you your choices are: is this Madeline Petch, Lily Reinhart, Camila Mendez, or Kernan Shipka? Carl, what's your guess?
Kernan Shipka.
All right, Kernan Shipka is the actress who plays Sabrina in the new Sabrina series. Gary, what is your guess?
I didn't realize we were doing it in a new format this week, huh? So, what did you say B was? Lily Mendez?
Lily Reinhart. She plays
Lily.
Betty?
Oh, I got two.
Veronica.
I got two of them mixed up. Who was the other one? Mendez. Didn't you say Mendez?
Camila Mendez.
Okay, that looks like a Mendez, but I'm going with Camila Mendez.
Blinded Braille.
I have no clue who these people are. Like, you're gonna have to tell me the characters.
Neither do I.
Because I'm not gonna recognize them by their names.
Don't feel bad.
Madeline Petch plays Cherry on what the hell's that show with Archie and all them?
Okay, yeah.
All in the Family.
Riverdale, yeah.
No.
He said CW, Carl.
You got him, Polax.
What the hell that show? It was on the tip of my tongue. You know, Archie, Jughead, all of them.
Yeah, we said Riverdale.
Riverdale, yeah, I didn't hear you. Sorry, Riverdale. So these are all.
Yeah, it's okay.
So you got Madeline Petch plays Cherry on Riverdale. Lily Reinhart, she plays the blonde. Was that Betty?
Betty, yeah.
Camila Mendez plays Veronica, and Kieran Shipka, as I said, plays Sabrina. So Blinded Braille, who is this?
I'm gonna go with Veronica.
I know. Did that whole spiel really help you out, Blinded?
I haven't really watched the show, but I can recognize their face based on the characters, but figure not so much.
Urkel?
Oh man.
Talking.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with that.
Whose celebrity butt is this?
I'll go with Camila Mendez.
So 3 Camila Mendez. Bomberny TV. Your answer, please.
I'm going to go with the Lily. Lily.
All right. Let's find out whose butt this is. Gentlemen, I'm very disappointed with you. This was Madeline Petch. Y'all know I have a thing for redheads, so I was going to include the redhead on the show. This next one should be a little bit easier. It is more familiar, a more known actress. This first one was for like the younger crowd, you know, people they might know, but this is for the older crowd. Someone you guys will definitely know. Go ahead and zoom in on that.
Oh, damn!
Oh my god!
I think I might know that cake.
That's a badonkadonk.
So give you a couple of seconds to take that in. And you gentlemen are going to let me know, is this A, Kourtney Kardashian, B, J-Lo, C, Iggy Azalea, or D, Coco?
You knew what Kardashian had to be one of the options, right?
All right.
I think I know who this is.
Well, Carl, you're up first.
Coco.
Ice-T's wife, Coco. All right, Gary, whose butt is this?
I'm gonna say it's a J-Lo booty.
Oh, with J-Lo. All right, Blinded Braille.
I was gonna say Coco, but you did say longtime viewers or older viewers. So I'm gonna say Iggy Azalea.
Iggy Azalea. When I said older, I meant like people who are
actually
my
old.
age. Whereas older
Oh,
people
your
that
age.
I
I
recognize.
thought you were. I thought this was a person that was already on the show because you do have the tendency of doing that.
I did a talkie teacher.
Could be.
Whose butt is this?
I guess I'll go with J-Lo, just based on what you were saying there.
And of course, Bomberny TV. Whose butt is this?
I'm gonna have to go J-Lo.
J-Lo. All right. So if you are a longtime viewer of the Celebrity Butt Challenge, you will know that both J-Lo and Iggy Azalea actually were on the show before. But this current butt that we're looking at here is in fact Iggy Azalea.
Oh. So I was right.
Blinded.
Blinded.
It was just too
correct.
obvious.
That was my first instinct. Was
He takes the lead. Older, that's Milton Berle's ass. All right. Next butt.
Is that Tom Holland?
It's probably skinny enough.
All right. Your choices for whose celebrity butt this is. Is this A, Emma Watson, B, Kristen Stewart, C, Jenna Malone, or D, Chloe Grace Moretz? Carl, whose butt is this?
I'm going to take one for the team and say Emma Watson.
We discussed this before, and I don't. Emma Watson has she's like all back, man. She has no derriere.
Yeah.
What were the other?
Emma Watson.
I don't really think
it was Emma Watson, Kristen Stewart,
I'm gonna have to,
and what was the third?
I'll give you the choices again. The choices are Emma Watson, Kristen Stewart, Jenna Malone, or Chloe Grace Moretz.
I don't know who those last two are. Kristen Stewart, I guess.
Grace Moretz was from Kick-Ass 1 and 2, for example.
Yeah.
She was Hit Girl.
All right, Blinded Braille, you're up.
I just want to say I don't think we've had Emma Watson on the show. We had Emma Stone, so those are two different actresses.
Yeah.
Yes, they are.
Yeah. So wait, am I tripping? What?
No, you're not tripping.
Yeah, we haven't had Emma.
You're just pointing out the obvious.
I.
Yeah, because I tend to get them mixed up.
No, what he's misconstruing what I said like a couple weeks ago. You tried to fool us with Emma. You had Emma Watson, or somebody said Emma Watson before. And Carl did. And I said that she just really doesn't have an ass. So that's a little booty right there, and Emma Watson don't have no booty at all. So
yeah. Okay, I misunderstood. Apologies.
Don't let him fool you, Blinded. You are in the lead. Don't let him try to get in your head. What is your answer?
I'm gonna go with Chloe because I think that's she's kind of skinny, I guess. So.
All right, the talking teacher. What is your answer?
I was gonna say her too, because I'm a big fan of her, so I'll go with her. Yeah.
And Bomberny TV.
Whoever was the actor for Hit Girl, I think it's that one.
Yeah, that's Chloe Grace Moretz. All right. Just for Gary's knowledge, Emma Watson actually got a bigger ass lately. If you noticed, she has been eating healthy, eating right.
Oh, jeez.
Eating their beans and cornbread.
Oh, it
Chloe
is her.
Grace Moretz.
Oh.
Yeah, she always had a nice backside. I always appreciated it.
She's got some stems on her. Some nice legs.
I thought that was like her. I've seen her legs enough times to realize. Oh yeah, that's so like her shape. Like that must be.
Nice form.
This next one is a singer. Is this A, Taylor Swift, B, Haley Williams,
Taylor Swift again,
C, Rihanna, or D, Gwen Stefani? Carl, you're up.
Looks pretty good. I'm gonna. Can you listen answers, please? I mean,
I'm not going to give you the answer.
Just tell me what the choices are, please.
The choices are A, Taylor Swift, B, Haley Williams, C, Rihanna, or D, Gwen Stefani.
I'm gonna say Rihanna. That looks like a Rihanna booty.
I don't know. It's like I don't know the other ones, but I'm getting like a country western type thing here with the belt and the pants here. I'm gonna go with Taylor Swift.
Blinded Braille.
Who is the middle choice? The second one.
The male.
Haley Williams.
Haley Williams.
I don't. Right, yeah.
Yeah, I think I'll go with her. Doesn't really look like Taylor Swift.
A talking teacher.
Oh, I'm gonna say Haley Williams because I'm actually a big fan of the band she was in before. That she's still kind of in, because that looks like one of the dude in the foreground looks like one of the Pharaoh twins, which was one of the guys from that band. So I'll go with her, Haley Williams.
Bomberny TV. Your answer, please.
I don't know. I'm stuck between Gwen and Taylor.
It kind of does look like an older like butt from the bottom, from the shit, the bottom. What do you call that portion where the butt needs to be lifted? You know, she's hitting her
Jesus
these days. She still looks
underside.
good.
They have like mom jeans or something like that, maybe. Is that what you're trying to say? I believe she has more than one kid, I think, but
the underside of her butt cheeks.
I'm gonna go with Gwen.
Yeah, that's all you had to say. Man was going full descriptive mode.
Makes this all worth it.
Or hemispheres.
All right, so the correct answer was Haley Williams.
Haley Williams, yeah. I knew I recognized that guy.
Yeah.
That's one of the guys from her ex-band members now because they left. But yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, Haley Williams.
A little known fact about Haley Williams.
Some squats.
She accidentally tweeted out child pornography to all of her friends.
Oof.
Yeah, she sent out a picture of her own several years ago at this point.
Yeah. She was underage.
Yeah,
she
I
tweeted
remember
out
that.
a picture of her.
I think she was 17 at the time. It was like 2009 or something like that.
Of herself?
Yeah, of
Yes.
herself. It's
okay.
out there. Yeah.
And she was close to her age. She was probably turning.
And you
18
can
now.
tell it's her because it's like literally her entire face and her. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. Well, you make mistakes when you're young.
Yeah.
That you do. Moving on.
Whoa.
Whoa.
All right, gentlemen.
They're nice.
Those look like
sitcom
mouse
butt.
pads.
Sitcom butt. So your choices are Jennifer Aniston, Kaylee Cuoco, Sophia Bush, or Jamie Presley. Carl, your answer, please.
What's the first one?
Jennifer Aniston.
Jennifer Aniston. I've always been a Jennifer. I could be wrong, but I've just been. Yeah, she's my choice.
Gary, what's your answer?
I can't say Jennifer Aniston. Jennifer Aniston's got a nice butt, but her butt's not that round. I'm gonna go with Kaylee Cuoco.
Blinded Braille, your answer, please.
Who are the last two?
Actually, it's probably
The
Sophia
last two are
Bush.
Sophia Bush and Jamie Presley.
Who's Sophia Bush? Like, I have to get a visual.
She was in the what was the one with Sean Bean? That movie, I love that movie. The Hitchhiker, or not the Hitchhiker, the
Hitcher.
The Hitcher.
The remake,
yeah,
really bad remake of the Hitcher.
Oh, okay.
I love that movie.
The original one's awesome, but the remake is shit anyway.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with her.
I love Sean Bean too, man. By the way, just to let that be known.
I love the
I
part
like
where they
Michael
play
Bean,
Nine Inch Nails.
But teacher.
You know what? I think I'll go with Sophia Bush on this one.
And Bob from Bomberny TV. Who is it?
Jamie Presley.
Whoa.
A little jiggle effect for
Oh man.
You said Jamie Presley. All right. Gentlemen, you'll be glad to know that this was in fact Kaylee Cuoco.
Yeah.
Oh.
Blinded Braille is still in the lead with 3 points. Carl has a big goose egg. Gary has 1.
Yep.
The has 2, and Bomberny TV has 1.
Back in the game.
The universe.
Number 6.
The universe is in balance, guys. The universe is in balance.
Right. Is this Selena Gomez, Laura Prepron, Hilary Duff, or Kat Dennings? Carl, what is the answer?
The first one.
Gomez.
Selena Gomez?
Yeah.
Gary, your answer, please.
Well, Tony, we both know this ain't no Hillary Duff ass. I'm gonna go with Selena Gomez.
Blinded Braille.
I think this is Kat Dennings. She kind of looks like her. Just.
I feel like Kat Dennings is a little bit wider than that.
Can you see? Can you see a little
more from the
reflection
top.
in the car?
Oh yeah, from the top. Yeah, she's got like.
Mr. Talkie Teacher.
Hey, you know what? I guess I'll go with Kat Dennings because he convinced me with that last team.
And of course, Bomberny TV. Whose butt is this?
I'm gonna hope for Kat Dennings as well. Yeah.
Jake Gyllenhaal.
Zach Mild says, "Why is this a thing? It is a thing because the female demographic on the channel really appreciates this segment. They love it. 100% watching it. And gentlemen, very disappointed in you
No,
because this was Hillary Duff.
Hillary Duff.
that angle was misleading.
I actually got a funny story about the butt challenge. I was on a different podcast and I was trying to just, they gave me a chance to promote stuff at the end of the show. And I said, "Oh yeah, there's another show I go on sometimes called The Geek Getaway," and the guy went to Tony's Twitter account. And he's like, "Oh, content warning. I guess he saw something he didn't like."
Oh no!
But I was talking like the butt challenge. Oh, I think unfortunately we that got banned because YouTube didn't like it. But I guess it's banned.
Wait, what? Hold on. What's?
I was on a different podcast, and I was just they gave everybody a chance to promote their stuff at the end of the show. So I said, "Oh yeah, there's another podcast I'm on now. I go on something called The Geek Getaway, just to help promote the show a little bit, be nice and all that." And then the guy's like, "Oh, I was checking. I guess he found Tony's Twitter account. He's like, something he didn't like. I didn't see what it was. He's like, oh, content warning." So he's like, I thought it was this. I'm like, oh yeah, it's for the butt challenge. That YouTube didn't like that, so it's kind of done now. I thought but I guess it came back. So
wait, Tony,
what?
Did I put my foot in my mouth?
I don't know. Did you?
Who is that on screen?
That's Hillary Duff.
That is a deceptive picture.
Yeah, I know. That's what I said. That angle was terrible.
Of a flat ass, didn't you, or something like that, right?
Yeah,
it's a deceptive. He got us with that one. He knew he was going to get us with that one. That's why he didn't comment when I said we both know this. That it was not Hillary Duff. You son of a bitch.
I can't comment on any of your talk. I got to let you guys just talk amongst yourselves. Can't give it away.
He had a smile on his face. You know
I did the whole time.
Okay, my guess is Jennifer Aniston on this one.
Okay, so this next butt, does it belong to Beth Bears, Alyssa Milano, Jodie Sweetin, or Anna Sophia Robb?
Damn.
Carl.
Jodie Sweetin.
Oh, Jodie Sweetin, I guess.
A full house ass, huh?
Yeah, full house. Go ahead, Gary. What's your guess? I could put you down for Jennifer Aniston since you said that. That's an E.
You should deduct 3 points from him.
What was the first one?
The four choices are Beth Bears, who was on Two Broke Girls, Alyssa Milano, Who's the Boss, Jodie Sweetin, Full House, and Anna Sophia Robb, who was in the hell is that show? Sex and the City spinoff, Carrie Diaries.
Yeah, I know who that is. Beth Bears is the blonde, right? Not the
right.
Oh yeah, because there's no way that's the other chick. I'm gonna go with Beth Bears.
Blinded Braille.
I'm gonna agree with the chat. It's Hugh Jackman. No, I'm joking. I think it is Alyssa Milano. Kinda. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with her. Milano. Yeah. What happened?
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you, Carl. Talkie teacher, you there?
Yeah. I'll go with A, the girl from Two Broke Girls.
All right, Bomberny TV. You need one. When you haven't got one, you only got one.
One's good enough. I'll go with Alyssa Milano.
All right, let's take a look and see whose butt this belongs to. It was Anna Sophia Robb.
I know it wasn't Melissa Milano. It's just
too supple.
All right, going into the final.
She doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't show herself that much anymore. I don't think. But.
No, she's too old.
She doesn't look that old.
She's too big time now. Her husband run one of the biggest talent agencies in Hollywood right now. So
yeah.
All right, going into the last, but we have Carl at 0, Gary and Bomberny TV tied at 1, a talkie teacher at 2, and blinded braille at 3. Fortunately
This is
for
for the
us,
win,
this
right?
next one is worth 5 points. 5 points.
Yeah.
Anybody's game. Just like every other game show, the beginning has no bearing on who actually wins because we're just going to put a whole bunch of points at the end.
I think the leader has to go first. I think who's in the lead has to go first. So I can pick the opposite.
Actually, you know what? I'm wrong. There's actually 2 more left. It's not just
Damn.
one. It's 2.
Deal.
So that was my bad. Anyway, Carl, is this Jessica Alba, Demi Lovato, Mila Kunis, or Olivia Wilde?
Jessica Alba.
Nope, I know who this is.
Gary, whose butt is this?
I'm going to go with Olivia Wilde. It's probably Mila Kunis, though.
You there, blinded?
I didn't hear anything.
I think Olivia Wilde has a tramp stamp, doesn't she?
I'll give you the list again. The choices are A, Jessica Alba, B, Demi Lovato, C, Mila Kunis, or D, Olivia Wilde.
I feel like it is Mila Kunis just because the person does look like they have like a slight tan.
Look at
And
that.
Olivia Wilde.
Yeah. I think the skin tone is too light for Olivia Wilde.
Yeah. And who's the top person?
The 4 choices are
Jessica Alba, right? Okay, Jessica Alba. That could be Jessica Alba. I can't really tell. I haven't seen what she looks like recently.
She was just in a Nintendo commercial.
Yeah,
she was.
Oh, she was? I didn't even know that. Okay.
The dance game.
Damn. I think I'm going to go with Mila Kunis. Yeah.
All right. A talkie teacher. Whose butt is this?
I think I'll go Jessica Alba.
And Bomberny TV.
I'm going with Mila Kunis because she's hot.
Well, that's a good reason to go. And in a shock, Carl got one correct. This was just
shit.
Congratulations, Carl.
Yay, me too.
And a talkie teacher. So we have a
The
3-way
last question's
tie.
5 points, right?
No, this next one is worth 5 points. I mean,
Okay.
Jump the gun. This is our last butt of the evening. Does this belong to A, Allie Larder, B, Minka Kelly, C, Natalie Portman, or D, Keira Knightley? Carl, if you get this correct, you will win the game. Whose butt is this?
Keira Knightley.
Gary, whose butt is this?
I'm going to go with... Damn it, Carl. I'm going to have to go with Allie Larder after that guess. I think it's
Blinded
Keira Knightley,
Rare.
though.
Need to like enhance. Hold on.
That was enhanced.
The side profile is kind of like not helping much.
Yeah,
but-
yeah. The side profile makes it misleading, which makes me believe it's Natalie Portman. But
Oh, yeah, that's a good guess.
I think I'm gonna go with her just to see.
And now the Mila Kunis and Natalie Portman scene is runs through my mind from Dark Swan. Anyway, or Black Swan. Sorry.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Plus, check the height against the car, too. She's shorter.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll go with Natalie Portman.
All right, and Bomberny TV, give us the correct answer.
Can I just have the names again quickly, please?
Names are Allie Larder, Minka Kelly, Natalie Portman, or Keira Knightley.
Minka Kelly.
And in a stunning upset, as the last question was worth 5 points, winning the game. Bomberny TV, because that is Minka
No
Kelly.
way!
Congratulations.
Yes! Woo! Hell yeah.
Jesus.
And for him, a lifetime supply of condoms.
Oh my god.
Congratulations to Bomberny TV. Your knowledge of celebrity posterior has reigned superior, and you know what is below a celebrity's back to take you to the head of the pack. Thank you once again for joining us on this Celebrity Butt Challenge. We will be doing this every week until we get banned from YouTube. Thank you, and good night.
Good night.
It should have been Ron Perlman.
As Hellboy.
All right,
Yep.
gentlemen. We are at that time. We're going to go ahead and get into the Amico talk. I
I'll
don't
get
know if
spicy.
Bomberny TV and a talking teacher want to stick around for that, but
Oh,
They
yeah, if
can.
you want us to, sure. Okay, yeah, definitely.
Hell yeah.
I wish I could do Justin Roberts' voice. This is your main.
yeah, this is your main event. Before we get to that, Zach says, is he the only one who gives 0 fucks about this? I mean, if I am, that's cool. Just wondering. We just do this. We like to break things up, have a little fun on the show. We can't just be talking straight discussion on boring things for 6-7 hours like we always do.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the Amico is going to be dead here soon. So this channel is focusing on well-rounded content.
Yeah,
That's probably for the best.
Yeah, we do need a backup, so that's why we're doing this stuff. I mean, I did end up with 5 points, so
Carl got close. All right, it is main event time. I need the "Are you ready? Are you ready?"
Yeah, we need Michael Buffer.
Ready? Let's get ready to grumble.
For the thousands in attendance and the millions across the world.
Who's that?
And the millions.
Watching around the
Who's the
world.
referee? We need the "Let's get it on." Let's get it on.
Oh, the MXC.
Let's get it on.
Big
Are you
Joe.
ready, folks?
Oh, Big John.
From the 4 corners of the earth.
One time, like, share. Carl, I would like you to like, share, subscribe to the channel because we're going to be discussing Intellivision Amico news. This is the moment everyone has been waiting for. They waited 3.5 hours for us to get to this, and believe me, it was well worth the wait. Now, I don't know if you gentlemen are aware, if you've been living under a rock, but the Intellivision Amico is on a little platform called Start Engine, where they're trying to crowdfund some investments. Have you heard about this?
You don't say.
Crowdfunding, never.
Yeah, I know. I'm shocked.
But they're not supposed to do crowdfunding.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah, Tony, I've been perched on a rock with my popcorn for a week, and the beautiful disaster is just that. You can't look away. I've been glued to Start Engine, and the comment section. I said this on Tommy Uyumiko's show yesterday. I joined for a little bit, for about a half hour, and I had to bring it up. I can't look away. I don't know about the rest of you guys, but this past week has been, how they've handled this is just horrid. Is the best word I could use for it. This is the Resident Evil I wish I watched yesterday.
Oh.
So, they have been crowdfunding for, I think, 5 days.
2 weeks.
Is it now?
No,
2 weeks?
no,
Is it that long?
5 weeks.
It's about 10. I think they're in the 10th or 11th day.
I was gonna say I didn't think it was 5 weeks. That was more like 2.
Yeah,
it's almost 2 weeks.
Almost 2 weeks, not quite 2 weeks. Right?
I sense
Not
a
Gary.
timing.
I just want to say,
Gary.
What's that?
Go on. I was saying, now, Gary, you know my favorite show in the world is Disasters of the Century. So
these investment crowdfunding sites, they have like the most hilarious names, like Fig or Start Engine or or Republic or whatever.
So we're gonna go ahead and take a look at the Start Engine campaign. Let's see how they're doing. Let's investigate a little bit, because I hear there's some spicy comments.
So, they're still stuck at 59,000 here. The other day they had lost an investor. I'm not exactly sure what happened there, but since then it looks like they've gained another 3 investors, unless somehow that investor didn't get his money back and they contained that. I'm not sure what was going on there, but it does look like they've gained a couple investors in last couple of days.
Yeah, they went. They had 52 investors. They dropped down to 51. Went back up to 52. Earlier in the campaign, they also lost an investor, but then it came back. I don't know if that's due to the platform. Maybe someone had to resubmit some forms or something. But they are just shy of 60,000. 10,000 was the minimum, so they can take the money. They've hit the minimum. The maximum is 5 million, which is what they want and what they expect to get on here. I don't
just
think
real
they're
quick,
get it. Gentlemen.
Real quick, Tony. What's $59,000 of 5 million? Is that like 1%?
No.
Let's do the math. I
got my
Isn't it about
calculator out. So hold on.
Roughly 1%, I would have thought. I think.
Yeah, it's a little over 1% at this point.
The most hilarious number of all the numbers on the screen now is that 30 million.1 number, where they think that company's worth that much money. That's the most hilarious number there. It's the most comedic value of them all.
Well, if we're going by directed paychecks, and yeah, it probably is at that value.
You know what we all think that it's valued at.
Yeah. The $30 million valuation is because they value the IPs, the trademarks, and the patent pending patents and all that stuff. They did say in the offering that the valuation is just basically made up, that it's not necessarily going to be worth 30 million, that it could be overvalued or undervalued, probably overvalued. Before
it's just their opinion. That's why I find it so funny.
Real quick, I want to go around and ask everybody, what do you think? Yeah, I want to ask, what do you think is going to be the final number when they close the campaign? What do you think they're going to hit? Carl, what number do you think they're hitting?
$10,000.
They're already at 59,000. Carl, you think they're going to drop down?
In
I think they're
1960s
going
money.
to go back down. Yes, I think they're going to go backwards. Yes, I do.
Well, I don't think they can go backwards at this point. I think they're pretty locked into that number.
Then the minimum number then.
Well, you could just say they're going to end at $59,553.
Okay, yeah, that'll work.
Gary, what do you think they're going to go?
This is tough because I said weeks ago when this started that they weren't going to hit $100,000, and I'm pretty confident that they're not going to get close to the 100,000. I'm kind of with Carl on this, where I think they could stay at this number, because they pretty much stayed at that 58,000 for days. They were pretty, they were at 51, 52 investors for a few days. Will anybody pour any more money into this with the comment section the way it is? Oh, it's tough, because I think they're going to rope in a few more people but I don't ultimately see them going over 70,000. I think, to be fair, it might be around like $62,000. I think that's what it'll end up at.
Gary, thank you for that very short answer. It was excellent. A talkie teacher, what
Sure,
number do you think they're going to hit when they close it?
Just one question quickly. How much more time do they have for this to run?
They have unlimited time. It runs until they
Okay. Also, like 65,000 because I might get some more investors possibly.
Blinded Braille, what do you think?
I'm really hoping that they end off with a 69 here. I think that would be hilarious.
I didn't want to be
So
that
let's
crazy.
go with that. 69.
The sex number.
And Bomberny TV, what do you think they're going to hit?
I think there's going to be a few more investors trickle through. I think there's going to be at least another 15, maybe 20 investors come through. So I think it could go up to like at most 80K, but I don't think it's going much beyond that.
No. Since we are playing Price is Right rules, I will go $80,001.
see the problem is like he said, there's no cutoff here, and this really is kind of like here's the thing I'm thinking. It's like by the end of the month there is no cutoff, but obviously we're getting information at the end of the month or the beginning of March, and if they obviously call quits on this, they're obviously going to have to cut it, right? I mean, they can't keep crowdfunding for a system that they've gone and announced is dead. So I think it's fair. Nothing's sure with the Amico, obviously.
I guess there's so many Neil Patel suckers out there, and those other services. But.
So this kind of reminds me of a disaster that took place in Boston. It's called the molasses flood.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
I know that.
And for those who don't know, basically, well, thankfully, I'm informed about it. This was about during somewhere around, I think,
really early 20th century.
Yes, early 20th century. And
there's a great channel called Fascinating Horror that covered it a while ago. I think it was like 1912 or 13, something like that, really early on. Yeah.
So basically, what happened is this tank full of molasses used for alcohol exploded and flooded the whole city with molasses. And very early 20th century.
It was actually very devastating. A lot of people died in that.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Jeez.
Pretty much.
As will the Amico.
Could you imagine dying from molasses?
Yeah.
Way to go.
Like you're in
Could you imagine?
And you're just like, what happened to you? I was murdered. What happened to you? I fought in the war. What about you? Fucking molasses.
Pretty much, yeah.
Absurd nature of life.
Would you rather die, Carl? Would you rather die from molasses or play the Amico?
Man.
No.
I think you get more street rep if you died from molasses.
I mean,
I'm
honestly,
not sure if you guys noticed, but today is Amico After Dark Day, but there's no Amico After Dark tonight.
Really?
Isn't that like 2 weeks in a row?
I mean, it kind of feels like the consultants, the quote unquote consultants, are being kind of held back, and at least that's what it feels like to me.
And you know what, guys? We can say whatever we want, and they can't say a damn thing online because they are being controlled and held back.
Well, we need the update button. Update. The Retro Bro, who, again, I'm cool with Retro Bro. Me and John are cool. But he did remove all of the number one source for Amico news from his his
socials,
Twitter bio.
Oh, you're cutting out there, Tony.
Yeah, I didn't hear.
Sorry about that. What I said was Retro Bro removed his number one Amico source from his Twitter bio. He's no longer the number one source for Amico news.
Gee, I wonder why.
And this all kind of comes down to I said on Tommy's stream last night that it really at this point, with the damage control kind of going on in the comment section with Nick Richards, it really feels like something like legally might be like afoot here. It's just it's getting to a point where it's so odd. You have Nick Richards can't even really cover anybody's comments down below. He addressed someone about 6 days ago. He addressed one comment, and that person had written 23 comments, and Nick said he'd get back to him. In the meantime, Nick has not gotten back to this person, has been addressing nothing but troll comments and trying to do damage control with the whole DJC thing, with the with Jeff's admittance that Tommy told him to post a comment to kind of fluff up Start Engine, the crowdfunding there. So it really seems like the damage control is in full force right now, and it's not a good look.
Yeah, and as you can see on the screen here, this is Retro Bro's Twitter. As you can verify that he did remove the Amico stuff. And his last tweet says, while you're still worrying about the Amico, I'm trying to process if my mind and body can handle John Kreese being a good guy. So Retro Bro is moving on from the Amico. He wants to talk about Karate Kid, which is Cobra Kai is a great series. If you haven't watched it, I highly recommend it.
Like I said before,
he was on AEW the other night on Dynamite. John Kreese, the guy that plays John Kreese. I mean, that is.
By the way, that kid could have solved a whole lot of problems if he had just used a Glock on them.
Carl.
I'm going to say no, Carl. I'm going to go with. But that wasn't the only thing that happened in Amico Land. As we know, on this very show, Saggy Melons did admit to having a 2-hour call with the executives of the Intellivision company to kind of go over the SEC documents and damage control. As Nick Richards explained, we're going to get to the comments. Nick Richards said in the comment section of Start Engine that it was to prepare the YouTubers in order to combat the quote-unquote haters who would attack them over the SEC filings. So, gentlemen, how do you feel about a company having Google Hangouts or Zoom calls or whatever it is that they were, Skype calls, whatever it is, basically having crisis meetings with YouTubers on how to deal with public reaction and basically giving people talking points?
Well, my first question is when you call them quote unquote consultants, do you usually have to pay for a consultant's work?
Yes.
Not always.
I mean, usually it's standard, but okay, be that
Free
as it may.
consultation. Haven't you seen the commercials, Gary? Come on in for a free consultation.
Right. But be that as it may, what kind of consultant work? What kind of work are you going to get from a YouTuber who has less than 1,000 subscribers, or less than like 5,000. Okay, the point is these are not guys that know what to probably do in the position. They're not like of caliber of a 100,000 subscriber channel. So what good would come from having these guys consult and give you their assessment on what the haters are going to criticize you about? Other words, I think that a lot of this is just smoke and mirrors. A lot of what I'm reading in the comment section from Nick just seems disingenuous. Now, I'm not going to say that it's not the case. I don't know that. That's my opinion, that this all seems like it's just a bunch of bullshit.
Well, I mean, the reality is that the thing is, they don't understand that we don't matter. We're small fries. The guys they really need to worry about are the big fish, what they're going to say about it. And that's the truth.
And that's the thing. There's only been one person who has a platform that's talked about it, and that's Rich.
Nope, you're wrong.
And
you're wrong.
Rich is still kind of small if you think about it.
You're forgetting
like 1 million
about
subs.
I don't think he has it yet, but
okay.
Yeah, I mean he's got the
Rich
subs,
have a
but
million.
his
Carl, get it out, spit it out, Carl.
You're forgetting about the Metal Jesus crew, like Red Oak Reggie's. They're pretty big, and these guys have plainly. I mean, Red Oak Reggie at least,
but they don't
has
talk about it
expressed-
though.
They did in a comment.
I mean, that's not like Rich has actually gone on record. He's been doing streams as of late. He's been very vocal about what's going on, and a lot of it is to the pro Amico side's like credit. He has been kind of he's being a little bit more honest, but this is definitely like a vendetta thing. So the same thing that happened with Sam and Ars Technica. This is like you opened your mouth, you criticized us for giving us our opinions, and now I'm going to clap back at you with the facts, especially when more keep coming out that your company looks like it's just drowning. Rich is the biggest voice.
He's the biggest voice, but he's admitted it himself. If you go and look, every time he talks about the Amico, it has a lower view count.
Yeah,
like
because
no one really
cares. Nobody cares about the console.
And most people, every time he streams, right? Because I watch his streams, he does have a fair amount of people in there. But when he is not talking about Amico, it goes way beyond the amount of viewers that he would normally have when talking about the Amico.
Right. So it all boils down to, what is Nick Richards talking about when they're trying to assess what the haters are like? What is our criticism actually doing, since we're all small, very like microscopic YouTubers? Like, what is that? Like, I don't see what DJC, Retro Bro, Saggy Melons, what they're going to bring to the table for them to turn this project around. So to me, when Nick's in the comment section answering these questions, disregarding legitimate investor questions, it seems like a bunch of bullshit and smoke and mirrors. That's my take on it.
Is that because they're literally just? Is it because they're literally just nickel and diming this project, and like every single person they can convince to put any kind of money in, they're happy for?
Well, Tony's hit this nail on the head. Like there was an interview that was taken down with Hans, and as far as I'm concerned, that was aware of, that this guy didn't have any subscribers or very little subscribers, and they were wondering why Hans did an interview with this guy. But Tony's been on the I think he's been on the right track this entire time. He said that they were doing this just purely so they could show these little videos off to potential investors and other people, and keep the wool pulled over everybody's eyes.
Yeah,
gentlemen.
Two things.
I
Two things, real quick. That particular interview was done on Twitch. He has more Twitch subscribers than he does YouTube subscribers.
Okay, it was just posted to his YouTube account.
Yeah.
Okay.
Two,
makes more sense.
Pigsy, Ren of Heavens is back. You got something to say? Go ahead, Ren.
Yeah. Okay, so I was talking to this pro Amico YouTuber, well, this morning for me, probably late night for you. I've got a few quotes here. I won't say this person or anything, but I was talking away, and this is something I got. This is what this person is saying to me. Everyone keeps messaging me about legal action, about the Amico. LOL, I'm fine, and the rest of us would be. If any YouTuber would be investigated and could get in trouble, would most likely be the ones that were also investors. And I agree, no, wrong. You can get in trouble. And then let me keep going here. I'm just trying to get some talking points. I questioned this person about the $150 million credit line or whatever Tommy was on about. Couldn't say anything about it.
Real quick, Ren.
Yeah.
Real quick. I just by the first answer you gave, I know who you're talking about, and that person really shouldn't. You shouldn't really. Saggy doesn't really know that much.
Wait on, give me a sec. And this person claims there was no crisis meeting at all. No Google meeting. Give me a moment.
Hey, what's up, NSG?
Hey, how's it going?
Yo, what up?
Yeah, so if this person is saying there was no crisis Google meeting, that's I don't know what you can believe about that person after Segi went off about that meeting.
Yeah, and like I constantly questioned about that, and Smash was Tommy's friend, things like that, and I said, well, Smash and Creep have both come out now, and it's like, oh, but none of us had anything to do with it. Like, how far is a piece of string before it's like you're caught with your pants down, just suck it up, and just, you know what I mean? Like, at this point, the Kool-Aid's in the stomach at Tommytown. They're laying on the ground dying, yet they still refuse to say, you know what, the whole thing was a sham, you know? It's like, they're like moles that pop their head out of the ground. They got something to say, then they get donked on the head and then they vanish again. And then they'll pop back up and they'll have something else to say.
I mean, they clearly don't want legal action taken. They don't want to have to go through the headache of that. I could totally understand why they don't want to admit to anything. But correct me if I'm wrong, Tony. The tweet that Saggy shared with us, and what is this the same thing that Nick was talking about? Now, I know there was a couple dates thrown around, and the date on that tweet was January 25th. Correct me if I'm wrong. Was this, it was said that from, I believe, John and Nick, that nothing was talked about or shared until like the night before, which was what, February 6th? I mean, these dates don't line up, or maybe I have it wrong. I'm not exactly sure if I'm following that correctly.
Well, so we will get to those comments real quick. Saggy shared a tweet. She made a tweet that said January 25th, they had a quote-unquote Tommy Talk, was the name of the Google group, I guess, in which they were given a 2-hour walkthrough of the SEC documents. Now, Nick Richards, in an attempt to obfuscate, basically he tried to hide the truth. He tried to cover it up. He tried to make it hide behind some smoke, because he said that Smash had a conversation with Tommy, and he was like a couple of days before, but those were not what people were talking about. If Tommy called Smash the day before it went public and they didn't talk about the SEC documents, that's irrelevant to the discussion. The discussion is about the January 25th Google call between executives at Intellivision and YouTubers, some of which are investors, some of which are not. And that was the quote-unquote crisis meeting. Now, they might not have called it a crisis meeting. They might have called it something else, just a hangout, just a talk, a discussion. But that's what it was. We know what it was.
Yep.
Nick Richards admitted that they walked them through this document in order to combat the haters who would invariably discuss the document as we did. And Atari Creep basically admitted that this has been going on throughout this whole Amico process. Whenever something was going to come up, they'd have a discussion beforehand and be like, hey, Pat's probably going to say this, or Tony's going to say that, or, these guys are going to say this negative thing, and here's how you counter it. Here's the answer to that question that's invariably going to come up.
That is so deceptive. And this is for families and they got to hold meetings like this and stuff. I do not get it. And the thing I questioned Saggy on about the whole thing was, you're so dedicated to this product, right? You want to be here. You're defending Tommy to the last second. The haters have their pre-orders in. Why do you not have a pre-order in? Why are you so invested if you haven't even pre-ordered or you're not even interested in buying it? Why are you still here? And her defense is, I never pre-order anything, and that's my stance. Well, I'm sure you could go out on your limb for your good mate Tommy and at least put a little pre-order in to support it. That tells me she's getting something behind the doors. That's the behavior. No one hangs in just to be a friend like that. There has to be something, Tommy might not be paying them, but giving out Amico hats, Amico cups, Amico shirts, shouting them dinners, probably paying for their plane tickets. I guarantee all that money comes from the investors.
It was a ride in his Ferrari. That's what she got.
And pizza.
And pizza.
I mean, I'm gonna say something that's just
to me.
I'm just gonna say something that's a personal opinion, and in no way is connected. But I do think it's funny at this point. If you do go and look at someone like DJC's video, he's been covering a lot of he's been getting a lot of Intellivision plug-in plays and Intellivision goodies as of late.
Yep. Yeah. These people think we are all stupid. They are paid. If it's not cash, I even said digital currency. You could be getting that. Just the investor money passes into Tommy's pocket, passes from Tommy to use. Oh, we're not paid. Could be getting paid in
Say
Bitcoin.
did say that she has some crypto in the past, right?
Yep.
I remember that. Yeah. So maybe
I don't have evidence, but any idiot can put 2 and 2 together and go, yep. Look at DJC. He's got a new Intellivision shirt on every day. That's money from investors' pockets into Tommy's. Oh, it's promotional products. Here, have a wardrobe of a television. Just keep talking positive about it.
I mean, and the thing is if they weren't so tight in this group, and things have been exposed, and the whole point was that it was, we've always gotten John to say and guys like Nick, Geeks with Cash, and them to say look, I'm a consumer first, and I'm not really, Tommy doesn't tell us everything. Did they ever once tell us before all this was revealed that they were consulting and conspiring to kind of shut us down? Was that ever discussed beforehand? So why am I going to believe anything that this company says, or anything that people who are in tight with this company, why should give me a reason why I should believe anything that you say?
Yeah, you have a hard time believing anything these guys say. I wanted to point out, go ahead. Did you have something?
Real quick, Master System Marcel has joined us, and Generation X Gamer says, Saggy not getting anything, bros. She's loyal to a fault, in my opinion. The other guys, that's another story. Well, I will say this. Saggy might not be getting anything monetarily, but she's getting attention. Okay?
Yes.
Yep.
She's still
payment.
Getting that.
I was just going to say what Catboy Cammy said. I did hear that Tommy's been doing super chats to some of these people.
Yep.
Yes, they have. Yeah, he has.
Yep.
But I will say that a lot of these YouTubers, think about it. You have a small YouTube channel. You're into gaming. A guy who you've heard of before in the gaming industry wants to be your friend, wants to come on your show, wants to promote it on Twitter and social media, put it in their investment campaigns. We've seen some of these videos. That is a big incentive for a lot of them. Yeah. They don't have to be paid. And some of these people, what I've heard when I've talked to many people is Tommy is charming. And when he's in person, so these people are willing to bend over backwards. They'll buy the shirts without having to be asked. They'll do that stuff because he's their friend. And so you can't underestimate the power of friendship when it comes to some of these people and the influence they get it. But I wanted to say that it's interesting that that meeting that Segi promoted happened on the 25th, which means that they had about a 2-week head start before the February 7th family trailer
Right.
dropped, which was the
Right.
investment. Like they had 2
Yep.
weeks in advance knowledge of all this stuff. And still, I don't think they were expecting the just all the people saying, wait, I see a lot of stuff in this. That 2-hour meeting did not prepare them for what was about to come.
Well, they've been,
That's
they've
it.
always been 3 steps behind.
That's it. Everyone that is involved in the Amico, that is a pro Amico YouTuber, all have something to gain. They're in it for themselves. You know, whether it's views or getting a friendship from Tommy. There's nothing in this that any of them are there. Oh, we're here for the families. You know, we're here to promote. No, they're there to promote themselves, to try and get big. That's just how it is. Like,
We got a little bit of echo
as you can
going on.
tell, might be someone.
I think it's Braille.
Yeah, but it's, you know, everyone has something to gain, and I am like the last few days, like I had a run in with Sagi. I explained that on Tommy or Miko's live chat last night, but I'm like super just like pissed at the moment just because as the whole thing has unfolded, it's just shown no one gives a shit about the consumers, the investors, or anyone. They're just there for themselves, and yeah,
the wrongdoings here really come down to there's kind of too many people who are fumbling over all of this. I think, like, when you look at someone like Retro Bro's willing to kind of be in the middle, even though he's on that pro Amico side. But then when you look at someone like SNEStastic Pete's videos, I mean, when you watch his, like, him reviewing or kind of sitting there with you watching the videos or the deep dives, like, I mean, if you took a shot every time this guy said he loves the way that this company's handling this or that, I mean, you'd be dead from alcohol poisoning. It's just, it's going from one extreme to another. You have a few guys that are willing, that seem to be willing to kind of be in the middle on it. But then you got guys that are so far, like, I just don't think they're all on the same page. And it's so off-putting to me.
Can I just say something, please? As a rule, nobody should ever invest in new console technologies. Never, ever. Nothing good ever comes from it. You're gambling at that point.
I mean, I can't see. Here's the thing, Carl. I can't say that in the future that, you know, a group of guys really, you know, have the best, you know, idea in mind and they want to go forward with it. And I don't think that, like, you should always shun off that kind of ideas, but definitely when it comes to this revival of like, this is just a mess. I mean, it's been a mess with, you know, the VGS and you know, the Atari. I mean,
so many CD.
Right. You just gotta, like, if you gotta use your best discretion, right? I mean, in the future, who knows? There could be a, you know, a startup and a group of guys willing to want to bring a great idea to the market. But it's stuff like this that just muddies the water, right? And it's awful.
That's not the reason. The reason is that companies, the new tech companies, are always trying to survive until they balance everything out. So by that time, their stock becomes almost pointless.
Well, it's a gamble, obviously. I mean, like, clearly there's always going to be that gamble and, you know, on the investment side of it. But what they have done, and it's not so much that this was, you know, a gamble or an investment, it's how the company has handled this at the end of the day, and they've done such a poor job. You just don't, this is why the bigger companies keep their mouths shut. This is why, like, look at Panic. Panic has done a good job. Panic has not hit what I believe is the early beginning of the year. I think we're almost at February. We still don't know what's going on with the initial, you know, 20,000 units of the Playdate coming out. I'm not worried that we're getting scammed or anything. It kind of sucks that, like, it's a lot further away than I kind of initially thought, but they've handled themselves brilliantly, and you don't see people attacking Panic because of the battery shortage. Sure, there were a few groups of people who got a little upset that it got pushed back, but at the end of the day, you don't see a lot of like over promising and under delivering with this company.
Hey,
The
I'll
same
just put
can't be
this out
said with
there too.
Intellivision.
I'll just put this out there
real
too quickly before anyone continues. Anything I say about, just for Gen X, anything I say about getting paid under the table and accusations like that, that's just me purely speaking of what I think. I'm not saying that I have evidence or anything.
This is all strictly our opinions.
This is my opinion. This is how I feel. That's it. That's all I'm saying. I'm not going to actively chase down Amico people saying they are getting paid under the table, but it's just my feeling as everything that's unfolding in secret meetings and that's what's giving me this conclusion. So
I will say this though, just to add on to that a little bit. I hope they're getting something because otherwise, what are you doing? Because they don't do anything for free.
True.
That's my.
That's right. Not in this day and age. Nothing's for free.
Real quick.
Yep.
Real quick, two things. One, I heard somebody say that they had 2 weeks heads up on this new Start Engine campaign. I will tell you this. In October, late October, about the 28th, I was given the heads up that they were going to be moving forward with a new crowdfunding campaign. I guess Kickstarter was being thrown around as the possible Kickstarter place or campaign crowdfunding place. So they knew long before it went live that this is the direction the company was going in. This is where they were going to end up. They were given a 2 weeks heads up on the SEC files. I guess if you would have went to Kickstarter, they wouldn't have had to show all those documents. But because this is an investment with equity, they had to go ahead and basically open the books. So that's the reason for the crisis meeting. And number two, Master System Marceau, you came here. What's up? What are your thoughts?
Yeah. Actually, before I'm going to go, so I am getting tired. So, have a nice night, folks.
See you, Carl.
See you, Carl.
See you, Carl. Bye.
See you, folks.
Have a good night, buddy.
Yeah. So definitely for me, the fourth crowdfunding was one of the red flags that I couldn't just forgive them. And again, I know I've already said it a few times, but you guys were absolutely right. And I just want to say it again here in front of you guys. You're right, and I've been wrong for the past couple of years. This has just been such a train wreck. I wish I would have seen it earlier, but when they had to open the books because of this crowdfunding, and I was listening to the Retro Bro Amico After Dark, I was like, yeah, it makes sense. Phil Adams seems good, and I left a message saying, he gives me confidence. But then I read the SEC filing myself, and I'm like, they have been lying this whole podcast. This is written black on white here, and I understand why they had to do these meetings behind the scenes to try and do damage control, because this is clear. This is clear to me. It's never been so clear, and it's like waking up from a dream. It's simple as that.
It's interesting.
Yeah, it's a good way to put it.
When you see Smash JT, a lot of people said a similar thing, waking up from the dream. I use the analogy, Tommy has them convinced that they're in Willy Wonka's chocolate factory in a land of pure imagination, but they're really in the Matrix, right? They're like, it's real, but it's not real. So my question to you, Master System Marceau, is why do you think for you, like, you were so hooked into it, like you didn't see the warning signs until just recently?
I think it's the same as the rest of the gang. Is Tommy seems like a trustworthy person. He's really kind. He's got a lot of video game backgrounds, and I believed him. I didn't even, look too far, and I was.
Well, I think part of it's you wanted this to succeed, right? I think that's where a lot of it lies, is that you're excited about a new product, you're ready to get your hands on something like Intellivision that's new, and I think that's part of the it's part of the poison, so to speak.
Yeah, absolutely. I love Cavco, and I think in the very beginning they did put some work before they started crowdfunding, and since then they've just dug themselves into a hole, and they don't seem to have done any sort of work. What have they been doing for the past 2 years? What has changed? Like what? There's nothing. They cannot show anything. They have nothing to show for. It's unbelievable. I don't know where all this money is going to. And now, maybe it didn't used to be a scam at first, but now it has become one, in my opinion, because this is just going to pay off a little bit of their debt and nothing else. What's going on here?
Yeah, quick,
one of my. Go ahead, Tony.
I was gonna say I don't want to step on No Swear Gamer's toes because I know he's gonna stream about the psychology about the Amico and everything. But I think why Master System Marceau and a lot of people have sort of fallen into the trap of not waking up from the dream earlier is there's a sort of an authority bias. When you think that somebody's an authority on a subject, you automatically assume that what they're telling is the truth, right? If you ask a doctor his opinion on something medical, you just assume that he knows what he's talking about. He's a doctor. Of course he knows, right? He's a doctor.
That's the thing. Like, also, like the lies. How can you justify all the lies and still ask for money? Tommy said didn't he say he had like $150 million credit line? He used investors in his video. Yep.
He had it. He had it, right?
Was it in manufacturing?
He used investors in his videos, never disclosed it. He's lied about release dates. He's lied about game titles coming out. He lied and stole artwork from Take Tank. Where does it end? Like,
well, here's the thing. I don't want to defend. I'm not trying to defend anybody here. But when you are into this, the cult, as it were, right? And things don't happen. So like, oh, we missed this date, but you told me it was going to make it. Then Tommy will just come to you and say, well, guys, things changed. We were going to make it, but Tony made that video and a bunch of investors pulled out. It wasn't for Tony making that video and the investors seeing it, or Pat and Ian said these things that were lies and people got nervous, and Walmart called me up and I had to damage control Walmart for 3 hours, guys. For 3 hours I was talking to Walmart. So
and you're starting to see that you're starting to heavily see that right now on the from Nick Richards on the Start Engine comments. Like that's all he's doing right now.
You get a lot of gaslighting. Tommy and the executives, because yes, I'm saying all of them, have probably, and again, speculation, they've probably gaslit.
And that movie, there is a movie about Amico that's out. It's been out for a while. It's called Idiocracy. And
it's a good one.
Luke Wilson in it is Tony TGG, and basically everyone else is pro Amico people.
Like I said, to be fair, when you have a bias towards an authority, you think, well, they've been in the industry for forever. They know what they're talking about. Tommy frequently tells me he has all this data. He has the data. He's done all this. You don't assume. It's a human nature to not assume people are lying to you.
True.
Especially when they're nice to you. When someone's nice to you, you assume that they're trustworthy. Right? He's a salesman. Salesmen do this. The problem with Tommy and the cult and everything is when you go to the store and the guy is trying to sell you a refrigerator, you leave the store eventually, right? The salesman doesn't come home with you, ride in the car, stay at your house, and talk to you, on the phone every day trying to sell you the refrigerator. Whereas Tommy has been trying to sell these people the Amico nonstop since the day he met them. Yeah. So they're getting the hard sale every single day. And, he's using all the tactics, gaslighting,
grooming,
befriending you.
I tell you what, Tommy would be great. Like, if he actually worked for a cult and stuff, like he could make people believe he's the second coming of Christ. Like, you're right. You're 100% right. Like, I agree with you.
Has he convinced that many people, really?
I suppose.
Like,
But you know,
it's
Colts
mostly
aren't
Neil
exactly
Patel getting the investors.
Colts aren't exactly huge, really. They just got they got a gathering.
True.
That's hence why I think it sort of fell together. So, yeah, I
wanted-
don't
I
know.
wanted
I'm
to
just
I wanted to get back to Master System Marceau's question about what were they doing all this time, and I have a theory, and it's just speculation. But here's the deal: they're trying to make a video game system, which they really don't have that much experience on their team making a video game system. They have video game experience, but not making a system. And I think this turned into Homer's car, where Tommy's like, yeah, let's do this. Let's put this in here. Let's have these Bluetooth wireless controllers with screens. Can I tell you, there's probably a reason why most video game manufacturers don't put screens on controllers wirelessly.
Right.
There's a reason you don't do that. And so if you look at their filings with their offering details, they don't even have the back end system complete yet. They don't have things. They don't have the operating system 100% complete. They have the hardware complete. So I think they're like, oh my goodness, this is a lot harder than we thought. And they've been trying to get it together. And when you don't have a complete system, then you don't have a prototype for Kickstarter, and you don't have true development systems to give to developers to make games that really take full advantage of it, because it's not even finished yet. So I think they got in over their heads, and they didn't realize putting a system together was a lot harder than making a video game.
Yeah, but the thing is, you can outsource a lot of that, and they haven't been doing that, because like Atari, we all thought, I thought that the VCS would never come out, and at the last moment, they outsourced, I believe, to Taiwan for the board, and I believe for the OS as well. And they came out with a device. At least the people crowdfunded got something. Maybe it's
at
not
least
amazing,
they got
but
something.
Yeah,
100%. At least they got something.
Atari looks brilliant in all this because one, which by the way, I was when Amico and the VCS were announced, going kind of head to head at the beginning.
Right.
More people were calling the VCS the scam.
Yeah.
Yep.
More people were saying that this is a scam. Remember the Atari watch? It never came out. This is not going to. But what Atari did, what was kind of smart on their parts, is they made something basic, a mini PC, a low-powered PC, and their controllers aren't totally outlandish. They're unique, but they're not like this crazy thing. So they can outsource that stuff. Who are you going to get to make this controller that Tommy has a dream? Hey, it's going to light up. It's going to be, it's going to interact with the screen. It's going to do, and the system's going to light up. Who are you going to outsource to do that?
But the thing is, you just mentioned the controllers. They outsource them to PDP that makes also controls for Switch, Xbox, and all that. So they outsource everything. And here they're trying to make everything in-house. But they're a small company. The hardware is not that easy to make. And now I think they're in debt. Like they were $8 million in debt, I believe, in 2020. Correct me if I'm wrong. And so now, how deep are they? I don't see them, if they don't get anything from this crowdfunding, I don't see them releasing anything unless they have hidden money from somewhere.
There's no money to manufacture from what I look. When I look at those reports, I don't see the money to manufacture. And I'm assuming they don't have, and Tony, you can chime in if you know, the $150 million line of credit, I'm assuming is gone. Otherwise, I think they'd still be bragging about it. Like, hey, we got it. We can still do it.
They probably wasted that on office spaces.
No. We don't want to say things that are misinformation. ARC Manufacturing was who they partnered with to manufacture the consoles. ARC gave them the $150 million line of credit for manufacturing. As we've seen in the filing, right? That's what I was just going to say. That is the company that they lost the $1.4 million. That and from, like I said, if you watch my earlier videos, I did talk about how they were trying to get the prices down for the chips. They had a company that was basically going to be a turnkey operation for them, but they couldn't give them credit. That's why they didn't go with them. That's why they ended up going with ARC for the credit, because they couldn't pay up front on the manufacturing. Unfortunately for them, they went ahead and gave them $1.4 million to ARC. I believe that was to get the parts. ARC got the parts. Then they said, all right, let's start manufacturing. And Intellivision said no. They said, well, we're not ready. So then ARC was like, well, these are our chips. The contract says, if you pull out, we keep whatever, right? So that's the holdup from my understanding. That last part
Okay.
might not be 100%, but so there
But do you know
was
what's
at one
more
point I
worrying?
heard-
Sorry, but
ahead.
do you know what's more worrying to me about than the manufacturing is there's like been zero talk about their back end and their servers. Like servers, I'm not the best knowledgeable person to talk about this, but servers cost a hell of a lot of money to run. It's like a monthly upkeep if you want to rent them, and even more like money if you want to buy them. And without that back end, you haven't got anything. You've just got a box which works.
Yeah.
Without being able to download the games and like update the firmware, you haven't got anything.
And that's why a lot of people are saying, and I agree with, if they ever give anything to the founders, it will be a plug and play box. With you'll have your 6 built-in games.
6 games, and you
that's
can't. And even if you have those bought games, you're just going to have that's just going to be the physical media. You're not even going to be able to download a Finnegan Fox or the other games that are out there. It's a shame.
And I want to add too, I had a buddy of mine who I was talking to, and he's like, another thing no one's talking about is, they've bungled so much stuff. How can you trust them to put your credit card online with them?
I've said this. I've talked about their security. Like they're not worried about security because it's like cheap games, is the quote I heard.
Well, they're not worried about security because they're not going to need security because there's no console. So
I mean, they don't have a back end.
Would that be the last like straw if it's like, oh, sorry guys, we've had a massive personal information leak, all your everyone that's pre-ordered, all your credit card details are online. Wouldn't that just be
it's
like
only 5,000 people, so it won't be that massive.
Yeah. True.
I mean, if Xbox can have the red ring of death, right? If they can have that, and this company prints physical products with upside down coin trays in it somehow, what could happen with the Amico?
Yeah, and Sony had that huge leak of all their credit card details and stuff.
Yep.
Right. Yeah. Right. So I know they're manufacturing with a different person who did the physical products, obviously, if they ever do that. But I'm still like, well, I want to wait and see a system come off the line and actually work functionally the way it's supposed to and hold up under stress. More than the controllers being dropped. I want to see the system not, freeze up or the OS lock up at some point and turn into a brick.
Right. Yeah. And then
it'll be interesting. It would be interesting to see who buys this up after it's all said and done. Where will Intellivision go? Will it just fade into nothing? Will someone get it and just bet you'll buy it?
I'll buy it.
Okay. You're going to bring it out. We can rely on Sony.
Yeah.
He's got it.
And I've heard people say like, well, maybe like this is like the pro Amico side that's always hopeful, but they're like seeing the writing on the wall as far as the finances go. Well, maybe some other company that has tons of money will buy them out. And I'm like, why in the world would they do that with the issues they have? Why would they just not wait for the bankruptcy sale and then bid on what parts they want?
Right.
Yep.
They don't want to take the whole mess. Yeah. There'd be no point. That'd just be foolish.
Honestly, the whole thing just comes down to pride.
Yeah, real quick, if I could. So I think it was No Swear who was talking about, how this thing started, and they didn't think that it was going to be that expensive to create a console and all that,
or that difficult.
In my opinion, I think Tommy was under the belief that by attaching his name to it, that he would have all kind of developers and people willing to help him. I'm Tommy Tellerico. All these people are going to help me build this console and make all kind of games, and it's going to be awesome. And I got all these connections. And then the rubber hit the road, so to speak, and everyone's like, no, we need money. We're not working for you for free. We're not, bending over backwards to help you build this thing. So then he started having to pay for stuff. He overextended. I'm going to get 50 games in development, thinking he's going to throw all this money around. And then nothing else came in. And then they started building a Potemkin village of, don't worry, guys, everything's all good. We got all these games in development, and we got this and that. And from my understanding, at 2019's E3, what they showed them was little more than a orange pie or banana pie in a box running the games.
Yeah.
Now, that could be inaccurate, That's just the way I was told. So I think this whole time it's in kabuki theater. Everything's good.
Yep.
Everything's fine. Don't look behind the curtain. Don't look too
Yeah, it's
deep.
been a
And I
David
think,
Copperfield show. Yep.
It's
yeah,
another.
and
Well, you know what-
that's the real reason. I think that's the real reason.
You know
we've
what
had
they
these
say,
crises.
though? There is one saying to wrap up the whole Amico. Pride cometh before the fall. Because literally that is what has happened. Tommy's pride, everyone's pride. No, this is it. This is how it is. This is what's going to happen. You know, my name will get us there. Just like Tony was saying. And now, because of that, the company's come undone. They're in debt. There's no products out. This is where we're at now. Like, it's exactly, you know, you're 100% there.
Like Bomberny TV was saying, I think at some point they realized they need every single investor they can get. They cannot afford for a single person to hear one of my videos, to hear one of Pat's videos, to hear Rich. You know, we don't have a lot of reach. I know everybody's like, "Oh, Rich got like 1 million subs almost, and Pat got 200,000." In the grand scheme of things, they're just as small as us, right? We're all insignificant. Go off YouTube, go down the street to your supermarket, ask them if they know who Review Tech USA is. And they'll look at you like, right?
No.
So,
My story with the whole Amico is, when I first seen it, the first video Tommy put on that, I'm like, man, this is going to be amazing in Australia if it ever got here, because our games are freaking expensive. Like, they are so dear here. It's like $130 for a PS5 game here. You know, and that's when I was like, cool, $10 games that would be like in my supermarket. Like, the innovation, the idea was there. I was like, man, I will get this if their games come out, you know, even if they're not great. And this is where we're at now. Like,
well, isn't it just better for you guys to get try to import a Switch or get a Switch and then just shop on like an eShop or?
It's so hard because our postal system sucks. Our internet sucks. We live on an island. So, you know, you're lucky, you know, we got 4G here. It's all right, but the internet drops out and stuff because we had something, I forgot what it was some broadband service they let out about 10 years ago. They're like, we're going to put 4G into all the homes. And instead of doing fiber to the optic, they just done the, what do you call it? Like just the copper cable.
Copper?
Yeah. And our internet sucks. We are not built like, I could kind of get Xbox, the streaming service I have, the xCloud. It works, but you can't get the maximum graphics. Like, yeah, it makes it hard. And you can import stuff, but, you know, you could wait weeks to months to get it because our postal service here is so slow. And, yeah, it makes it so hard. Gaming here is super expensive. To get a OLED is $560, I think. PS5 to get is $700-800 our money. So yeah, it's up there.
And,
Depends on the digital and that.
And I don't know if people know this, but Australia has one of the worst rating systems. The rating board
absolutely.
Is very true.
Takes two old dudes to sit down at the rating hearing. They're like, oh no, that's too violent. You know, we had to petition in 2000, I think, I don't know the exact dates. I think it was 8 to 2010. In that time, we had to go around into all the EBs that were here, which is GameStop for Use, and we had to sign petitions like to try and pressure them to have 18 R-rated system in video games.
I heard about that.
And still some don't even make it through. It's like, yeah, it's really just like, if you like gaming, you can game here, but it costs money.
Everything's heavily censored, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just but you're better off kind of just going without because of the, you know, the hassle of all of it. So yeah, it's really a shame. I was going to ask Tony, do you want to I'd love to like maybe skim through maybe a few of those comments on Start Engine.
Oh yeah.
Oh, we're going to get to the comments. Don't worry, Gary.
Okay. It's the best part of it.
We should do that. We should do that. I've just been babbling on. But yeah, I thought I'd put my bit of 2 cents in there on, you know, who I've been talking to, what's been happening. You know, I won't let the whole Twitter Twitter conversation come out. That's sort of, it's person between me and that person. But yeah, like even, if they're consulting lawyers like a week ago, I feel like things are in a spiral and everyone wants to make sure that the fire doesn't hit their ass. So
do you think
that's sort of what I'm gathering?
Do you all think that some of the actions we're seeing is because of fear of potential investigations? Because we've seen things pop up and then pop off, and the way Nick Richards is acting a lot stranger than he has in the previous campaigns. So I'm like, what is going on?
This is so uncharacterized of like a professional person. Like it's so distant from anything that's professional. I don't know how else to put it. I just can't imagine. And what's his position? CFO? He's the CFO.
Yeah.
CFO.
Yeah.
Nick Richards is the COO/CFO.
Okay, and I just don't understand how the words coming out, the things that he is saying, just seem so bizarre to me. Very bizarre.
Well, think of it this way, guys. Millions and millions of dollars have gone into a product that's meant to come out within the last 2 years. Nothing has happened. There's no returns and it's in debt. There is going to be investigations. No two way about it. People are going to look into it. Investors are going to get shitty. Lawyers are going to come looking. Things are happening. No two ways about it.
I said this yesterday. I think the comments that Jeff made and the video, the apology video, are damning to this company in a major way. You have, on one hand, it's hearsay. You have Jeff saying that Tommy told him to post this comment on Start Engine to fluff it up and make it sound like it was a great investment.
Real quick, I have to chime in. Smash said in the video that Tommy told him to make the Start Engine comment. However, he clarified on Reddit that Tommy didn't tell him directly. Tommy used the will someone get rid of this penultimate priest tactic. Basically, he would complain like, hey, these comments on Start Engine are real negative. If only somebody could go to there and let them know how good the company is. So then Jeff understood that as a call to action.
That's terrible.
Be it as it may, he's I'm taking him for his words, face value in that video, and unfortunately,
that's why I said he clarified on Reddit afterward.
But it's very possible that if people are used to how Tommy talks, to them they understand exactly what he's saying. And if that's true that Tommy's acting like that, man, he's totally acting like the Godfather now. Man, I wish someone would take care of this problem.
Yep.
He like the Atari Creeps in his video. He asked, "Hey guys, can you jump?" Okay, hi. And,
right.
And like
we're actually going to watch.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I was going to say we're going to watch the clip that.
Okay.
Well, either way, I was also going to say, like, not only the Jeff comment, but you also have and I'm not I discussed this yesterday. I'm not exactly sure where the law falls on this, but things like DJC being a part investor, them calling him out on the Start Engine comments, and then him after the fact posting another comment and said, yeah, I am an investor. And it's just things like this have gone on for months. And, if you watch any of Chuck's videos, he doesn't disclose in every video. And I thought I was pretty sure that you had to disclose this in every video, because somebody might catch one of your videos, but they might not watch all of your videos. And if you're not disclosing this information on every video,
Gary, you are incorrect. You're spreading misinformation. Allow me to correct you, sir. If you have a material relationship to a company, whether that is a financial, personal, or otherwise relationship to the company, you have to disclose that relationship every single time you make a video, make a post.
That's what I just said.
Or talk about the company in a public. No, but it's beyond YouTube. If he makes a tweet, if he says in a tweet, "Hey, Intellivision's looking really good, or hey, I'm really excited about Intellivision, he needs to put in that tweet, guys, I
Hey,
invested
Tony,
in
I got a
Intellivision.
Well, no,
question.
that's what I'm saying. That's what he didn't do on Start Engine. He initially was posting, and until he got outed that Charles Y was Chuck DJC, he then came back and put that. I agree with you. That's the way it should be. What I'm
Hey, I got a question, Tony. So just with so like for instance, say these pro Amico YouTubers go to the Crayola event, right? They're there, they're filming videos, they're in the investor videos, they're promoting the Amico. How would it go if Tommy's handing out like merchandise to them and giving them gifts? Is that a conflict of interest? Is that getting paid? Like, I'm just wondering how that area would work. Like, for instance, like, oh, okay, thanks for being here, being in the videos. Here's a hat, here's a shirt, I'll take you out for pizza. Like, is there a conflict of interest? Should that be disclosed or?
Okay, so it is a conflict of interest. Always, you should say, hey guys, like let's say I went to the event and they gave us pizza. I'd be like, hey guys, I went there. But by the way, they gave us pizza while we were there. So that should always be disclosed. 2, if they're getting items, but not everybody's getting them. Like, so let's just say that he's like, hey guys, thanks for coming here. Ren, here's a hat. And everybody at the event didn't get a hat. Then that's doubly needs to be disclosed, because now that is a financial incentive perk for going there that nobody else is getting.
Yep.
3, if you're getting heads up, obviously you're being invited special. You need to disclose the fact that, hey, I was specifically invited to come to this event. That the public didn't know. I already knew about it beforehand. That should be disclosed.
Yep.
Now, a lot of this is going to fall under unethical behavior and not necessarily illegal behavior.
Okay. Yep.
Some of it is going to be FTC violations. Some of it is terms of service violations. On YouTube, they have rules for disclosing sponsorships and other things like that. So there is a lot of different things that are being violated.
Yep.
I want to get to this comment real quick from Loki.
I just want to make sure I'm not spreading misinformation, because I'm of the opinion that, okay, the YouTubers aren't getting paid, but I should cover it more. Instead of spreading misinformation, I should say more that it's unethical behavior.
They're being paid in cloud. They're not being paid in money.
Okay.
Real quick, Loki Doki says, doesn't Intellivision own the IP Jungle Hunt, or do they just own the name? They have a trademark for both Jungle Hunt and Bump and Jump. They trademarked both of those. They do not own the IP. As far as I know, they don't even have access to the IP. Both Jungle Hunt and Bump and Jump had different names originally, and they're being marketed under those names. They abandoned the Jungle Hunt and Bump and Jump trademarks, and Intellivision scooped them up.
Yep.
I made a video about that like months ago.
Yeah, which I didn't know. I did tag because I made a video today about that. I did that because on the Amico Forever podcast, they're talking about how they own Jungle Hunt and Bump and Jump, and that's not 100% accurate, because it makes it sound like you own the whole IP, and you don't. You own the trademark, you own the name. So I did pin your original video. I'm surprised that I didn't notice it until the offering details. But the thing is it's like I wonder. It would be fascinating to know how much can the game resemble the other game if you just own just the name before you could get in trouble for it, because Jungle Hunt's still being put on other stuff as Pirate Pete. So Tato's still using that, or Tito's still using that.
Right.
And Bump and Jump is being called Burning Rubber, like on the Evercade collections, and it's still being, and some plug and plays and stuff like that. So they're still, the companies who own those games are still using those games. They don't want to see a straight up port or something that's like just a reimagined version.
Well, it's going to be an exclusive Amico version.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, I'll bid you farewell.
I know. Here's the thing: as far as they can't do a port because that would be copyright infringement as far as the IP infringement and everything. The game could resemble Jungle Hunt in a very loose definition of the word. I mean,
Yeah.
it could have a jungle, it could have a guy in a pithy hat, and all that. Obviously, if it gets too close, then they might have an issue. If the level design is the same, if the objective and the storyline and the names of the characters, then they'd obviously have a problem. But if they changed enough of it where you could kind of see that it was Jungle Hunt, but now it's just enough different, because remember, you have Jungle Hunt, Pitfall, they're more or less, in the same family. Same thing with Bump and Jump. You have other games that are similar already. So you can't really trademark or copyright an idea, like
Right.
any game that takes place in the jungles might know. So they have enough leeway to get away with it.
If they do it right, like if the
Yeah.
first level is swinging on vines and the second level is swimming with crocodiles and then they're avoiding boulders, then you're in trouble for
Right.
Jungle Hunt, right? But if it looks like a 3D, well, I'm sorry, not 3D, a 2D Pitfall type game, then you're probably okay. But it does paint them into a corner a little bit. It could make things tricky for them because the original IP owners could say, hey, yeah, you can use the name, but that's too similar to our game. That could actually be a problem in the future. It'd be interesting to see how that goes. I got to go. It's almost 1 a.m. here. So thanks for having me on. I appreciate it. I'll talk to you later, Tony. So we'll talk some psychology later on. And the Amico, that should be a fun
All
talk.
right.
But you guys have a wonderful night.
Yep, you too. Always great having you.
Good night, man.
Peace.
So real quick, now that No Swear Gamer is gone, we could all start cussing. But
Fucking Jesus, goddamn it.
I want to watch this video. I believe this is Osima Vision, and it is a clip from Atari Creep. Yeah, it's a clip from Atari Creep. So we're
I
gonna
love
watch
the
this.
intro
Please
to
do
his
not talk
videos.
over the video.
Yeah, Carl. Oh wait, Carl's gone.
Muting myself.
My name spells Amico backwards.
Sema Vision. I don't know who that is though.
Is that what that is?
Yeah, that's Amico backwards.
As the fallout of the Intellivision Amico continues, the Atari Creep, a well-known supporter of Tommy and the Amico, lets us in on the direction Tommy gave his loyal followers. More so strong suggestions than outright orders, as Tommy of course needs plausible deniability. Now let's listen in.
Tommy say everybody do. Now, it's not that kind of environment where Tommy sends out the minions. Don't get me wrong there. Don't get me wrong. He didn't sit there and be like, go forth, children, and storm the fucking villagers. But there were plenty of times where it was like, all right, this person needs to not be our friends. And then all of a sudden they became the subject of the talk amongst people. And it happened. So there was, and maybe it was deliberate, I don't know, but there was an air of, guys, can you jump? Okay, how far? How about that? That's a nice thing. And it came to like, clicking on likes and disliking and blocking and all kinds of stuff. It was more of that kind of an environment. Oh, we shouldn't like this person, or this video's crap, so let's go contest it. Now, I don't know anything about anyone being prompted to have things ready, but there's been times where a few of us had the luxury of knowing, hey, I got a video coming out this week at some time. Get ready to watch it and give your thoughts and all that stuff.
So what do you take from this? Let me know in the comments.
Wow. That
So
makes me
we
so
heard
angry.
Atari Creep's words.
Sorry.
In Atari Creep's own words, it is exactly as I said. It is the "will no one rid me of this turbulent priest" type speech, where Henry II of England, preceding the death of Thomas Becket, basically said, "Hey guys, there's this priest that's really causing me trouble. Won't someone get rid of it?" And so 4 knights took it upon themselves to go ahead and murder said priest, ridding the king of his problem. Now, obviously, the king didn't tell them to do it. This is a common psychological trick, manipulation tactic that people use. Con men use it. If you want to get someone to do what you want, adults use it on their children all the time. Well, I wish somebody would
Skelter.
I wish somebody would, clean the house so I could have a day of relaxing. And kids know what that means. Hey, I better clean up because parents want to relax. Girlfriends use it. I wish somebody would buy me flowers. Right away you better hit to that flower shop and buy your girlfriend something. So I mean, and again, there is sort of a Pavlovian response. I'm not saying that people are animals or that the Amico code are dogs, but what I'm saying is you get used to certain things over time. When you hear him say that, the first couple of times you might be on the fence, but by the fifth, sixth, seventh time you've heard him say things like that, you already know the response you're supposed to have.
Right.
If I say, hey, that Pat Nean's really, really getting on my nerves, so then Gary makes a video, right? And then suddenly I'm praising Gary. Thanks, Gary. I'm glad that you made that video and you put Pat Nean in their place. So now Bob and Master System and Blinded, you guys are all like, oh shit, maybe I should make videos. And then Tony will give me pats on the head and tell me I'm a good boy.
Yep.
That would never happen, by the way.
No, never.
Because Gary is the only good boy. He's the only one who gets that. But I'm saying is, this is what people commonly use, and I'll talk more about it tomorrow with No Swear Gamer. But these are like manipulation tricks people use to get what they want without saying what they want, and gives them plausible deniability. You'll see it on YouTube a lot when people will be like, now, I'm not telling anybody to go attack this person, so don't do it. And then they proceed to tell you how horrible the person is. And then your audience attacks them. And then you're like, well, I didn't tell them to go attack this person. I told them they were Hitler and the devil combined. And it'd be a shame if somebody went and tweeted at them, but I didn't tell them to do it, right?
Tony, as a Trump supporter, I can't agree with this message right now.
I'm also a Trump supporter, but there is a level of this. Everybody uses it.
No, I do agree though. Right. You reward the behavior, and obviously it's a behavior that becomes a pattern, and it's been prevalent with what's going on. So it's definitely it's a great analogy. So
yeah, and eventually, if you reward positive, it's positive reinforcement. If you reward the behavior enough, right, eventually they'll do what you want before you even ask them, because they already know, right? Sort of an understanding, like Pat Nean situation. Tommy probably got to the point where he never had to say anymore, hey, you need to respond to them, because they already knew. Pat made a video, I got to respond to it. Tony made a video, I need to go say something. It was already ingrained in their behavior.
And can I just say that it's just a pattern of being so unprofessional in this company. Like when you see them on all of the chat, like John Alvarado on Sagi Melon's chat the other day. Why are you there for 3 hours? Are you not supposed to be working on your product? And then just.
To your point, it was like that happened directly after John and Phil were on the stream, on Mike Mullis's stream, saying that John works almost every night late in the office. He's working them long hours, and it's like that's how you're going to present yourself, that it's late at night and you probably are at the office, but you've taken a break from work to watch these streams and comment to all these small nobodies. It just doesn't make any sense. It's just more bizarre activity.
It's so unprofessional. Normally when you work for a company, you have to, when you talk in public, you either don't represent your company, or if you do, it has to be in a very, very wise manner. And for them, it's all over the place. And like we just heard, Tommy says, oh, we should not be friends with this person. And what kind of company does that?
And like no company, and this is why I've said, like, the old saying that the customer's always right. Now we know it's bullshit, but there's a reason why they say that. Like these could have been potential people who do want to buy your product, but now you've rubbed them the wrong way, and now they're attacking you. And like somebody said in the comment section, that you shun these people from talking, and now they're screaming it from the rooftops.
Yeah, and you know that the Intellivision official account, not only Tommy blocks a lot of people, but the official Intellivision account blocks a lot of people too. Like, do you see Microsoft?
Well, that's because Tom runs them both.
Yeah, but that's right. But that's not normal. No company blocks
not at all.
people like that. The president of the United States doesn't block people.
I mean, everybody's a potential customer, and it always struck me as odd that you wanted to block people. Like, I could understand. You put your shit aside, put your pride aside. You're making a product that you want to sell to everyone, no matter whether you agree with their skepticism or whatever disagreements you have with them. You put that aside for the greater picture, which is to push your company forward.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Here's what I'm going to say for all of this. The people that we're dealing with are boomers, okay? I know some of them are not old enough to be boomers, but they have that mindset. They're not very familiar with how the internet works, internet culture. I've said this before. Go back on the stream that I had with Mad Max like 2 years ago, and I said this. They don't understand internet culture. A lot of the people in the Amico cult don't understand internet culture. They don't know how it works. They think that they could just post anything and no one's going to see it and it's just going to hide. They think that if you block someone on Twitter, that shuts them up. I blocked them, so now they can no longer speak to anybody. Right? That's not what is blocking. Like Tommy blocked me on Twitter, right? What does that do? It does nothing. I can still talk about Intellivision. Not like him blocking me like removes Intellivision from my Twitter abilities, right? Like I can't tweet it. Like no. They don't understand, and they don't understand the optics of how everything looks. I mean, this company, we could have a full audit and turn out that they're just really, really incompetent and nothing was ever like bad. You know what I'm saying? Like everything was on the up and up. They're just really bad at their job. But it just looks really bad from the outside. It looks horrible. They think having these secret meetings was a smart move. But obviously, you don't talk about it. And again, Atari Creep, Saggy Melons, you guys are talking before you think. Think about it for 1 second. Would it look good that you have secret meetings? No. It doesn't look good at all. But you run your mouth because you think that you're smarter than everybody. You think that by saying these things, no, guys, Tommy didn't tell us. He just kind of, hinted at it.
We'll see. And the thing with Saggy is, I think she's just so emotionally tied up in this that she didn't, granted, she didn't think, but at the same time, I don't think she really cares. She's going to say what she's going to say. And unfortunately, it's kind of made, contradicting, things within, what Nick's saying, what she's saying, what Smash is saying. So yeah, it just looks bad.
For Saggy, it's just a question of loyalty and friendships. If it's not just about the Amico. She has been so butthurt in the past, and no disrespect here, but she was really bothered when some people said things about her while they were her friends. She doesn't accept people that are not loyal. For her, if you're a friend, you have to always defend the person. That's how she is, unfortunately.
Yeah. That's fair. And like I said, I have no problem with Saggy on a personal level. We've talked before. I'm sure we're going to talk after this stream at sometime in the future.
Sure.
But the issue is, and I've told her before, I said, you need to stop and think, right? You want to be mad at Jeff, fine. But don't start revealing secrets, right? You think you're defending the company like, oh, Jeff knew beforehand. Like, did you think about why that would be dumb to say, right?
Mm-hmm.
But like, I think it was Gary said, she's just very emotional. She just went out there, said a bunch of stuff. Then after the fact, she realized, wait a minute, some of this stuff sounded bad. I shouldn't have said this. Let me try to sweep it under the rug.
Yeah, unfortunately,
the internet never forgets.
We got everything under a magnifying glass, and that's the reason why we don't. It was just it's always been stuff like this. It's gotten obviously at the beginning of this year and moving forward, it's gotten so bad. But when this is why a lot of people were interested from the very beginning is because this stuff just wasn't going on. I mean, obviously we had a new product. People were excited, whether you're an Intellivision fan or not. I personally was. Personally, I thought that, the controller wasn't a big issue to me. I thought, hey, if they can, knock this out of the park and give us, original Intellivision games while giving us retro reimagined stuff, I thought this could all, it could work. It's not going to appeal. I never thought it was going to appeal to a huge market, but I said, yeah, the product will probably come out, and it looks like an interesting idea. And then it just started snowballing. You had, people criticizing it like Pat and Ian, and then you got Tommy coming out of the woodwork, like popping up on every personal YouTuber's page and writing a comment, and it just felt so bizarre to me. And like, it was like, okay, and I'm going to really look into what's going on here. And then you start watching, more videos and more different, opposing opinions. And then you really start to get a grasp on what's going on. And obviously there's been, that side that just didn't do their homework on it. And I really think that
I disagree with you, Gary. I'm going to cut in real quick and I'm going to disagree. I don't think that they didn't do their homework. I think they were lied and misled. Smash went to Tommy's place of business, right? Spent some time with him. He walked around, and he came out of that thinking that it was a good product, a good thing to invest
It was ready to go, right?
Because he was against it at the beginning, right? That's correct, right? Yeah. So yeah,
he saw
was
it.
conned.
He thought it was stupid. He made a video saying, "Hey, this is dumb." Like Gary said, then Tommy jumped in the comments, was like, "Hey, you're from the area. Why don't you come down to headquarters? Check it out. I'll show it to you." They had their little meeting. He filmed it. That's where the Ferrari ride comes in. But obviously, now I know Smash not as well as Master System, but I know him. I've seen his videos and stuff. I know that he probably asked a bunch of questions when he was there, like anybody would. And I'm sure Tommy had answers. Now, whether or not those answers were truthful, I can't say because I don't know what they are. That's why I want to have Jeff on the channel to ask him, exactly walk him through the steps, exactly how he got from where he was to where he is now. But I'm sure a lot of things, because Saggy has come out and said things. We see videos. Retro Bro has said things where you get the sense that they were lied to. They were told one thing, it didn't happen. Then they were given excuses why it didn't happen. And, they kind of believed it, but they were still like,
And Retro Bro was in pretty much the same position Jeff was, right? And, at the beginning, he wasn't all for this.
No.
Yeah, and then at some point,
he got smoothed.
He talked to Tommy. Everybody who's gone from bad, being against the Amico to being pro Amico, invariably it was because they talked to Tommy directly. Like I said, out of the panel, I don't know anyone else who has contact with Tommy who talked to them. But I talked to Tommy. Remember, I exchanged DMs with him. He went within the same DM message. Okay. The beginning of the DM basically is, "You're an idiot. I hate you, blah, blah, blah." By the end of the message, he's like, "Oh, I can't wait to talk to you. And hopefully, blah, 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 blah." It's like within one message, he went from hating me to liking me because I was going to interview him. Followed that up with telling me how great my city is and how this restaurant is really good. And have I tried this? And do I like this sports team? Using all these salesman tactics, trying to be, humanize me, trying to get a personal relationship, outside of the Amico. And that's basically what you do. Like, Master System or so. Yeah. Obviously, he's French. So then I started asking him, telling him how great France is, and I've been there. And the Eiffel Tower is such a great landmark, and it's one of the wonders of the world. It should be one of the wonders of the world because your country has such a great and rich history. So now he's like, "Oh shit, this guy's cool. He likes my country." So then we start talking, and next thing you know, he's promoting the Amico, and that's basically what he does. He'll tell you how great you are, how great your city is, how you're such a good YouTuber, and you have all this potential. And Next thing you know, you're out there hawking the fucking Amico, saying how great it is.
Yeah.
Like he goes from 0 to like to blowing you in like 2 sentences after just talk nice to him. Like
He literally,
that's amazing.
And I've shown it before. I think I made a video where he basically was like, "Hey, if you're in the area, we could do this in person." Basically, like inviting me to come down. Like, dude, no, I'm not even from fucking California. All right, we're not doing it in person.
No, I don't want to be in the call, man. Leave me alone.
Yeah,
I don't need a ride in that Ferrari.
he did. He even said, "I promise I won't give you a ride in a Ferrari." Winky face. And I was like, dude, really?
Wow. Really said that? Wow.
And it was like, but you could see, like, if I was a different type of person that wasn't already like used to being schmoozed, I could see how someone would be like, oh yeah, fall for it. This guy's real nice. He likes me. He thinks I'm cool. He's a cool guy. Now we can be cool guys together. And I'm sure, again, I wasn't there, but I just, the personality. So I'm sure the whole time he was talking to Smash, he was telling him how great he was, his channel, and, talking him up real big, gassing him up. And then Smash was just like, whatever you say, you said I was great. You said the Amico was great. I know I'm great. So the Amico must be great, right?
Yeah,
So
I'm sure if you create an account right now on Twitter, a fake account, and you DM Tommy saying, "Oh, I'm with you. I don't like all these haters," he's going to DM you back right away, saying, "Yeah, you're part of the gang."
What's up, Ray?
I'm surprised someone hasn't done that yet. Like some
They
YouTuber.
did. They did do that. I was actually going to bring this up right now. So somebody created a troll account. I don't know if you know, but there was a story of a guy who kept his granddaughter in the basement or something.
Joseph Fritzl. That's his
Fritzl,
name.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so Fritzl kept the kid in the basement, and he's a horrible person, right? Somebody used his picture. And I think the account was like Basement Monster, like at Basement Monster. Used Fritzl's picture, tweeted at Tommy, "I can't wait to play the Amico with my grandkids." Tommy retweeted it.
Oh,
Someone did that the Hulk Hogan with the same picture where it says like a WB shirt says the world's greatest dad. He said, "Oh, can I get a retweet from my granddad? Despite some family problems, he never misses a show." And Hulk retweeted.
Yeah, that's a real boomer moment.
Yeah. Did you guys see DVD Fever Games video? Intellivision Amico. What's the difference between an investment opportunity and a scam?
Yeah, I always like watching his stuff.
Yeah, what I found interesting about that is he was putting a lot of parallels between Mike Pollard and Tommy Tallarico, and saying like what he saw with Mike Pollard was pretty much the same activity he's seen with Tommy Tallarico, that like Tallarico's just basically been grooming people and hunting for these, like, I hate to use the word, gullible investors and gullible YouTubers to take advantage of them.
Yeah, because he did a lot on the the VCS and all that stuff, so he's pretty aware of it, and that's the thing. That's the hard thing that I have a hard time believing, is that a lot of these people's, like, I understand how you could get schmoozed by someone like Tommy, but if you're really a gamer and you're in touch, and maybe some of these people aren't as in touch as I thought they might be, and with these current, like, everything from the VCS, and granted VCS wasn't a scam, but the Coleco Chameleon and just other projects and things that have gone on in the past 5-10 years, I just don't understand how someone could be so out of touch and not realize that's happening to you. I mean, I guess the power of persuasion is a great thing, but it just it blows my mind that this is what everything has devolved down to, and it's embarrassing, and it's embarrassing to be a part of.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I said, you have people, and again, I'm not trying to be offensive. I'm not trying to be mean. Okay. I'm 40. I'm old. I have no real accomplishments that I can hang my hat up on. Right. And a lot of these other YouTubers who are in the quote unquote cult are the same way. They're older people Atari Creep, outside of YouTube, who knows him? Nobody, right? He's nothing. So when someone like Tommy, who is supposed to be a legend, right? He's an icon in gaming, quote unquote. He starts talking to him. He befriends him. Hey, I could be somebody now. I could be right there with him right from the beginning. People who are trying to build their channel, like I think it was Phil said, suddenly this guy shows up who's a big deal, quote unquote, in the gaming industry, and he's on my channel. And that's why if you actually go back, look at all the interviews, right? When I interviewed Tommy, it was still kind of relatively new. So I got like 700 views. And that's what, the average, you get like 700, 1,000. Then slowly but surely, as he was whoring himself out to YouTubers, the views started getting less and less. Because basically, like, you did like 50 interviews. It's no longer special. It's no longer like, oh my God, I need to catch this.
Yeah, there were a lot of interviews back in the early days. A lot.
Ren says if Tommy apologized, he probably would get a lot of people to help him out to get the company on its feet. I've said this.
Not at this point.
No,
we talked about this last year, though.
I've said this, and I will maintain. There are a lot of people out there that will give him the benefit of that. If he came out and made a sincere apology, at the very least, it's out there. So you attack him, and you'd be like, well, I apologize. Why are you attacking me? Right? He could play.
He did that already, though.
Yeah, but it wasn't a real apology. He didn't really. It was a small.
But we know that it's never gonna be a real apology, and that's the thing. It's always gonna be sorry, but I'm not sorry with him. And at this point, I think when we talked about this a year ago or so, it could have really changed, the direction. But after he made that like half-ass apology, he continued doing the very things that he shouldn't have been doing. Like he came on here how long ago, Tony, and was fighting in the comment section. I mean, it's just things you just don't do. And at this point, I would never believe a word that comes out of his mouth with just everything, the way everything's been handled. It's just been a mess.
Yeah, it is a huge mess. And I said this on Discord to somebody on Discord. I was like, it's kind of aggravating when I see all these people coming out of the woodwork, jumping on the Amico bandwagon, because there's so much that they don't know, right? They'll still say things that are completely off base. Like you'd be like, no, dude, he's made all these lies. He's said all these things. He made all these claims. He's attacked small YouTubers.
There's just too much to go over to and keep track of.
Yeah. 56K Warning says the real injustice are the long-time Atari Age members who got banned because of Tommy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Atari Age is such a... so many comments there aged so bad.
Yeah.
So bad.
Atari Age is a proof that Tommy shouldn't be the leader, the CEO of anything. He's a poor leader. This is why he will sink with the ship and he will not apologize and is always going to be half-assed. He's not going to admit anything. He's going to put when the company goes down, he's going to put the blame on the haters. I can.
And that's why I said like we should kind of. Or go ahead.
I was gonna say every day I check my mailbox for the subpoena that I'm invariably going to get as I am being, sued for my part.
Yeah. If anybody's
This is 100% for the entire time, and I don't know if we make it clear enough. A lot of this has always been our opinions.
Every video that's ever come out is Gary's my boss.
This has always been our opinion. This has always been our personal side of it. I've never once, I'm almost positive I've never once said like, hey, you shouldn't invest in this or you should invest in this. Like that's obviously a person by person. Like you got to make your best, decision, your judgment. I've never said 100% whether or not like it's a total scam. I do believe at the beginning, their best intentions were to ship a product, and then just this last like maybe year, it is just devolved into something just nefarious. It just doesn't seem right. But it's always been my belief, my opinion, and that's why I'm here, because obviously everybody's got their own opinions, and it's great to kind of butt heads in this this kind of circle of geeks. But it's always been my opinion, and I've never tried to claim that any of this was factual and that the nefarious deeds were going on. But at least that's how I feel. I know a lot of you guys feel the same way.
Yeah, and let's go ahead and get to those comments in the Start Engine, because there are a lot of them, and they're worth looking at. We're going to look at all of them. We're not going to skip any.
Oh, oof, that's a lot.
Yeah, it is a lot. But again, because context is king, and because if we skipped one, that'll be the one that they say, you skipped that one that was good and you didn't say, right? So we're going to go through all of them.
Well, I'm happy too. I've been looking at them for days.
Yeah. All right. So 12 days ago was the first comment here. Now, as we read, I would like you to keep in mind that the way Start Engine runs, when I put view the replies are in reverse order. So the top reply is actually the last one made. For some reason,
it's the newest.
That's the way. Right. So it's really weird, but
they just stack them on top.
Yeah. 12 days ago, can't wait to play Toe Jam and Earl on this. Caesar L then said, sadly, the devs said they are not working on the Amico version at all. John C says, don't know who the quote devs are, but yeah, on YouTube videos, this was going to be one of the games. But one or both parties discontinued the process. I think the same about Kung Fu Master, not going to happen, but was on a list for a while. David S said, just like Earthworm Jim, it's not going to happen.
But Earthworm Jim is a big deal because this is the killer app. If they only had one game, and it would be Earthworm Jim, and it's a good version of it, it would be, at least it would be shutting everybody up. But they don't have anything to show for it. I bet they just had this little fake trailer and they have nothing else. They would be showing it by now.
Right.
Well, they said Earthworm Jim was never a launch title. It was always going to be made a year after.
Yeah. So they have exactly. So they have absolutely nothing.
And I just want to point out really quick, just jot down, and if you're paying attention to these comments, just make a mental note of like who's saying what here, because some of these names do pop up a lot, and it's going to give you a good context to who might be trolling and who might be, an actual investor in all this.
And I just quickly want to jump in and say, Earthworm Jim was never the most family-friendly game. Like back in the day, I don't know if you guys remember this.
Yeah.
At least in the UK, there was a lot of controversy about Earthworm Jim and the cartoon and the game, and a lot of people were like, "This isn't very like kid-friendly."
It's true. True. My wife hates that game.
Earthworm Jim, and also like a lot of people said, Earthworm Jim is fondly remembered by a lot of people. But when I use the word a lot of people, it's not as many as you think, right?
No, not at all.
It's not billions. It's not millions. It's maybe a couple tens of thousands, maybe at that.
I mean, it was a nice game at the time, and it had its like improvements and unique things about it that made it Earthworm Jim. But yeah, people like to think that like, oh yeah, everybody, they had maybe 6 friends and everybody owned Earthworm Jim, so they kind of equate that to, it was super popular when in reality it was still very small, very niche.
Yeah,
Earthworm Jim is a game for us older people. The young kids, they're not going to play that.
But I see what everybody says when they say Toe Jam and Earl and Earthworm Jim, they were heavy hitters just for the Amico. Like if you're gonna say, hey, they got some games that are notable and that you've played back in the day and that we're pretty good, decent titles. Yes, that would be true that Earthworm Jim and Toe Jam and Earl had their their presence on the Sega Genesis.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, Earthworm Jim and Toe Jam and Earl were just the most notable names on the Amico. They weren't
right,
and everyone says they're killer apps. I don't think they were killer apps. Killer app for the Amico, maybe like it would be the most popular Amico game,
right?
Sure, but I don't think it would be anywhere near the sales of like an Animal Crossing or a Pokemon or anything like that.
Yeah, not at all.
No.
Right, so we're going to go ahead to this next comment. Also 12 days ago. It says, but the logic of because billions of people love burgers, I'll be rich selling burgers is wrong. It doesn't work that way. If casuals love playing with their phones and tablets, it's because there is zero money and effort put into downloading a free game and playing it for a couple minutes. They are casual phone players for a reason. You're trying to sell cigars for non-smokers. It doesn't make sense. If that casual player feels the need to buy a console to play with their families, they will buy a Switch. Mario is perfect for the families, and the Switch has thousands of games like this or less than $5.
Hey, Caesar O watches the show.
Yeah. Nick Richards in the replies to this. So we got Rob G, Mr. Dot. So to clarify, because everybody's names are on these, apparently when you first sign up, your name is not cleared. So it's just a period as your name until the site catches up. That's how shitty the site is. So some people who don't understand that were like complaining about people being just a dot. That's why Rob G starts off, Mr. Dot. While an interesting argument, I don't find it compelling or cohesive personally. I haven't decided if I'm going to invest yet. But you seem to counter-argue your first point in your own argument by suggesting the Switch is a console for casuals. Why would Nintendo make casual games if everyone just wants to play mobile? I guess he doesn't realize that Switch is mobile. Whatever. On your second point, as a Switch owner, I absolutely agree there are numerous casual titles, but Mario as a casual co-op title, if that's the best couch co-op they can offer, then I really should invest in Intellivision. There are Switch games that do much better than Mario, but I personally wouldn't mind a simple system that is 100% focused on this, especially something where all the games are curated. I could 100% see myself as a customer of this product and know quite a few friends who would also likely want one. I'm going to do a little more research and digging before I invest. Very misguided comment, Rob G. Caesar L came back, says, cool, man. Glad you like this product and respect my opinion. I respect yours, and yes, do research, and if you want to invest, good luck to you. And as a bonus, if you want 51 great casual pick-up and play games on the Switch, look for 51 Clubhouse games on the Switch. It goes for $40, and you get 51 board games, bowling, 10 games, pool, and more. All casual, all easy pick-up and play, family-friendly, and all that. Great quality. Stay safe. John C. says, page 46 of 76 in Form C. Intellivision projects a addressable market of more than 70 billion with a market penetration goal of 1 to 2%. People want to know the potential of the company they invest in, so the pitch always includes talk about the total addressable market. I don't think that they're going to get 1% of that 70 billion. So Nick Richards, in his first, I think this is the first comment that he made on Start Engine, says, hello, Caesar. Our primary focus is in-person group play. First off, that's not their primary focus. That's their only focus. They don't have online multiplayer, so there is no primary, secondary focus, right?
Right.
It is what it is. So everything is designed around that. One reason we have screens on the controller so people have their own private information when playing games, like popular social deception games. Well, there's not a single social deception game shown off on the Amico. Can you name one? There's no Among Us.
Well, he does say like. I guess you can give him a little bit of credit. He says like the popular social deception games.
Okay,
but you're right. Yeah, no.
Has they shown any single game that has used a controller to show private information?
No, and we talked about this. It would, I mean, the cards. The only thing you could really say is like poker. Like if they have poker, that is the only thing.
Well, they don't have
that
poker,
can be like that.
Gambling. They have
like spades or whatever.
Spades,
like right. That's the only thing that I could say that there's like a hold your hand up, and that's like that style. Lucky Day says liar's dice, maybe.
They did show off liar's dice.
Okay, so that's like 2.
Yeah. So, why not just say that? That's the thing. Like, just say, hey, like card games or like liar's dice. He's putting popular social deception games to try to make it sound like that's what they have. They have those kind of games. See, like those.
Yeah, he's hyping it up, right? He's hyping it up.
Yeah. Obviously, many card games require you to have your own cards that can't be seen by others. We also want to make bringing people together with a video game system less cumbersome and expensive. That is why we natively support your smartphone as a controller for up to 8 people. That's untrue. 100%. They said, John Alvarado has said that they've only 4 controllers, 4 Amico controllers and 4 phones. Not any other combination. Not 8 phones, not 8 controllers, not 6 controllers and 2 phones, not 6 phones and 2 controllers. 4 and 4 was the limit.
What? Wait, you mean they've come out and said that you can't use 8 Amico controllers?
Yeah, John Alvarado. He was on Amico After Dark.
Well, I guess that the system probably couldn't handle all 8 controllers, but that sucks.
No, he said the reason they gave was because the Bluetooth, there would be interference with that many.
Oh, okay. Like a bandwidth issue or something?
Something like that. He gave one of those like answers where he kind of explained, but he said it in a way that he didn't get like specific.
Right. I didn't know that. It's kind of a shame.
It says, for many of the social type games, a smartphone works perfectly. Again, you've only shown 2. This dramatically reduces the cost of having to buy additional controllers and even additional consoles in some cases. This is our core mission, and we don't see anyone else doing this really well at the moment. You can go buy a $20 plug-and-play poker game that you can plug in, and each one has a screen for $20.
Nintendo Switch can connect up to 8 consoles to play Mario Kart 8.
Yeah, but now you have to buy 8 consoles. See.
Oh, right.
$1,800 plus the game. I mean, you have PlayLink. I don't know if you've heard of PlayLink, but Sony has games where you use your phone exclusively. Use the phone as a controller.
Yeah, I think they've referred to those as like the Jackbox games.
No, these are PlayLink. They're not Jackbox. They're not Jackbox. These are full-fledged games built from the ground up that allow you to, like some of them draw on your phone, some of them take pictures, some of them are quiz games. There's a whole bunch. Am I cutting in and out, or can you guys hear me?
No, you're fine.
You're good. Me, I think one of the reasons why I got so interested in the Amico were the 10 Commandments, and now there's nothing of that left, and all of this, all of what's left is just lies like this, like
rubble.
Are they not even like they didn't want to put DLC or anything, and now are they not going into NFTs? I heard. Like this is the exact.
I think that's bullshit. I think it's just like Tommy loves buzzwords, and that's the hottest thing right now on the internet. So that's why he started to talk about it. Probably like every game would be an NFT kind of thing. It's like how does that work exactly? And he never gets into details about a lot of things when he talks about. So
I think at this point they're gonna break all of their commandments because they don't have the funds. So.
All right, real quick, we're going to take a quick side trip. We like to do this on this show because I want people to know that I'm not full of shit.
Most of the time, right?
This is the trailer for PlayLink.
Peggy 6. Oh, this thing.
Chin party.
Uno.
Body's moving slow. This love is all night.
Tommy's seen this and got pissed.
Moving faster than the sun.
Their music's even better than mine.
That actually looks pretty good, honestly.
So yeah, it works the same way, right? You download it on the PlayStation, and then you can have people playing. Maybe one player play on PlayStation, and then the rest can play on their phones. Or well, actually, I guess you would need everybody would have to have a phone, right? Because if you're playing something like Uno, you need to be able to see your cards separately on the phone.
You'd think so, yeah. I remember about 10 years ago, Sony actually had like a gaming cell phone that they tried to put out there when they used to still make the Ericsson phones. It was called like the Superior or something like that. But it actually had physical buttons, and it was kind of interesting, but I don't think it caught on with anybody, so kind of maybe an offshoot of that, perhaps.
Yeah, I'm not even familiar with that. The closest thing I'm familiar with was the Go, the PSP Go.
Yeah, like this was around the same time. Well, maybe a couple years later. But it was like basically Sony Ericsson phone when they still existed, and then it would like fold up and had like a physical button so you could play like these games on it. But it was an actual phone.
The Sony Ericsson PSP phone.
That I thought it had like a C or something, like a Superior or Sephira or something like that. But
yeah, Modern Vintage Gamer did a whole video on that phone.
Yeah, it was sort of like Engage, but like looked a lot better and play a lot better as well. But yeah,
it's the Sony Xperia.
That's it. There you go, Xperia. Yeah. So it was kind of like a full-on cell phone, but it had like physical buttons and stuff like that too. So.
All right, Tony, continue. Did we lose you? I hear him
train
clicking.
going by.
Did that fix his K modem give out again?
Yeah, Intellivision has broken into Tony's house, and they are breaking his kneecaps as we speak.
I pulled a Carl. I pulled a Carl. I had myself muted.
Oh, you're
what I was
muted?
saying was.
Oh, okay.
What I was saying was, the PlayLink games were promoted by a huge company looking to break into that whole party market, and they fell flat. Right? No one, hardly anybody knows they exist. Hardly anybody uses them. They gave away games free as part of PlayStation Plus, and no one plays them. No one cares.
Right, and it's like we said, why do you want to play something like that on a? It seems like a lot of hassle to go through to play something like Uno when you probably can go and you have a deck, right, that you already spent $5 on that sitting in the junk drawer. You pull that out, you deal out the cards, and boom, you're ready to go for Uno.
Yeah, it's a pretty simplistic card game. I play it all the time with people, like in real life.
All right. So here's Caesar L hitting back at Nick Richards 9 days ago. Said, at Nick R, that dual screen gimmick, the Sega Dreamcast back in 1998 did it and failed. The Wii U by Nintendo did it and failed. And those systems came from successful hardware manufacturers from well-established video game companies. And we know your controller can only handle 1 megabyte of information. So please don't try to make it sound like you can do anything else than a glorified laggy button on that screen. Also, on PC, PS4, Switch, and Xbox, you can get the Jackbox party games, Clue, Just Dance, and more, and use your phone as controllers. All party games, all couch co-op. So please don't try to sell the idea that nobody else is doing it, because we know that is not true. Just the Games 51 Clubhouse games on the Switch is way better than all your games. You get 51 games, all casual, all couch co-op, all family-friendly board games like bowling, darts, pool, chess, slot cars, tanks, and many more, all for $40. How much will it cost to get 51 games on the Amico? Less than 40? Please answer that simple question. How much will it cost to get 51 games on the Amico? And will they be the same quality Nintendo does? And by the way, just yesterday, Nintendo announced Wii Sports for the Switch. So we no longer have to be nostalgic. We can literally have Grandma play Wii Bowling again. So Nick R., 8 days ago, he's going to pivot here. Caesar, you are obviously very passionate and have quite a lot of disdain for what we were doing. I don't. That's fine. What we are doing does not appeal to everyone. We see Intellivision Amico as something that will be reimagined version of those board games in a family's closet. Again, we've heard them talk about board games, but they've shown none of them. Not a single one. Not Ticket to Ride. Not Settlers of Catan.
Right, and this is again. And this is again, they're like you said, they're pivoting into that excuse that, well, it's just not for you.
Yeah, and again, they're also doing this, what we want to do. Instead of saying this is what we have and here's what we're working on, it's always pie in the sky ideas. Oh, we could do this and we could do this, and we're not doing any of that, right? You could do anything you want. You could say, but you're not doing that shit. Says by natively supporting cell phones as controllers, we can inexpensively bring many people together. Right now, up to 8, but more in the future. So now they're saying, remember, John Alvarado himself said 4 controllers, 4 cell phones. That's it, limit. A lot of the games actually only say up to 6 players if you look at the descriptions of them, the ones that are currently being worked on. But he's saying they're going to have more than 8 players in the future. Again, in the future, sometime, eventually, when we figure this shit out. Which can be very expensive proposition, if not impossible with other systems. The growth in the board game market has demonstrated the desire for people to come together and group play. Again, you're misconstruing the board game market. These are not people buying Monopoly or Clue or Chutes and Ladders, right? These are people buying big, huge, expensive board games that are passionate about playing board games on a real board with physical things to hold, cards,
Totally.
dice.
Yeah.
I'm very interested in the board game market. It's huge.
Yeah.
It says, respectfully, the current console providers are not focused on in-person group play. Okay, that's true. I'll give them that. Sony, Microsoft are focused on high-end immersive experiences and online play. No. I'm going to go say no. They're not focused on high-end immersive experience. They're focused on good games. Not all the games, not all Sony games have online play. Spider-Man, single player. I don't think there's any online play. Spider-Man?
Nope.
Yeah, there's tons of games that don't have online.
Horizon Zero Dawn?
I mean, this is just what consumers expect at this point. They're not high end. They're just, that's the norm at this point.
I just want to say, Sony, all of Sony's games are offline, and they still sell like 20 million copies. So,
yeah. Nintendo is focused on portability to combat the competition coming from mobile. That's not true. If Sony was focused on portability, the Switch wouldn't be able to dock. It's a hybrid console because they wanted to combine their mobile market with their console market.
And by the way, Nintendo
into
Switch
one.
Sports is, if ever they had anything to release, this would kill them. Nintendo Switch Sports is exactly what shouldn't have released to go against the Amico. I mean, how can you compare a family entertainment playing Nintendo Switch Sports or playing the Amico? You know.
Now is he talking about like because here's the thing that these are two different things. When you talk about mobile, he kind of says it in here. There's portable gaming, and then there's the mobile market. Okay, the two are different. Like you can play the Switch mobily, but it's not mobile video games like on your phone. Even though I would say that there's some mobile games kind of on the Switch.
There's been ports of some of them.
Right. But essentially they're two different things, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cell phones, tablets, whatnot, right?
The Switch is not in competition with mobile. It's a console that you can take with you on the go. Yeah, but it's not at all like a tablet or a phone or anything like that. It doesn't. The Amico, on the other hand, is more like a mobile
chipset, though. But yeah, whatever.
The Amico is exactly that. It's a phone or a tablet that's also a console. That's the console version of a phone. It runs the same kind
not
of
quite
games.
Because the Amico cannot. Because the Amico is not mobile at all. You can't mobily game on the Amico.
Oh no, I know,
The Switch,
but
you can mobily game.
Yeah, but
it just looks like a phone.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. The Amico is like you can either play the same game on your phone or you can play on the television with the Amico. it's the console version of phone games, if you will.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say.
So he says, yeah, I don't believe that Nintendo is trying to combat mobile gaming. And they're focused. Nintendo just does Nintendo. Nintendo will Nintendo.
I will. I will. In his defense, I will say that at a point they did kind of try to go that mobile route, but that was well past. That was back in the 3DS days. Right.
He's not saying that. He's saying
they try to get into mobile market by making their own mobile games. That's what they tried into.
Right.
So,
what Nick is saying here is that the reason the Switch is portable is because Nintendo was trying to combat mobile gaming. Like they were trying to get the mobile gaming market by making the Switch portable. And that's not what it was.
Yeah, and that's what I said. I don't agree with that entirely. He's a little late on that. I think the 3DS tried that like a sliver, but it failed miserably. I think they tried to pull people in with like the Pokemon games and shit that came out for free. They tried to offer a lot of free games on the 3DS, like a few here, not a lot, but a few here and there, and it just kind of fell flat. So yeah, I don't agree with the statement.
There's like a lot of like military called like what's that called, something generals. There's a lot of, I played that a lot in the 3DS, but they did have like microtransactions. Like they were you actually paid a flat fee for them anyway.
Yeah.
But because when the 3DS came out in 2011, the mobile market wasn't quite it wasn't fully formed.
It was like Candy Crush.
Yeah,
and you had your popular ones, but it wasn't right like what it is today.
Yeah, because the what getting the 3DS was the price more than anything when it first came out, and then they fixed that quickly. And I guess the software lineup was kind of mediocre for the first like 8 months. I'd say
it was solid. A lot of people hate on it. It was solid. I was a ambassador. They even hooked us up with.
I was too. Yeah, I bought
20
like
free games, and Nintendo did us right.
That was pretty good. Yeah. Actually, that got me into Fire Emblem. Actually, the fact they gave us like Seeker Stones. But I mean, like before, like Mario 3D World, Mario Kart 7, and Ocarina of Time. Like
it was a little light, right? It was a little light.
Yeah. So going from like basically March to like the summer of 20, the price cut, whatever. But or the fall of 2011. That's what I mean. Like that time period.
Yeah. All right. So we're gonna continue on here. Going through this, it says, with laser focus, we are confident that we can carve out our niche in the family market, especially those with younger kids. This demographic truly values a system that promises no violence, no sexual content, and especially the idea of not constantly peppering young kids with limited impulse control with in-game purchases. Well, I hate the no violence angle because the games are violent, right? Blowing up other tanks is violent. If you want to say it's not the same level of violence, not graphic violence, sure.
Yeah, right. You're shooting asteroids and blowing up stuff. I think the same thing. I think violence is like it's everywhere. We can't get away with it we can't get away from it in our culture. It's like you can say that there's no blood or guts, but at the end of the day, you're still blowing stuff up. Or Earthworm Jim's. If it was a game, I'm sure you'd be shooting other aliens or whatever. I mean, it is what it is. But at the end of the day, you're right, Tony. I think it's still like somewhat violent.
Yeah, all right. So Caesar L replied back to Nick. Nick, so you're going the Intellivision way, not giving a direct answer to a direct question. I directly asked, how much will 51 good games cost you on Amico? Because you can get 51 quality games made by Nintendo, all casual, all board games, all couch co-ops for the family for $40 on the Switch with 51 Clubhouse games. Yeah. So again, please provide a direct answer to the question. And please don't insult us. I am a 39-year-old parent who is quite aware that parental controls exist on every console, that it will filter all games and show only the kids-friendly ones available for the hundreds, and with the vast majority going for about $9. So please stop being shady and answer my direct question. Nick has not responded to that question yet. I'm sure he will after he watches our video and sees that we pointed it out. But yeah, I try to tell this to Tommy when I talk to Tommy. The market that they're going for, right? We're in a generation that's basically always grown up with video games. when the Atari and stuff came out, you had parents who, they didn't have an Atari when they were young, right? Because it was brand new. Video gaming was brand new in the 70s. So, Tommy's parents, people like that, right? They didn't have access. But pretty much everybody, at least in the US, has played video games from childhood in some capacity. There is nobody here that doesn't know how video games work, how parental controls work. Society has moved on. We're 2022.
I hope so.
Kids are on their cell phones at like 5 years old. They're on tablets.
Younger.
Yeah.
I know this for a fact. My brother's got a kid and a little brother. I got a girl and she's got a little brother. And the little brother's like 3 and he's got an Apple iPad.
I believe it. Yeah, our little one, I've talked about it on the show, is, he has a Switch. He has a tablet. He had a phone until he broke that. That's why you shouldn't give a 5-year-old phone. But at the end of the day, he was on devices, and kids are open to that now. It's just stupid to think that they're not.
Yeah, and kids are way smarter with their games these days than ever before. Like Roblox, I keep saying that's a complicated game. That's not an easy game for kids.
You're right.
For adults.
Well, here's the thing, and I think it's something that Tommy and the Intellivision team really doesn't understand. It is easier to learn when you're a child than when you're an adult.
Yeah.
When you're a child, you're not set in your ways, right? You don't know anything. Everything is new. You're learning as you go. That's why it's easier to learn language, like a second language, a third language, as a child than adult, because your brain hasn't set itself in a certain way yet. You're not locked in.
The last part you mentioned there. My wife speaks about 6 different languages because she's not from Canada originally, and she's gonna teach her baby like all the languages she knows before it gets too old.
Yeah, the brain develops, and it's like it's a good reason why like Tony, do you speak Spanish, and were you taught as like a kid to speak Spanish? No, not at all. And that might be an American thing, but like for the most part, like other countries, yeah, especially like the Japanese. This is why they're pretty good with their English. They might not have the best accent in the world, but from an early age, you're taught these languages, and there's a reason for that. So yeah, this whole excuse that kids are going to be lost when it comes to these complicated games is just stupid. I don't know where they're getting there.
Here's the thing, and again, I think it is because these are boomers who stopped playing video games. They suddenly tried to pick up the Switch or try to pick up the PlayStation. They can't understand it. It's different from what they know. They get scared. They don't know what to press. And they figure if I can't do it, I'm a 60, 70-year-old man, 54-year-old man, whatever the fuck they are. If I can't do it, the kids can't do it. How could a kid do it? I'm 50. Right?
Oh,
that's their mentality.
That's a stinking attitude to have.
It is, but that is. I've seen that attitude with a lot of people, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think you're right.
My dad was the same.
Yeah, I used to work at this job where they didn't have any computers, right? Then suddenly they're like, hey, we're going to bring in computers, so you guys got to log in all the things that you make, and you got to put it all in. None of the people over 40 could understand it. They were completely fucking lost. We had to go to classes twice a week to learn how to do this. All the people my age got it, no problem. People older than me, they were fucking lost. They basically sat me down. We're like, dude, no one else can figure this shit out. So you just enter everybody's information in and just you don't have to do any actual work. Just sit in the office and just enter everybody's paperwork in for them.
You became the guinea pig.
Yeah, it was great though, because that place was really hot in the summer, and they had air conditioning in the office. So I just sat around. But anyway, let's get to these next comments here. We got Jeff H, who says, hello. For those of us invested in the first round, is that investment still for revenue sharing, or will that investment be converted into shares? Thanks. So David S. first replied, says, Jeff, the money is long gone and not related to this new round of funding. except to say that Intellivision is substantially in debt and remains contractually obligated to Fig Republic should they ever produce a tangible product. John C. says 2 pages, page 2 and 9-ish on Form C, describe the revenue share agreement that you invested in, or rather, the Form C says it's an agreement with Fig, therefore you have an agreement with Fig that they acknowledge in their Form C. The form also says the company has $1.9 million in cash and can remain in operation until July 2022 without further funding. I believe that 1.9 is part of it is that 1.4 that they have in contestation with ARC.
Oh dear.
Right.
You
So
can't
they
make
only
this
have like 500,000 on
some change
on hand, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
We talked about that with Gatorays.
Yeah, John says, Dave S. says, John, with all due respect, I hardly think the fact that the company may be able to remain in operation for another 4 months is a good reason to invest. Considering their existing liabilities as well as over $8 million, and they have been using Fig Republic investor funds to pay back director loans, I don't see how anyone would consider this a good investment. Alan A., Newface, says, for additional consideration, the actual release date of the console has slipped 2 or 3 times. The last published release date for start of delivery for early purchasers was end of year 2021. There have been no additional announcements as to the ETA for the first delivery of consoles. The filing document suggests future games revenue and licensing. Without a console in the hands of buyers, it is hard to generate gaming revenue. I was shocked to see only 4 months of working capital left without a mention of a proposed release date for the console. I have pre-ordered the Amico console over a year ago and would love to see the company succeed. I personally have some doubt at this point that this company will make it to quarter 4 2022. I still have my pre-order going down with the ship, gentlemen. I still have my pre-order. And I would just say, I would like to repeat this because I hear this so much from pro Amico people. It's only $100. It's only $100. $100 is a lot of money to some people, okay? I know some of you in your nice ivory towers can just toss around $100 bills. You know, like it's no big deal. You just wipe ass with hundreds. Some of us in the blue collar world, you know, $100. That's a big
That's a
deal.
week's worth of grocery. It's a fifth of my rent.
$100 is like a quarter of my check every week, give or take. You know, thereabouts. So it's not a little bit of money for some people, and there's some people that make less money than me, right? I actually make more than minimum wage. I make a pretty decent amount of money. So just you know, this $100 is nothing. It's not a real good argument. It makes you sound out of touch. Makes you sound a little bit like a yuppie, a little bit. It says H says, well, hopefully the console will come out this year and I can get a piece of that revenue share through my investment in television from the public.
Well, I mean,
so here's Nick Richards says, hello, Jeff. The investment through Republic is structured as a revenue share and will remain as a revenue share commitment to the company. Once the revenue share commitment is fulfilled, the Figs Amico, i.e. Republic shares, are retired. There is no equity position in the company as part of the Figs Amico shares. The current CF offering on Start Engine is totally separate from Republic revenue share. This new offering is a true equity offering where you own a part of the company as a holder of common shares. Nick Richards, COO, CFO. Jeff H. says, thanks for replying, Nick. I figured as much. At this time, I'm going to stick with the revenue sharing investment. If some extra funds come my way, I may consider doing this equity investment. I don't know about that. So now we get Peter C., another new face. He is a SE owner. So if you see this little green thing here, SE owners means people who actually have shares in the Start Engine itself. He says, I thought this was a great concept. Family-friendly gaming, and I invested in the revenue share in Republic and pre-ordered the Amico wood grain gaming console last year and bought an 8-pack of the games for the console. But now I have an unopened 8-pack of games that I cannot even play yet because I did not get a console yet, which is entirely backwards, even with the supply chain fiasco considered. Why should I invest again when I'm not getting a return on my revenue share? Have the games but cannot yet get a console to play them on. And I see people posting below and above that directors of the company are paying themselves back for a bankrupt company that shall. Directors of the company are paying themselves back for a bankrupt company their shareholders' loans. Wow, this guy really is bad at English. I really wanted to believe in the potential of this company, but it's not looking good so far.
Boom.
So, David S., who's all over the comments, says, sadly, you're likely never to. Oh, before we continue, I just want to say, do not comment on Start Engine if you do not have any intention of investing.
Right? We don't condone going there to troll. This is not the point of this. This is just the point to actually see what the real investors had to say, and then just kind of to show kind of what the trolls and clowns are doing over there, and just how bad all of this really looks.
Yeah, we just point and laugh. We watch the dumpster fire. We do not throw gasoline on it. Just want to make that clear. David S. says, sadly, you're likely never going to get to play those games, and your Republic investment is gone. On the upside, you'll have a fun story to tell about how a company sold you, quote-unquote, games, boxes of air, without ever shipping a console to play them on. It's a very sad state of affairs, but all I can suggest is don't go throwing good money after bad in an effort to bail out the sinking ship. Take a close look at the financials and read the Form C filings and make a decision based on the facts, not emotions. Gioma N says, Intellivision Amico.myshopify.com. Check here if you want to, but the games for your console. It looks like this can still work. I see a new guy as CEO and Tellerico as creative director. I still believe him somehow to pull through. Let's be on the lookout for some comments from him. Weird. All right, so Nick Richards says, hello, Peter. Wow. Did he just meme himself? Hello, Peter. Thank you for your investments and pre-order. Someone has to put Nick Richards' face on Doc Ock now, by the way. Thank you for your investment and pre-order of one of the classic wood grain units as well as the game bundle. Don't forget that those are special editions. Man, he's still selling them. We won't ever produce any more than the initial run of box sets. Really? Because Tommy Tellerico was very adamant that the only difference between the current box set and the next run was going to be the little label that said collector's edition or whatever.
Right. Yep. They did say that. Is this a little bit of FOMO going on here?
Yeah. There are many false statements being made about the company and its employees. Unfortunately, even in this comment section. You gonna point them out, or are you just gonna say that? The directors have collectively put in millions of their own money to support the company and have been very generous to not demand payment while the company is working towards launch. I've seen nothing to actually show that they've put in millions of their own money. I've seen loans. I've seen, I think David Perry was the only one who invested in the investment rounds. So I guess maybe you can get away with saying the directors put millions. In addition, most of the management team have taken no or low salaries to help improve cash flow. This is untrue. We've seen the documents. The documents show what everybody was making. Nick Richards, Phil Adam, John Alvarado, Tommy Tellerico all took salaries. Whether they were low or high, I can't say. I don't live where they live. I don't know what a good salary is. Gen X says that they were about what you would expect for those positions. So I don't know. So that's a complete lie. And now, if you say the management team, now if you're including people that actually don't work there, that they said only work there like a quarter, like 15 minutes a week or something, even then, that's not most. So if the SEC happens to be watching this video, hone in on this comment because already it's not looking good. Oh yeah. says, in addition, no, we got that. Okay. The claim that management is draining the company of cash to enrich themselves is patently false and, frankly, disingenuous, if not outright dishonest. Well, is it disingenuous or dishonest, right? You can't do that because you would know the answer. Either it's true or not, right?
Right.
So which is it? And we know that Tommy Tallarico was paid back over $200,000 from the loan that he gave to the company. So again, if you're not a company that's made no revenue and you're paying one of your loans back, which is one of the management of the company, I don't know what else to say, but management is taking money out of the company. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I can't disagree with you, Tony.
You're on point.
There's not much to comment on.
Yeah, I know it's like I don't know. Please review our Form C submission. We reviewed that, and you will see this to be the case. We actually seen it not to be the case, Nick. All of management's compensation is listed for all to see. Yeah, we've seen the compensation, so we know that you guys are getting paid. I don't understand. Does he think that if he says this, people will just believe him? Like, oh, he said it. He's telling me to go there. I won't have to go there because obviously I'm not going to waste my time because he's telling me it's not right. I don't fucking know. The team is working hard to nail down the initial production run. The initial production. They haven't even produced a single thing yet. And we'll be announcing a ship date for initial units shortly. Thank you again for your investment and purchase. This was 11 days ago. I don't know what shortly means in the Amico land because...
About a year.
Yeah.
It means shut the fuck and leave us alone.
Totoya Y. Tatao? I don't know.
Tateo.
Sometimes I think these are made up names. I'm not sure. But I totally agree with you, Peter. I invested in the revenue share on Republic and also ordered the 8-pack of games. This is a well-organized scam unfolding.
Yes, great power comes with great responsibility.
Igioma, who is a SE owner, 50 investments, so this is a legitimate account, says, I know it's tough being an entrepreneur and taking on this project in the middle of the pandemic. Actually, they took it on at before the pandemic.
Yep.
To be clear. From what I heard, the major constraint has been due to supply chain challenges. Not true. Ijoma is wrong because we know that they did not have anything ready to go. Even if there was no supply chain issues, they didn't have anything. Says, I invested in the first round and was full of promises, which I still hope can pull through, but I was really looking out for messages for CEO Tallarico that said we have fixed supply chain issues and are ready to take off. If help is needed, you've got thousands of persons who would pull resources through to see you flourish, but you need to speak up. Let's know where the constraints are with setup of the product and China supply issues. Fuck. All this is so bad shit insane that I can't even speak.
Tony, you want me to take over reading a little bit of this?
If you want, but you can't move the screen like I can.
Well, I can just get me where I need to be.
All right, go ahead.
All right, hold on, where are you at? You at this bottom one, Peter C?
No, David S.
Okay. David S. The issue is that you don't have to highlight it. The issue is that they spent USD 17M on themselves, nothing to do with supply chain issues. So I think this is going to be Nick Richards in this lengthy wall of a post here says, hello, Ajoma. Truly thank you for your support. We obviously have a few challenges that we are working through. One of the bigger challenges for us at the moment is the cash requirements to secure parts. Normally, a lot of our parts could be ordered on terms with little to no money down. This is mainly true for the non-specialty parts that are used in a wide array of electronics. With the current market pressures and daily price fluctuations, some vendors are requiring larger down payments to secure inventory, and in some cases, 100% payment upfront. This is creating a bigger cash requirement than we originally anticipated. We are starting manufacturing here in North America to ensure that our engineers have direct access to the manufacturing line so that we can troubleshoot any issues that might pop up and work on throughout of the assembly and testing processes. This will also improve the lead time to get the first units into the market because we won't have to wait for the units to ship from overseas. Once we are comfortable that everything is suitably scalable, we will move manufacturing offshore and begin to scale up production. The one downside of this strategy is that these initial production units will be much more expensive than later. Higher volume units produced overseas, again, creating higher initial cash requirements.
All right, real quick before you go on, if you know anything about manufacturing, right? If they're going to manufacture in the U.S. and this is on an actual assembly line, they're going to have to pay for all the equipment, all the tools, all the tooling, right? Get it set up. Then what I'm to understand is that they're going to basically say, hey, guys, we're done with you. We're going to go overseas. Then they're going to have to pay for overseas in China for them to set up the exact same thing. You can't just like fly the tooling all the way over to China, right? You understand what I'm saying?
Right,
So the cost of setting up the line, you're going to pay the line setup cost twice. Secondly, those parts got to come from somewhere, right? So you might not have to ship the consoles from overseas to the US, but you're going to have to ship the parts from overseas to the US. So you still have to wait on that.
For me, it sounds to me like it's, I mean, and it's my opinion, but it looks to me like they're just lying. They're just trying to ship a few units to get them out the door, not to get attacked for scam by the FTC. Because if they really were planning on manufacturing from China, they would do it right from the start, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's the smart play. If they really want, Nick, if you're watching, Phil Adam watching, just put all your parts in a box and ship them like a IKEA with instructions. Be like, here's how you assemble your own Amico.
I mean, that's what a lot of pro Amico fans had said. Like, hey, if I need to assemble this myself, I'm willing to do it. Which is just plain craziness. Like, I don't understand. Like, if you're that desperate, like, you really need to reevaluate this product if you're willing to build it yourself.
Yeah. Not only that, he didn't say how many parts they need, right? So if they cannot afford, right? Remember, we're being told that this is a soft launch. Soft launch. So maybe 10,000 units. They do not have the cash up front to secure parts for 10,000 units. Not 1 million units, not 10 million units, just 10,000. Maybe less.
Wasn't there a number thrown out that they wanted to produce like 2,000 a month and then like upscale it?
Yeah.
Right. We talked about this, and Tony kind of jabbed at me and said I was wrong, because initially my number was always that they were going to, only fill about like around 5,000 of these orders or whatever. But yeah, that's what they want to do. Reality sets in, and what they can do is a different story.
The thing is, in my opinion, it's just going to be those 50 employees who are going to do that themselves. I don't think they have a factory anywhere. They're just going to try and get the pieces, fit them together. Even Tommy is going to put his hand on there. They don't have anything prepared to launch a console.
Yeah, they're going to get a couple hundred units worth of parts, assemble them by hand, and then call it a day.
Yeah,
they got to get right. They got to get something out the door.
All right, go ahead, Gary. Continue.
All right. At the same time, our engineers are working hard to wrap up and harden as many new features as possible. We won't be able to fit everything in out of the gate, but we want the user experience to be seamless and engaging as well, or as we will only get one chance to create positive initial user experience. We will always have the chance to bring new games to the platform, but the core system must be virtually flawless. To do all of this well obviously takes time and money. It's no secret that we've underestimated the effort to produce such a product, but we are nearing the finish line, or the starting line, depending on how you look at it. We are working on nailing down the initial production plan and expect to be announcing the ship date of the initial units shortly.
All right, hold up real quick. He says we won't be able to fit everything in out of the gate, but he doesn't go on to clarify exactly what it is that they're not fitting in.
Probably the back end. That would be, I mean, my best guess. Like it's been reported is that, you know, we're
but
probably
here's
gonna,
the thing. How can you update the system without a back end? Is he going to go to people's houses and like, hey, let me flash you the back end?
Well, it's double speak, right? I mean, it's clearly covering their basis when they finally. I mean, because we don't like it clearly. Like No Swear Gamer said, they don't. You know, we've talked about it at length that they don't have this back end complete, and clearly it's just double speak, right? They're just covering their ass to say, you know, you said that we that like this whole thing, right? I mean. It's just double speak. It's hard to explain, but at least that's they can at least at the end of the day say we got your plug and play. You got your 6 games. The company's going under. There's nothing we can do.
They're going to be special editions, not non.
I get the founders editions wood grains will be special editions in more than one way.
I can see this going on for years. Go on, sorry.
All right, so again, thank you for your investment and support. We will continue to push forward through the challenges and naysayers and bring a whole new level of in-person group play to the video game segment. Nick Richards, COO, CFO. P.S. As for David S.'s comment on this thread, there are many false statements being made about the company and its employees. Unfortunately, even in this comment section, the directors have collectively put in millions of their own money to support the company and have been very generous to not demand payment while the company is working towards launch. In addition, most of the management team have taken no or low salaries to help improve cash flow. The claim that management is draining the company of cash to enrich themselves is patently false and frankly disingenuous, if not outright dishonest. Please review our Form C submission, and you will see this to be the case. All of management's compensation is listed for all to see.
All right, real quick, is it generous to not demand payment while actively accruing interest? What do you think, Gary?
Yeah, the silence was golden, right? I mean, clearly everybody can read between. I mean, most people can read between the lines. So,
like I said, if you're still getting interest on the loan, the fact that you're not demanding payment on the loan yet really doesn't mean nothing.
It's always the same pattern. They're gaining interest like that, so they're gaining money without really gaining money. Tommy is asking them to go dislike YouTubers or go, but without directly asking them. They always like go around the rules to get what they want. It's disingenuous from A to Z.
And isn't it funny how the very last sentence is the management's compensation is clear to see after like claiming they're all on low to no income.
Right.
All right, so we're here at Joseph B's comment. Go ahead, Gary.
Nick, thank you. I did as you suggested and reviewed the filing. It says the CTO is being paid $156K. PA the CEO is being paid 105K. What is the PA? What am I missing here?
Per annum.
Okay.
Per annum.
The CCO is being paid 96K PA. The CMO is being paid 152K PA, and the COO yourself is being paid 96K PA. Given this, please explain how the claim that management is draining the company of cash to enrich themselves is patently false. David S. 11 days ago says, Joseph, consider also, as per the submitted filing, that directors have been reimbursed various amounts using funds raised in the FIG/Republic campaign. In other words, I would say that Nick's comment regarding the generosity of the directors needs to be viewed in light of what has been paid back and how it has been paid back. If someone were to invest in this current Start Engine campaign, how can they be assured that the money will be used to manufacture consoles and not to repay directors? It's a very risky proposition at this stage. Oh, and Nick Richards is basically looks like he's got a breakdown of what's going on here. So it says, with regard to David S. and Joseph B., assertion that the management and directors are using the company to enrich themselves. And he's got a breakdown here. Actual salaries for 2021, the CEO, 101,500,000, or 101,500, 12% median salary for the position in Irvine, California. And the COO, CFO, 91,000, 20% of median salary for position in Irvine, California. CTO, and we'll break this down. CTO is 149,350 at 53% of median salary for position in Irvine. CCO is at 91,000, 33% of median salary for the position. And the CMO is 145,000 with 52% of median salary for the position.
You're under the median salary, but they're not doing much there. It's chill the way I see it. It's not they don't have the stress that you have in other companies. And also I see that the CTO, so that's Tommy, right? He's getting paid more than Phil Adam. Which company
that
does
sounds weird. That struck me as really weird too. That
you know, 150,000 plus his interest for what he's doing. I don't know.
Tommy's the CCO. The CTO is someone else.
Oh, all right. Well, still,
that's technology officer.
That's Tommy. 91.
All right, but still, he's paid 100K plus his interest, plus. You know, if the company was ever to do well, then he would gain even more. But of course, he's probably still hoping that, but it's not going to happen.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing that Nick Richards didn't list. These are the median salary for position in Irvine, right? Of what, Fortune 500 companies?
Yes.
These are not the median. This is not the CEO of a startup. I can guarantee you $101,000 is well above the average for a CEO in a startup company.
He's comparing
companies.
They don't take salaries a lot of the time in startups, right?
Yeah.
So,
But I'm saying the companies he's comparing this to is like, you know, like huge companies, billion-dollar industries, those type of companies, right? Of course, their salaries are below those. It's like saying, "Hey, I'm getting paid less than the CEO of fucking Sony."
They always like to compare themselves to big companies. Like,
note this, because Nick Richards later will say that they're trying to compare apples to apples and not apples to oranges. So again, you know, like Tony has said, he's trying to get people to take his word for a lot of the things that he's saying here, instead of actually, you know, getting people to read the documents, which he does. You know, he does in his defense. He tells people to go and read these, but again, people are going to take him at face value and probably trust what he says.
Right, so I'm going to read this next part here. It says all salaries are well below industry averages. Looking historically also provides additional insight on the tight management of salary income. Okay, this is where the trickery comes in. So the CEO, 2018, half a year, salary 0. 2019, salary 0. 2020, salary 37,000. 2021, salary 101,000. Total salary compensation 139,000. Average annual salary 39,000. Well, here's the thing: the CEO was not the CEO in 2018. That's why he didn't get any salary for that. And in 2019, he wasn't the CEO. That's why he didn't get a salary for that. He did get paid for being the VP and for being what the hell was he? The chief something else
Creative
officer?
something like that?
No, chief. No, he was the chief revenue officer. He got paid for the CRO position.
CFO. Okay. Oh,
No, CR. CFO.
Right. So this was specifically done not to list that this is Phil's position currently right now. This is not Tommy's position.
Right. And so Nick Richards says CFO, COO, 2018 half a year salary 0. 2019 salary 34,000. 2020 salary 81,000. 2021 salary 91,000. Okay, so again, if in 2019 you got $34,000 for your position and you've brought in no income, why would you suddenly make $81,000, right? What was the reason? What would be your
a big jump
for that jump?
Right, you were working harder and you were that close. I mean, got to think about it, guys. Remember those dates that were coming and how hard they've been working.
Right, and in 2021 salary 91,000. Again, you got a $10,000 raise for what? For what reason? Give me a valid reason why you would get a raise. If you're not, if the company is hemorrhaging money, we're losing money left and right, we're in debt. Why would you suddenly decide I should get a raise?
Everybody should get a raise. Look at the numbers across the board.
Yeah. And then I love this number right here, average annual salary. So he's going to count the year that he did 0 in order to bring this average down. Hell, he might as well throw 2017 in there. We didn't get paid enough for that. It's not how that works, right?
And they're never honest. That's the thing. There's not a single subject that they've touched where they're honest. Nowhere.
Like I said before, it's imagination land where you burp, you fart, and you fart, you burp.
And I'm sure it's not normal in a startup company to get such big salary rises year after year.
Well, no, normally they don't take any money at all until the company's profitable, to be honest. That's a lot of startups.
From my little knowledge of startup companies, you have like a 3-year cash flow chart, and like you're not expected to really make money for the first 3 years.
And here's the thing. How much money did they need to get this into production? How much did they say? Was it like 1.5 million to get this in production?
I'm scared to say because I don't know if someone's going to debug this, but I think they claim they need 20 to 30 million.
I've seen that in different places. It's said now, yeah.
There's been different numbers. I think if they do a rolling production, like if they made 10,000 units, then took that money and put it back into the production of the next 10,000, you know what I'm saying? Like that.
Yeah.
My biggest takeaway here is if you took all the money that the higher ups made, and let's say that they paid themselves a base minimum of maybe like 10 grand, and they took the hits because they actually believed in the product that they had, and they believed that by taking these hits, and that they said that the Amico from the beginning that they wanted it to be around for what, like 10 years. They totally seen this being in the marketplace for a very long time. And if you truly believe that this product was going to hit that 3 billion casual gamer market, why wouldn't you take the hit in your salary because you believed in this product? I mean, these guys are, I don't know what I want to say if they're well off, but
Tommy is, we know that for sure.
Well, Tommy has 3 million net worth, and I think Nick is.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Yeah, well, and that a million, a few million net worth. I don't know the rest of them though, but
right. So why couldn't you take these like salary hits because you believe in your product, but this to me tells me you don't believe in your product. At least to me. I mean, there are guys like artists out there who are, struggling to put their games together or whatever, but they don't make any money in the process of that. So that's my belief.
What they
at
could
least.
have done was give themselves stock in the company.
Right. Right. There you go. They could have taken, yeah. And we talked a lot about this with Gen X.
Gentlemen,
they did.
Would you like to hear that they actually did give themselves stock in the company?
Well, they did. Well, what I'm saying is we know that they gave themselves stock, but they could have had more.
Yeah, because I was wondering who owns how much, what percentage of stock in the company. Honestly, I was thinking about that as we were talking, but.
Okay, let me rephrase this because I don't think anyone caught what I just said. They gave themselves stock in the company in addition to their salaries.
Right. We know
stock
that.
is worth money.
Double paying themselves. Oh, yeah. Well,
See, he didn't list that in their compensation. He didn't list their stock.
Yeah,
the stock
that's
is
true.
worth 72 cents a share. So these numbers are incorrect. If you add in how much they got in stock, so let me just take a look because I
Well,
do
see,
have it in front of me.
I mean that's it should be listed there, but it wouldn't be with the total salary compensation unless
Yeah,
they consider
because it's part of their salary compensation.
Okay.
So they just submitted that, right? Probably because they.
Yeah. I'm looking at the page right now. It's page 10 on the Edgar filing. It says 2020 compensation, monetary 81,000. This is for Tommy. Equity 514,650 stock options.
Well, this is what I'm saying. The monetary is the money, right?
Right, but stock options are still worth money because all these shares are being presented as being worth 72 cents a share.
Right, and it should have been. You're right. It should have been listed, and it should have been calculated into the total here.
You can say like liquid versus like
That's $370,000 worth of stock options that Tommy was given.
So he made like close to $500,000, and that yeah.
That's
over
huge.
that probably. Yeah.
That makes all of these numbers there absolutely irrelevant.
When they start to sell this, when they start to dissolve this company and sell off the company, what's the first thing that goes?
I don't know.
Like who they got to pay off first? Is that what you mean? Or
I mean, where do they pull the funds for? Like if they go belly up and go bankrupt.
Assuming it's Chapter 7.
They still own these shares, correct? They don't disappear.
But if they go like full like Chapter 7 in like look at the whole company, then those shares would be liquidated, I believe, and but they would have to sell off like whatever the assets the company has to pay out. Certain creditors get like priority, like the protected ones. There's protected creditors and there's non-protected creditors. So I don't know where they would kind of fall in there with that.
Did we lose Tony?
No, I'm still here. I was just listening.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I was looking at the Edgar.
Yeah, I'm not too like big of a specialist on the the number wise and how this all runs down, but I would definitely think that when it comes down to the stock options, it just seems fishy to me. I'd have to know a little bit more, and it'd be nice to have someone like Gator Ruse on to explain it a little bit better. But to me, it always seemed the whole. I mean, that's a lot, right? $300,000 in stock options. That's a lot.
It's probably part of the reason why they dug themselves in the hole like this, and now they can't get out of it. That money has gone somewhere.
Well, I mean, they lost $1.4 million to that manufacturing company that bought the chips. That we're not gonna, that we don't want to manufacture now, and then they already bought the product, right? So they kept that money for that, and that didn't lead anywhere. But yeah, this kind of adds a new dimension to like how much money? Because I never heard anybody talk about that until now. That they took that much stock for themselves.
Yeah, we went over it at like what 2 weeks ago. Well, we went over it when the SEC file was released, but we never really kind of focused on that. You know, we mentioned it.
I just mean like the other places where I get Amico news and people are really talking about. You may know what I'm talking about, but they I didn't hear me mention. You know, I must have missed that part of the podcast then.
I mean, there's just so much to cover. That's the problem.
I know. Well, I mean, I think that, like that's like a very key point, though. I think people would have mentioned it, you know. Besides here, that is, I mean, so.
Gentlemen,
Everywhere you look,
we have an issue here.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at the CEO salary here, right? So obviously this is Phil Adams, correct?
Right.
Oh.
Okay. So maybe they just caught this wrong. We're going to assume incompetence because it says 2021 salary $101,500, right? But on the Edgar documents it says 2021 compensation $105,000. So he's about $4,000 off already.
Oh.
The plot thickens.
And then the 2020 compensation says 37,500, right? Which is correct, except he wasn't the CEO in 2021, in 2020 rather, right?
Right, which is misleading here, unless they can. Well, no, he wasn't at all because that was just
Why
done
would they
last
pay
year.
him? Right. So why did they pay him $37,000 for the CEO position in 2020?
Yeah, that should have been clear. That was Nick's fault right there. It should have been clear.
Out of CEO position for longer than
That's the thing right now. It's like no one really knows
it's
inside the company, right?
That's a good question, though, Tony.
It's in the Edgar filing too.
That's the thing. They have to be upfront about it.
Phil Adams, position CEO. So
It should have been. It should have been. It should have been listed again. That he was at the time. He was what CCO or what? What was Phil?
No, CRO.
Before, CRO.
CRO.
Chief
and
Revenue
before that, he
Officer.
was VP of sales.
Business. Right?
Yeah. So this is on their Edgar filing again. Phil Adams, position CEO, date of service October 28th, 2021, which lines up with what I was told when they were going to do this crowdfunding. Well, exactly on October 28th was the day that I was told, hey, they're going to do a new crowdfunding. But it says here 2020 compensation $37,500. But he wasn't the CEO. So why did he get paid $37,500? That should be listed in his other position, CRO pay or VP pay, not CEO pay. He only got paid once for the CEO, and that should be the 2021.
Right.
And again, from October 28th, almost November, so for 1 month and change, he had $105,000. Remember that.
Yeah, that's a considerable jump for that time.
Phil Adams for a single for all of November, December, so it was like 2 months and a couple of days, right? Is all he was CEO in 2021. He got $105,000 for the CEO position in 2021.
Are they some kind of how maybe extrapolating what his salary would
think
have been?
So they paid him $100,000 $100,000 basically for 2 months' work, 3 months' work.
Yeah, they can't extrapolate this. This is the hard number what they paid him.
Okay. I mean, like,
Right?
it's like this is what he would have made
Yeah,
if he
it
had
says
been.
compensation.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
this is what he made. Like, I get what you're saying. Like, you're saying.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, like they may have like.
This is what he would have been paid if he worked the entire year as the CEO, right? No, I think this is just this is flat out what they paid him.
I don't know.
Yeah,
That's
here's the
crazy
thing.
that they would.
CEOs,
How do you justify that? You know,
remember, they're not on the clock. They're salaried positions. That's a salary position. They gave him $105,000 for the annual salary. That's it. Here you go. Here's your money. But you only worked 2 months because they had to change CEOs at the end of the year. You would think they would say, "Hey, Phil, we're going to put you as CEO. We're only going to give you 2 months worth of pay for that year," which would be $37,000, which might, that would explain that number. But you gave 2 numbers, and he wasn't CEO in 2020, unless he's been CEO for a year longer than they've been telling us.
But they would have had to change that around. There would be some. Is that they don't
Or
have
they paid
their?
2 CEOs.
You're cutting in and out on us, Tony.
I didn't say nothing.
But what I was going to say is what year didn't they release their numbers for? That Nick said he had to get. Is it 2020?
2021.
Okay. I don't know if that has anything to do with anything, but I gotta get them books straight.
I mean, could Tommy been like the figurehead CEO the entire
Because,
time,
again,
and Phil's actually in control?
They
Perhaps?
list Tommy. Because look at right here is CEO 2021. Even if we go by Nick's numbers, which is again off by 3,500, but CEO got paid 101,000. Now, if we go down here to Tommy got paid 91,000 in 2021, but he was the CEO for 2021, right? So they paid 2 CEOs in 2021.
Yeah, I don't quite understand.
They're trying to make money disappear.
Why?
That's what it is.
So here's the thing. Why didn't Nick list Oh, he does. Go down to this. What is the CCO transition from CEO? The transition. Why didn't he put that at the top? That transition to CEO for Phil. That's he puts it in quotation marks here, but why didn't he do that at the top here?
And he's put in half year for
It
2018.
doesn't even say when he
Why not?
transitioned. It just says that he did transition.
What does it say down here? Currently, equity investments and loans total 358,745 as compared to 206,000 in total compensation, equating to a positive cash balance for the company of 152,745.
So again, the assertion that the management team is using the company to funnel money for investors to their personal enrichment is completely false and is stated here only to hurt the company by defaming the management team in an attempt to build distrust among potential investors. Again, their numbers are not even the right numbers. CCO says 81,000, right? So we got 81,000. That's correct. Then the next number is 91,000 CCO. But in the Edgar filings, it says 96,000. He couldn't even copy the numbers correctly.
He's making my brain
And
hurt
then it
at
says
this
again,
point.
note, 2021 numbers. 2021 numbers stated above are unaudited. So they might not even right. We're just
Yeah.
throwing numbers out.
We're taking from
Fuck it.
salary.com data.
Yeah, that was for the comparisons.
Right.
All right, so Joseph B says, Nick, thank you for the additional info. However, that actually supports the enrichment assertion. You started paying yourselves far more when investors' funds were secured. While I agree the rates are below industry average, you're skirting the fact that owners of startups generally pay themselves far less, even $0, while they are pre-revenue. Indeed, you have just shown you were doing so until the time you had other investors' money to do so. Why did you all deserve to suddenly be paid more after you had already missed your launch date and were still pre-revenue? Finally, when you compare the salary to loans made by such people, you fail to note the 10% interest charge that was attached to some of those loans, such as the former CEOs. Why would the former CEO and founder be charging his own company 10% interest out of investor money? Typically, owners' loans are interest-free, and in any case, 10% is far, far above current interest rates. Nick R. 2 days ago, so he let this sit for 8 days. 2 days ago, he says, Joseph B. So your position is that someone who has put more money into the company than has been taken out is somehow fleecing the company? Also, for a startup, management should take zero salary until revenue is generated. Forget that they already put in more money than salary taken out, so in reality, they're working for less than zero salary. If things go bad, they don't magically get that money back. Also, anyone loaning the company money that works for the company should do it interest-free. Are these startup norms in the world you come from? So he didn't answer any of the concerns about why they started getting paid more money, why suddenly they started getting salaries.
Right. That's the main question I would have is
we
like,
put money into the company.
we deserve money back.
He's basically saying we put money in and now we need to get money back because we know that the system's tanking. And how else are we going to get our money back? By giving us salaries. We had 6 replies for Denivius S. In the event Amico is not sustainable, bankrupt by quarter 2022, as stated above, with this round of investor shares, 72 cents a share, transfer as shares in FIG. David S. says, no, you simply lose your investment. Thanks, David. Well, you can apply the loss to your taxes. And now Nick gets in on it. And he says, hello, D. The investment through Republic is structured as a revenue share and will remain as a revenue share commitment to the company. Once the revenue share commitment is fulfilled, the FIG Amico shares are retired. There is no equity position in the company as part of the FIG share. The current CF offering on Start Engine is totally separate from the Republic revenue share. This new offering is true equity. Wow, he's just repeating the exact same thing he said like on the other comment.
Yeah, he does this multiple times throughout
Peter
this
C.
entire
says,
thing.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for the warning. In the unfortunate event it does become a loss, you can report it on your Schedule D as a worthless investment, similar to worthless stock, and use it to offset gains from other stocks that you sold on a United States IRS tax form. If you don't have enough capital gains with which to offset your capital losses, you can take a capital loss carry forward into future years and can subsequently use up to $3,000 loss carry forwards each year thereafter until you use it up. Please consult with your CPA tax accountant who can confirm this. No one wants to take losses. Theodore O, who has 15 investments, so again, it's not just some random Yahoo, says, to quote a respected reviewer on Kotaku, I don't know if he's respected, this is a new gaming console that's become a giant car crash. Start Engine will sell you anything. A review of the financials, as explained below, reveals a multi-car crash. Peter C. says, on the other hand, what if you don't invest and the team at Intellivision and Amico go on to turn things around in the next 6 to 12 months? And the new Intellivision and Amico becomes a smash hit success, becomes the next unicorn or decacorn. Start Engine's own CEO Howard Marcus just saw his first company, Activision, get acquired by Microsoft for over $67 billion, and then some. The question you will want to ask yourself after doing your own due diligence before buying shares is, do you think that Intellivision can pull an Activision or even go about 1/10 or 1/50th that far? Hell no. Television has not got the same catalog as Activision. It does not have the same market share as Activision. Activision is a company that exists. Theodore O says, I ask myself that question. No. The question you pose is that of a promoter, not an objective reviewer. How many startup software companies have gone bust? As Howard Marks states in his own new fund offering on Start Engine, most. The fact that software companies such as Microsoft, Oracle, etc. are worth hundreds of billions is irrelevant, as most others don't make it. You want to get this one, Gary?
Where are we at? Roosevelt S. What's really going on with this company? You have a new CEO. What happened with the previous one? You raised more than enough on WeFunder platform to bring this to market. Why are you raising more funds? What was the valuation of the WeFunder capital raised since this round is at 72 cents a share? You guys have a lot of explaining to do, especially to your previous crowdfunding shareholders. Is this the only comment under here? This is John A. And this is for most people who don't know,
right here.
From what I understood, though, I believe that's John Alvarado, right? Nick Richards is the only one at Intellivision that will have it. Where were you at? Go. Maybe that was up further. But...
all the way to the bottom, right there. Caesar.
Oh, okay. We're at Caesar L.
This is the first reply.
Well, let me clarify though that not everybody who works for Intellivision has Intellivision next to their name. From what I understand, that John Alvarado posts throughout here, and he will not have the Intellivision marker on his next to his name. So Caesar L says, no reply to this very important comment. Concerning, really? John C states, people can read your comments and quickly uncover that you have an agenda. You and David S. start off polite and insightful, but your tactics will get scrutinized. This question was posted at about 7 p.m. Eastern Time, and 5 hours later, you imply that no response is something to be suspicious about. Well, John C., Nick Richards is conveniently picking and choosing what replies to make. Why don't you scrap the Caesar L with zero investments and start with a new helpful persona?
All these alt accounts.
David S. says, John C., if ensuring that people have the facts before investing, i.e. have read the entire Form C filings, is an agenda, well, so be it. A non-investor, what is your agenda? As a non-investor, what is your agenda? John C., my agenda where you are concerned is to expose your tactics. Look at your two sentences here. You claim to want people to have the facts before investing. Yeah, that's presumably the point of a Form C. The people who put together will suffer if it is fraudulent. It is available to us all. So thanks so much. Otherwise, you make comments about the information in it that seems based less in fact than coming from an agenda of sabotage. In another reply, I've admitted... I scrolled up on my screen here, sorry. In another reply, I've admitted that I'm a part of the revenue share agreement. Beyond helping people find the information they are looking for, or exposing their faulty logic, or in your case, your tactics, I expect Nick to answer questions from prospective investors. Dealing with lowlifes like you takes time away from the employees of companies whose success I have invested in. Thus, I expose your tactics to save them, representatives, from having to politely indulge your harassment, and so you influence fewer people with your dishonesty. I'm such a good person for doing this. You're welcome.
John C., give that guy a halo.
So obviously we can see at this point it's just kind of starting they were good for the first few days, I'd say. There were some good questions. Obviously, David S. seems to be finding his way in these replies and most of this stuff, but for the most part, it was pretty tame up until that point. Tony is still there. Did we lose Tony?
We lost Tony.
Oh, we lost Tony. I wonder why I didn't scroll, but for the most part, it starts out okay. We haven't even really scratched the surface of the comment section. It starts to get it gets incredibly better if you're looking for an entertainment while eating some popcorn. But it starts to devolve into madness at this point. This is really where I think on the next comment that comes along is the one that I talked about earlier, where a potential investor asks, what he says, he asks 11 questions, but there are questions within questions. Nick replies and says, there's 23 questions here. I'll have to get back to you. He answers like one or two of them and says he'll get back to them. And he has yet to actually address any of those, potential questions. And it has been asked probably now to this date, I want to say 2 to 3 times on the Start Engine page. And it's even been floating around Reddit, these 23 questions that Nick seems to fail to want to answer, which is more of the same of what's been going on, obviously through the little bit that we read. It looks like Tony's back. His internet's really taking a hit right now. I could tell because he's kind of been dipping in and out. Whoa. We lost you. But like I was telling everybody,
did you get through the whole comment, really... or did you?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, it starts to get really good after this point, because this is where everybody really starts kind of fighting back and forth with each other.
Excellent.
So we're just above this John C. My agenda comment here. Are we losing you again? All right, John C. says, you're already attempted to taunt me with that sorry that you've lost all your money line. Come up with new material. You are innocently trying to point people to, quote unquote, the facts before investing, not suggesting that I need professionally help for exposing your tactics. Remember, you might lose all the credibility you've garnered so far with your reasoned, thoughtful insights.
It looks like there's a comment deleted then. Well, no, they can't delete comments on this, can they?
Well, no, they can, because...
no, they can't.
From what we understand, that Avolp, as was commenting on here, and a lot of them have been erased. Jeff's comment, Smash JT's initial comment was gone, and there's a few other ones that are missing, I think. And Nick Richards had allegedly tried to dock somebody by getting their email or phone number or something like that, so he could talk personally with them. And that comment, I think, is gone as well. All right, so we're at Roosevelt S. Wow, John C. An investor in WeFunder campaign has an agenda. I have vested interest in the success of Intellivision since I've made a deposit on a game console that is yet to come to market and a future game bundle that is collecting dust in the closet. By the way, I don't recall losing any money with the WeFunder investment. The former CEO is a legend in the gamer community, so I'll help clarify what investors really want to know about the company. Did Tommy step aside and accept the president position to continue to have an impact on the operations of Intellivision? The WeFunder campaign was extremely successful, and would it be safe to assume that those funds were used for the development of the Amico game console? Is the Start Engine campaign to offer investors shares into Intellivision itself? If so, will these funds be used to help market and launch the Amico system and future growth, or to focus on potential IPO? Please provide plain language, bottom line, upfront answers. Investors don't have time to search a 100-page document to find a one-paragraph answer. Please provide transparency so we can all feel comfortable with investing in Intellivision. Thanks. No agenda here. I want Intellivision to be extremely successful, I guess he meant to say. I just want to say to Roosevelt S., if you're investing in a company, you have no reason not to read through that 100-page document. If I'm investing $10,000 like Smash JT did, you better believe I'm reading every bit of detail and asking people who might be more knowledgeable than myself about what I might not understand in that filing. Is that just me, guys, or
No, I'd agree with you. To say investors don't have time to search a 100-page document means these guys have got more money than sense.
There you go. It's a good way to put it. You still there, Tony?
Intellivision is extremely successful.
I was looking at something because I keep seeing people mention. Can you hear me?
You're kind of cutting out on us a little bit.
What I was saying was I keep hearing people mention WeFunder, but I don't think Intellivision's ever been on WeFunder.
Did they do GoFundMe? Or no, it was just Fig and Republic, right?
Fig, Republic, Fundable.
Well, GoFundMe's like not that kind of GoFundMe. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, like Fig and Republic, Fundable. Like you said.
Yeah.
That's what I meant to say.
All right, let's go up to this. Wow, this huge ass comment.
All right,
you know what? We're gonna
John?
stop with all the bullshit fighting. Let's just get to the Nick Richards comments. Are you ready for this, gentlemen?
All right.
No, not ready.
I'm ready. Nick Richards said 10 days ago, hello, Roosevelt. First, a quick clarification. We have never raised money on WeFunder. We raised our previous round on Republic, and it was structured as a revenue share with terms that end the revenue share once key milestones are hit. Just wanted to clarify that. Our CTO, John Alvarado, will post on the changes with our CEO, so I'll skip that point in this post. With regard to the statement, you have raised more than enough.
Stop. Gary.
Yeah.
Why the fuck? Why the fuck is the CTO, not the CFO/COO, going to explain the CEO change? The number 2 guy is not going to tell us why they changed CEOs. The number 6 guy is going to do it. Why? Why even post that there? Why even say, hey, I'm not going to tell you about that. I'm going to have John Alvarado come in and tell you. Why not just fucking explain it? Is he trying to if I don't explain it and someone else does, then he'll be in trouble when it's bullshit. What's up, Leo?
Hey guys, thanks for having me in. Very related to what Tony is saying right now. Did you guys see this one? Did you already read the post where this guy asks a question and Nick Richards asks him to contact him and show who he is?
Well, yeah, I mentioned that while I don't think we got to that area, but I did mention it to everybody while Tony kind of got dropped there for a minute that there were some comments being deleted, and that comment's not there anymore, right?
Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah, I think it was deleted from here. Obviously, there are people who
one of them one of them isn't.
Okay, yeah, one of the replies to it I think is. I think somebody did capture that. It might still be on Reddit. I'm not exactly too sure, but
I think it is.
Yeah.
So, Tony,
the initial comment got
what
deleted.
happened? What happened was the following. I don't even remember what the questions were, but someone asked questions, and Nick Richards responding saying that there were a lot of trolls in the comments, and he was asking the person to contact him through some whatever contact and show Nick
through email.
Richards, like prove his identity to Nick Richards. So he responds. So Nick Richards would then, after that, publicly respond to the questions. But that, to me, if I may, it's complete nonsense, because if there is a question, it wouldn't matter whether it's a troll asking a question, a 5-year-old asking a question, an investor, the president of the United States. If there is a question out there, just answer the question. You're wasting time with like figuring out who this person is. Just answer the question for transparency and leave it there.
And I think part of the reason why that question got deleted off of Start Engine was that goes against their terms of service. Somebody brought it up that asking for them to conduct, talk behind the in Start Engine doors, so to speak, was against their policy.
It should be.
Yeah. I believe it's against SEC regulations too.
Yes, I believe that was part of the other reply too.
My main point being just answer the questions, right? They just don't want to answer the questions. They don't want to be transparent, because just the fact that there are even questions already means their communication is lacking. Right? Each question is something you failed to communicate already in advance, right? And they are in a position when they have to, basically. They were even required to do SEC disclosure, and there are still way too many questions, and they just refuse to answer. And like this troll talk makes no sense to me. It doesn't matter who's asking the question. If it's a question that has an answer,
there is a fine line on here. Going through all of it myself, I've pretty much read every comment. There are some people who are kind of there to kind of start trouble. Some people are asking legitimate questions, but there is a lot of like fighting going on. There's a lot of unnecessary stuff coming from certain people. And like, again, we don't want nobody to go over there and start trolling on the Start Engine comment section. But there's definitely there are people doing that, and I do understand where they're coming from. There's a lot of upset people.
Here, hold on, Gary, because I want to agree with Leo here. If there's a question that you're going to answer, it doesn't matter who's asking the question, right? Like
I agree. I agree.
A troll,
no,
an adult.
I agree
100%. Answer the question, or you're not.
All I'm saying is that there are people on here that are not even answering questions; they're just trolling, like straight up trolling.
I understand. Yeah,
irrelevant.
Exactly. Thank you, Tony. That's my point. Just as my point.
Tell me who you are so I can answer your question.
That's unprofessional, and it shouldn't be going on, especially within Start Engine's term of service.
Ignore the trolls.
Right. Yes. That's exactly what should be going on.
Regardless, just ignore the trolls. You don't have to respond to them. You don't have to. Right. And two, if there's a question and you're willing to answer it, but only willing to answer it if you know who's asking, then that's bullshit. You should just answer the question.
Yeah, I 100% agree. There's a lot of like unprofessional shit going on within and it's mind blowing the way Nick has handled a lot of this, and he won't answer, especially a lot of the investors with actual good questions. Like I said, we haven't gotten to the point where the 23 questions were asked, that he answered a few of them and then kind of just swept it under the rug. But no, I totally agree. There's a lot of like smoke and mirrors and damage control and dodging the real questions happening in this comment section. It's atrocious.
Good. says, with regard to the statement, you have raised more than enough to bring this to market. The vast majority of all funds raised have been spent on product, whether it be hardware, firmware, software, game development, art, animation, as well as a host of back-end system support operations. First off, art and animation should be part of software unless they're talking about art for the boxes, which I don't see that cost that much. The initial cost of developing an entirely new gaming console is considerable. That was supposed to be handled in your initial pitch when you got your funds to make it, right? Don't come crying to me later that you didn't raise enough money. As we approach launch, we do need to raise additional funds to continue to fund engineering, particularly in the area of back-end systems that support online transactions and manage the digital rights to games, which also integrate with our general ledger system, NetSuite, as well as our customer service system. So when a customer calls our support team, we can determine what system they have purchased and what games they own. You need a customer service system to tell you what games, why. Hey, game's not working. What game? This one. Okay, fuck it. Let me fix it for you.
Oh, this is
why is everything so fucking complicated with Intellivision?
This is admission that they mismanaged the project, right? This paragraph is admission that the funds that they got, because they said they were supposed to be enough, but now suddenly they're not done with this stuff that they were done. It's crazy because they were done with all this stuff. I have posts from Tommy from a year ago saying there was nothing behind in the back end a year ago.
Right.
So to take that a step further, did they do no research into how much it's going to cost?
It sounds like it.
Zero. Not how much it was going to cost. Remember, they didn't got it. They have no games. 0 games are finished. 100% complete. Maybe instead of getting 50 in development, you should have did like 10 and got them finished before you started the next 10. Don't keep starting shit. I keep seeing Tommy was like, we got 20, we're gonna get 20 more, and no, finish a fucking game, just one. 7 hours and 10 minutes into the stream, I'm very tired, aggravated. My inner dairy.
On that note, I'm gonna take off. See you guys later. Okay.
Yeah, have a good one.
Bye.
Come on, let's make 10 hours today.
You only need one great game to sell a system.
Yeah.
Well, they need a decent game to start.
They need one game finished. Going on, continuing with the launch, we obviously need to properly fund our marketing efforts. I was told they had, what was it, 50 million set aside just for marketing? What happened to that money? Did they spend that money too?
Wasn't it 10 million? I don't know, but yeah, you're right. They were touting that they had.
Yeah, they just it's called pissing in the wind.
And it says we have some great marketing partnerships that will give us tremendous reach in our target demographic. So, if you have marketing partnerships but no system, why did you start making marketing partnerships? Did you pay them money? Did you pay money to people?
You know what the partnership means by them, right? They went to a
they said hi to them.
No, they went to a company, to a PR company. They were like, "Oh, would you make PR for us?" And they're like, "Yeah, sure, $5 million, and we'll do this and that." And they're like, "Okay, so when we got that money, we come back to you." Good. So they have a partnership now, right? That's how it works with them. As long as they pay the company, they're gonna do the advertisement for them.
Well, they got.
I mean,
well, they got SNEStastic. They got a partnership with SNEStastic and
Retro Bro.
Saggy Melons.
Yeah, it's the partnership with Retro Bro. Retro Bro hypes up the console, and they share the videos from Retro Bro on their emails to the list. That's the partnership.
You got DJC making music for the console.
I love this next part here. Yeah. This next one is so great. We will, though, manage this spend so we don't outpace our ability to ramp up production. What the actual fuck? Okay. You cannot predict how we'll react, right? You could spend $10. Really, you can spend $10 on marketing, and then 1 million people want to buy your shit, right? There's no way for you to be like, well, we're only going to spend X because that'll only get Y amount of people interested. That doesn't make any fucking sense, right? You can't anticipate how people are going to react to your marketing. You might throw $10 million at marketing and still get nobody interested in the system, or you might spend $10,000 and fucking everybody wants it. Or you can be like, sorry, we only want to give us only 10,000 interested customers because we can't fucking make any more consoles. Are these people not in business? Am I like the only person
That's
that
why
knows
this
how fucking
whole thing just it rubs me the wrong way. It's like the logic being used here. It just seems like something shady was always going on. That's why I'm so stuck in the like, was it a scam from the get-go? Like, how far in did it take before they realized, oh shit, we don't really have a market here to sell to, so what do we do now that we said we're going to make this thing? Do we not make it? Do we make it? Like,
I think the serious trouble started as early as 2019.
It begs the question, like when they went up for pre-order and they got those pre-orders and those pre-orders were so low, did they shift in how they approached handling the production of this?
So here's the thing that I think a lot of people missed, and I hope some of the big YouTubers, if you're watching, this is something really key that you need to pay attention to. In the 2019 Gamescom game trailer, remember that it is a game trailer. Several quote unquote games shown were later told that they weren't actually games. The Running Man thing is not an actual game. It was never games and passed off as a game. The Cat Fighter footage is not a game. It never was a game. They never made that a game. That was a footage from Facebook that a company put out to see what name they wanted on the game, and then that game never got made because the company just went out of business.
And
I don't know if they got permission. I don't know if they just paid. Hey, we'll give you $5,000. Let us use that footage, but it was never real of things that weren't games as games.
And so that's why
was it a scam from the beginning?
That's why it's always that's why it's weird, right? It's like the choices they made when we go down the rabbit hole of, well, Earthworm Jim was really, or not Earthworm Jim, but Toe Jam and Earl was never really kind of in production, it halted, and they wanted to do something, they didn't. And then Earthworm Jim gets a trailer and never gets worked on. And games that we haven't seen footage from, like, where the hell is MLB? Where's the MLB baseball?
Earthworm Jim was like, what, 8 seconds of him walking back and forth?
Right. Yeah.
That's not a trailer.
It was like a teaser. I mean, it technically is, but right, I get what you're saying. Right. There's no substance there. All it was like a little quick. Yeah, I don't even know what you call it, but right, just a little short little clip. But really, when you look back at every game, why is there like some sneaky shit going on with every game?
Well, not just that. Remember this, Gary. Remember this. Earthworm Jim was showed off in that little, like, 15-second trailer, whatever it is, teaser, right? When it was first shown, the rocket ship in the background disappeared because they fucked up their own 15-second worth of animation.
Really? I don't remember covering that.
Well, we haven't covered a lot of the fuck-ups they did because it's so many that it's hard to catch it all.
Yeah.
We're really
Tommy
losing
actually
you,
came out
Tony.
and admitted it was on Atari. He goes, yeah, the thing messed up. He's like, we screwed up and the rocket ship disappeared.
I mean, everything has a little like
It wasn't even a proof of
hiccup.
concept, D-Dub.
Yeah, I wouldn't really call that a proof of concept. Like, I mean,
Test animation. Yeah.
I mean,
console. There was no gameplay.
I mean, I don't think you really need a gameplay to not for proof of concept. Proof of concept could be like storyboards, can it? I mean, it's so
no, but proof of concept would include some concept of the gameplay, right?
In my limited
Yeah.
experience, proof of concept is that it's working on the console. It's nowhere near finished, but like, yeah, look, we got Earthworm Jim on the Amico working.
But there would be some element of gameplay.
Yeah.
There was no element of gameplay. There was
I mean,
nothing related to gameplay.
And here's the thing, that trailer was meant to be deceptive to make it look like that was actually running and that was like ready to kind of go, right? That's what it appeared to me, and I knew that wasn't the case, but that's what the game was meant to look like. That's why he runs back and forth like he does. It's made to look like somebody's controlling him and that it is running on the console. That was the whole point of that.
Yeah. And a lot of people ask, how is the development of Earthworm Jim going along? And when the game is coming, a lot of people don't understand that they never really did more than just sit together and drink a beer and talk about what they might maybe do one day about this game, and they never really worked on it at all.
Right. That was it. That trailer was all we got, and they didn't go any further than that. That trailer was meant to deceive from the very beginning. At least that's my opinion on it.
It's meant to.
Yeah.
You still with us, Tony?
Yes.
Yeah. Still, I was trying to get something up real quick.
Yeah.
Because I know, we always say, we don't let just, you always want proof. So I'm trying to get the footage.
Yeah, I mean,
Real
there is, there is red flags all around with the console, with the project. Again, it's hard. A lot of stuff is gone, right? But I mean, we have a company that for years, the communication from them was Tommy Tallarico on these interviews, on these forums, on Reddit. This was the communication that was all we had. And so people cannot come out now, and Tony did a great job of making sure that, that this stuff appears, gets out there, and that it doesn't get spun. But the truth is, I mean, you can't forget that, like what was said in those videos, it really was the official communication of the company. It was the CEO there making interviews. These often were even linked by Intellivision, right? But I mean, it is the CEO of the company.
Yeah,
he was
it doesn't
there as
either.
the CEO of the company.
Right, it
so
doesn't
all
matter.
The promises he made, they're promises made by the company. It is what
Right.
it is.
Either way, it doesn't matter. That's why it was always a bad look to have Tommy on behalf of Intellivision going around to small YouTubers over promising and under delivering again.
Yeah.
It never sat well with me, and that's one of the main points we've been talking about for 2 years was that Tommy just needed to shut up, because every time he opened his mouth, it was something that we kind of knew wasn't true, and everything up until this point, it just all boils back down to like I don't know how far I have to go back to understand that this was a scam. Like I have a hard time saying it's a scam for 100% fact, but the proof is there, right? When you look at these things, knowing what we know now, and you go back and like Tony's pulling up like Earthworm Jim footage. When you go back and look at that, when you take into account that when we finally found out that Sesame Street was a Flash game, and the Care Bears thing was like a Flash game, and then you go and look at like how bad the MLB, but the soccer looked, how like how early in development that was, and the fact that we really didn't get any information on any of these other games. It's just like everybody's been asking themselves the $10 million question: what the hell have they been doing with their time over 3 years?
Yeah, and something I noticed recently is like if they're currently working on the software and the games, like wouldn't you be putting out, like normally with software revisions, you have like version 1, version 1.2, etc. Like
Right.
wouldn't like they be advertising that this is like version 1.5 and this one's version 2? Nah, it's all been the same demo all along, hasn't it?
I mean, you've pretty much seen the same footage from day one. I mean, we really haven't seen.
No, I'm going to. This is incorrect. If you look at the footage of battle tanks, it has shown progress because in the original footage of battle tanks, they had Fury on the barrel of the tank in the opening graphic, and then in the second trailer, the Fury was already removed from the barrel.
Right.
So then in the third trailer, that's when we had the big controversy. But I'm talking about the trailers, like the 10, what was it, the August 5th event? They had a trailer, and then they had one in like October, even before the deep dives. I'm saying they already showed that it had the Fury, then they removed the Fury, and then the current fuck up. So this on the screen here is Earthworm Jim, as you can see, and you will note there is this little thing in the background here. What do you want to call it?
Is it like a bird? It's an animal, isn't it?
No, I'm talking about this statue here. You got the statue.
Oh, that's Evil the cat.
Right. Evil
Oh,
Cat's
okay.
here. Okay, you got the Evil the Cat statue and this landmark. I want you to note the landmark. There is the rocket right here. And the only evidence that we got left, because remember, when the fuck up was shown, they went ahead and fixed it and changed the trailer and everything. But people were able to, before that happened. So I don't know if you can see this. It's really hard to see, but there's no rocket right where the rocket should be.
Yeah.
Yeah, as it scrolls out.
Yeah. So what originally happened was he landed with the rocket. Then when he started running, it was like two animations because it landed and he popped up into being standing up running. And then the rocket disappeared during that time. That's why they had to go back and fix that. So no one noticed it. Again, this little things, like no one noticed when they did that. And they're like, hey, let's look at the animation. Oh, shit, we fucked up.
Yeah. I want to go a second back to the tank thing because that's very damning.
Okay. How far back you want to go? Because I can go.
No, because what you just said is very, very damning to this company because if they have a trailer with the Fury there and then they have a new one without that, it means someone knew what that was. That there is no space for an accident there. Who deleted Fury from that barrel?
Well, again, because we want to be fully transparent here, I will pull up the images so we can all see. So go ahead, Leo. Tell us how upset that makes you. While I look for the footage.
Well, no, because this is, I mean, it could be that the original developer did it and then sent them this whatever. But like this would be really worthwhile, like looking into and seeing what actually happened. What are the timelines? Because they did to their trailer. They did this. They just hid the parts that were offending, and otherwise they left the stuff up, and we don't even know whether what's left up is also stolen. We just didn't see where it was stolen from, just didn't find it. Because I mean, the images from the tanks, like everything, like all the art that we saw, basically, it was stolen. I mean, for a while I thought that it was licensed, right? Because just because you can find it on Google search, it doesn't mean it's stolen. But those were not Shutterstock images. They were images from all over the place, and obviously, like War Thunder would never, ever, and the Fury film, seriously, I mean, obviously that was never licensed. So, I mean, would they steal half and license half? That makes no sense. I mean, that one really, it's really awful that they never really addressed that properly, and that just flew by. But I mean, now that the console's not even getting released, apparently, I mean, seemingly, it all just stops really mattering. But when people go around like, oh yeah, they did their best, and they just in the end couldn't make ends meet, that's the moment where you can't forget that the games they had, were either not real games, or had stolen assets, or were made with German public money, and then you're gonna say they did their best. Yeah, okay, they spent millions of dollars in software, in games, but the only games that actually exist out there were paid by the German government. So what did you spend millions on? On Tank Tank?
I mean, it was basically like, the way I look at it was that it was a way to funnel this money and make it look like you were legitimately trying to put a product out while taking those salaries. I mean, that's what I want to say. That's how it looks to me. Do I have factor? Like, is that a fact? No. That's the way I view it. Like, from the very beginning, something was off. We all kind of knew that. It sounded like a great idea because, if you travel back in time, obviously none of us had the thought process that we would be here right now talking about these things and looking back at how, like, god awful the game, like, it all boils back down to the games. It makes no sense how none of these games are finished. How not, like, I mean, maybe they are, like, maybe that is a lie too. Maybe there are finished games. Maybe they're 6-packing games or 5-packing games, whatever they have, are ready to go and have been ready to go for a year.
No.
There's just no console. Maybe this just was a way to funnel money to make it look like they were trying to put something out, and at the end of the day, they get their salaries, they walk away from it, and that's it.
Okay, but Gary, we know, I agree with you mostly, but we know that, what's that, cornhole?
Yeah, cornhole.
That was not finished a year ago. That one we know was not finished a year ago, right?
Well, yeah.
So, there it starts already.
Yeah, we know that's not done, and I don't think that was ever, like, that's another thing. Like, they promised that, and they thought, okay, well, maybe we'll get this done quick. This will be out of the way. And then they were like, well, this is just a pain in the ass to fuck with, right? We're trying to make it like Wii bowling in a sense. Okay. And this just feels like awful. But it's so weird because, like, I could see this going in a multitude of ways. I just can't wrap my brain around it because it's just all so bizarre. Every aspect, no matter where you pull from. If you pull from where the money was spent, how much money they paid themselves, the games, the console, it's a fucking head scratcher.
I have a hard time understanding where this money went. Because millions of dollars spent in software development, and where? What? Why don't I have anything to show for it? It's so weird. I don't get it. I mean, Tommy, I mean, listen, that maybe that's what they mean development, right? They buy this icon, this Running Man thing to put in the front of the office that's somewhere there with some people doing something that nobody knows what they do. They have like customer support, but they have no products to have customers. They have like we saw the headquarters and Tommy Tallarico's weird dark office full of toys and stuff. Well, maybe that's development, right? Like all the money they spend setting that stuff up and buying decorations and buying tables and computers.
Well, and that's
stuff.
another thing. All those things that like you mentioned was another like red flag. It was weird when he would do the office tours and he had, like you said, all these things just like pictures on the ground and like all these like toys just kind of sitting all over the place. And I kind of imagine like the offices are probably still like that. Like there's just shit sitting all over the, like if you looked at the Utah office, what really struck me is go back and watch that video where they do the tour of the Utah office. The printer that's sitting on a table that looks so out of place sitting in there, directly under it is the box. Like they just pulled that fucker out to shoot that video to make it look like they were in an office space.
Yeah, and they bought that test tumbler machine and a battery testing machine instead of just paying someone to test the stuff for them, which a normal human being would do. I mean, it's not even a business, and like who does this? It's completely insane.
Yeah, I agree. Completely insane.
And Tony, were you looking for pictures and stuff, or couldn't you find it, or did you give up?
Yeah. So I got the first half of the. Let me go ahead and share this screen here. This is the August 5th, 2020 trailer. Hopefully you guys can see that. So you can see right here.
Yep.
Fury on the barrel.
Right.
So that was the first one. So then we're going to go ahead and share another screen. Now this is the October 10th footage. And again, Fury on the barrel.
October of the same year.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's October 10th, 2020. Yeah. It's the October 10th, 2020 gameplay footage.
Yep. So they is this on their channel? No, right?
Yeah, that's on their channel.
They still have the stolen assets on their channel. Just because we didn't point it out. They're so fucking competent. They didn't fucking... Oh my god, dude. Now they're gonna edit the video or what? Or not, now they don't even care, right? Like this thing is over. But they can't even fucking fix the other stuff. Go back with Fury written there.
Yeah. So it was there. We just never saw it because we weren't looking for it.
Well, we're so bad. We waste our entire lives, 24 hours a day, just looking at something to destroy Intellivision, and we didn't even watch their videos properly, right? I mean, we're so incompetent.
Completely incompetent. And I know that there's another video that is afterward that shows battle tanks without, not the deep dive video, but another one post.
With the Fury scraped from the barrel.
Yeah.
Are the other two guys still in here, or are they sleeping at the computer? You guys still
No,
on?
no, I'm here.
Who's our fifth that hasn't said much? Is
Blinded?
Oh yeah, I think Blinded fell asleep. We haven't heard him in a long time.
I just had a scary thought. Do you think that Intellivision are going to try pumping out consoles without a back end working to try to raise money for the servers? So they'll be selling these consoles for
No, they don't have have the money to produce the units.
Right.
They claim they had like what Tony showed was what 1.9 million or 1.
Yeah.
I forget what the number was, but they really only have they have that 1.4 million tied up with ARC, and they only have $500,000 in cash on hand. Mix that with what they have coming from Start Engine, and they claim to have, correct me if I'm wrong, Tony, but I think they've claimed to have other investors. We don't know who those investors are, but that's their claim, that they do have other another source of revenue, but I don't think they have. Right. I don't think they have the money to even make the Founders Editions. And this is what I said a couple weeks ago when this when this started. I laughed. Tony started revealing. I missed the week before, and then I laughed because I said it's not. They're not even going to get Founders Editions out at this point. That's at least how I view it. I mean,
yeah.
Just to clarify, as far as I remember from the SEC filings, they have different other possible investors. Even the manufacturer would kind of like give them like an advance, like not charge up front something. But that's the point I'm making. That was tied to the Start Engine. They wrote in the SEC filings at least that if Start Engine went well, there is another investor, there are a group of people who would then put more. Like if Intellivision came in with 5 million from Start Engine, then these other people would put 5 million on top and then have the 10 millions to finish and start shipping.
Well, but here's the real question. With their 1.4 million in tied up with ARC, is anybody else going to want to work with this company to manufacture consoles?
Well, it's not a good look, is it? If you've messed up with one production company, another production company might be a bit shy.
Or ask for just an insane amount of money, up front.
Yeah, that does happen.
They're dead in the water, man. It's the only. It's coming. We got a week and a half. They're going to announce that, hey, look, we're not going to get these units out, but we are going to offer these games on a phone or a mobile device.
Yeah.
Well,
it's coming.
I don't doubt they're going to announce that these consoles are going to get released July or maybe 2022. I don't mean that they would have an actual plan to market for them, but they could, because at this point, I don't think any of the release dates that they ever had were an actual plan to market. I think they were every single one of them, from what we see, from what I have information, they all look to have been just something, we'll throw just a date out there and we'll figure it out. It was never something like, oh yes, we have this and this and that. It's all lined up. The money is here. The development is there. We're almost ready. So let's give this date and we're going to make it. And then something happened. I don't think any of those dates were that. I don't think anything happened that threw off those dates. I think the dates were just completely unrealistic. And I'm not saying they necessarily lied. Maybe they just were completely incompetent in managing the product and actually be able to understand what time frames they needed to this. But I mean, does anyone still believe that 10/10/2020 was ever
no, not at all. And I think at the beginning of last year, everybody started to realize this. I think the turning point was Pat Neumann's coverage. And they kind of laid it out really nicely while we were still kind of like unorganized, I would say, because we weren't all together kind of discussing this. We were still kind of getting our news from either them or, there was a few different places. But now I think collectively we've banded together and kind of been sharing these ideas for so long that we have a good grasp on what's going on. Whereas, back then it was, Pat and Ian saying, hey, look, they need 5 months to get to manufacture this, and they're going to miss this, April, May date. I don't know if they gave a specific date, but they said that was going to be their the general time release that they wanted after they had missed the previous, 10/10/2020 date. But looking now, it's as clear as water that they were never going to ship this thing last year, and like that was just stupid. We all knew that. Like after they had missed, that early date, or 10/10/2021, I think was the date I was mentioning. But clearly, when they missed the October, that there's something seriously going wrong here. And then obviously you got that like newsletter at the end of the year or whatever that said there was going to be that there was going to be a push. We knew that was false.
I'm with Leo on the fact I think they just made updates that sounded good and had no idea how to hit them.
Yeah, I agree.
It's the only thing that makes sense.
Just quickly, like the definition I heard of a lie is if I tell you I'm bringing something out in 6 months and I know it's not coming out in 6 months, whether that product launches in 6 months or not, I still told a lie.
Right. Yeah. I mean, they've definitely been heavily dishonest with all this. They've been misleading at best, and misleading, in my opinion, is still lying. When you know this thing's not coming to market, so.
Yeah, and like not telling the whole truth to me is also lying.
Yes.
Lying by
and
admission.
especially within the context, because again, this is a context where people are keeping their pre-orders and waiting for these consoles to probably come within that year instead of, because if people knew this console was going to come in instead of 10/10/2020, maybe someday in 2023, if it ever comes out, they wouldn't be waiting on a pre-order. They would just buy a Nintendo Switch and go on with their lives. And if this ever came out, then they would look back at it. And so you're keeping those people, you're asking for investment, and then these dates are key to those investments. I mean, these people were supposed to be getting money back, in large amounts of money back 2021, and they're not seeing a cent. And so there is a very big meaning to this. It's not like, because they like comparing themselves, oh yeah, Sony and Nintendo, they do this and they do that. Yeah, but when a company tells you, okay, we have this release date, and then they postpone the release date, but it's not a company crowdfunding, it's not a company, right? Or it's just a game, and people will not stop buying other games just because they have the pre-order on this one, right?
Right. This boils down with the same thing that's going on with Panic and Playdate.
And Analog.
Yeah.
Yeah, Analog was the same way. And guess what? Everybody got their product. Everybody was very pleased with the Pocket. So
yeah, and so
it's strange.
So again, it is misleading. It is problematic, and it's compounded by the fact that the entire context of it makes it even worse than just we didn't, we couldn't make it. Yeah, well, it's more than that.
You falling asleep on us over there, Tony?
No, I'm just listening. I'm allowed to listen to you guys.
He's over there. He's snoozing.
I don't want to monopolize the stream either. So
no, but
you're bringing up some good points.
It's definitely, and that's the thing. From the beginning, I always said that, our discussions together have always kind of cause for the greater good. It definitely gets people thinking into areas that we might not have covered. So
yeah, I'm just going over these crazy comments real quick, making sure that there are no identifying. Because I know at one point they had DJC's real name, and I want to show that on screen.
Oh yeah,
because we don't do that here.
These people they're putting themselves out there like this. It's kind of crazy in this situation. I don't think they understand what they're doing, because this might have consequences to these people. And I'm not saying I want that. I really don't. Please don't do that. But I'm just saying, after all that has happened, you go out there right now at this point in time, defending this company publicly with your name, like, dudes, don't do this. You're exposing yourself to stuff that could follow you around for years now.
Right, and it's people have their right to be pissed off, and that's why there's a mob forming with pitchforks and torches. Obviously, if this company was handled the right way from the very beginning, this wouldn't be going on, and we've talked about this for a long time. So I definitely understand that people have the right to be furious with this thing, especially when it starts to get into the territory of it truly being a scam and people being taken advantage of, whether it be some people not getting their pre-order money back, and more importantly the investors, right? Because the investors over on Republic or Fig, whichever one it is, I think it's Republic, they weren't updated on a lot of this stuff. And they're still kind of have been in the dark for quite a while on this. And those people, more than any others that have been with this company for, the amount of time they have more than enough right to be very angry with what's going on in the mismanagement of this company.
Yeah, that's the thing. The first big red flag that I saw for this console was Fig. When I made my first videos with Cyrus Martin, I was very neutral on this. And I was even unfair to Tony, saying that his coverage was not neutral on the console, because he was going out of his way to dig up this dirt and show stuff. But I didn't understand the entire situation. Of course, if you look at a company and you see 2, 3, 4, 5 things that they're not even shady, it's just wrong that they did already, and you caught them doing it, then you'll go like, wait, what is else going on out there? Because the first thing Tony did, and I was just talking about this yesterday, if Intellivision wasn't deleting those comments and then using the comment sessions to say that the product reception was great with the public, Tony might never even have started covering this, and so much of this stuff would never have been dug up, right? But again, like, he was being just neutral as a journalist. After you see someone doing bad stuff, right, multiple times, you're like, okay, so I'll have to look into this and see where it's coming from. But my first red flag was this Fig, man. I mean, you want to call it a scam, you don't want to call it a scam, I don't know. It's just a word to me. I don't care how you call it, but that Fig investment was absolutely awful. And I still cannot believe that people were defending it back then. Those people, even back then, without this information, looking at that thing, I could only think all these people lost their money. There is no way this is gonna give them any money. There is no way. It's impossible. How are they gonna sell millions of this thing the way this is being managed? And as we're seeing, like, they might not even sell one. So yeah, it was like, even without anything that happened afterwards, just that Fig thing in itself alone was scammy, or was enough to put them into this scam territory criticism possibility for the company, right?
Yeah. All right, so we're gonna get to the juicy comments now. We're gonna go ahead and because I mean, there's a lot of trolling in there. I look into
There, like I said, there's a lot of like unnecessary stuff that aren't really pertaining to the console itself. So
yeah. So this right here is the Jeff T comment. If you don't know, Jeff is Smash JT. Says, after personally meeting Tommy Tallarico and the entire team at the Orange County, California location, and actually getting the opportunity to play the Amico on multiple occasions, I enjoyed my time with it so much that I decided to invest in Intellivision. The company is full of talented leaders, creators, and developers with years of gaming expertise, and has navigated basically what amounts to a startup company through some of the biggest financial challenges in recent human history. I'm proud to be on board with the project and can't wait to finally have my own Amico to play with my family at my house. Now, Jeff claims, and it is a claim because I've seen no evidence of this, but he claims that he made this comment as at the behest of Tommy Tallarico indirectly, not a direct order to make the comment, but more of a, it would be nice if people made good comments on there. Jeff has also claimed, again, no evidence presented, so we'll call it a claim, that he has contacted Start Engine to have the comment removed as he no longer feels this way. We do know that Start Engine has removed comments. They removed a bunch of comments from A. Volpe. They removed at least one comment from Nick. So removing comments is possible. Let's keep that in mind. So Doug G replied, interesting name you got there. Dot, that's not suspicious at all. So again, this is because he was, like I said, when you first sign up for Start Engine, is my understanding that your name first appears as just a dot before it fills it in hours later when they verify who you are, or it goes through the approval process or whatever the hell it is. Nick Richards replied, Jeff, thanks for your positive words of encouragement. Please ignore the trolls that have invaded this site. So
it's kind of ironic how a day later this would unfold.
Yeah. Here's the really weird thing, because Jeff didn't invest in Intellivision. Technically, he invested in Big or Republic.
Right.
Unless there's another investment that we don't know about. Which, if Smash sees this video, or if he watches it on replay, maybe he can clarify.
Yeah, so he doesn't have any. He doesn't have any equity into the company, right? His initial investment, right?
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
So it is possible that there is more investment that we just don't know about. He just didn't tell anybody that he invested more money.
It doesn't sound like Smash. If he'd invested more, he would have been all about that.
Well, here's the thing. He said he invested 10,000, but that doesn't mean he invested 5,000 on.
No, he invested 10,000 on Fig. It shows 10,000.
Oh, does it? Okay. So that would mean he wasn't being totally honest, and that he's invested more than 10. I can only imagine losing. Maybe that's why he's fired up. Maybe he poured in another 10 grand, guys.
Yeah. So we don't know. So we're gonna go up to this next comment here. This is from Jacob L. It says, 29 days ago, Nick Richards, CFO, mentioned on Republic that we would be informed of the Amico launch date in 30 days. Are we still on track to hear about that date by tomorrow? Nick replied, hi, Jacob. My exact words were that we would announce a ship date in approximately 1 month. That was about 1 month ago. We need a few more days to nail things down, but we're announcing within the month. So that was 10 days ago, and we still haven't had no launch.
Well, remember, we talked about this, and I said or so. The exact words were or so, right?
But here's what I'm saying is he said, Nick replied and said, we need a few more days to nail things down.
Oh yeah, this was 10 days.
10 days since you made that comment.
It just keeps getting stretched out.
Right? We're past
Three.
a few now.
A few is 3, right? A couple is 2. A few is 3.
No, man. In a cosmological perspective, okay, like that's billions of days, okay? It's just nothing. Okay, they have years after this.
We're getting into semantics.
Here, a few days, that's like 2050, easy, okay?
All right, so Jacob L., he's not one to just stop. He says, hi, Nick. Your exact words were 30 days ago were, expect the team to publish a launch date in the next 30 days or so. So Nick was wrong about his exact words.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Sounds like you're planning to add a couple of weeks onto that. Several investors over at Republic are starting to think their money is lost. Most of their questions are not answered and have been ignored since this new campaign started. Nick replied, he was fast to reply on this one. Took him a day to reply to the first one, but this one he replied real fast. Says, Jacob, it is a challenge, i.e. time consuming, when people put out false information for sport or as clickbait. It's becoming a full-time job just to correct these falsehoods. I've been jumping over to Republic to answer questions, and we'll be answering more a little later. Nick, some advice. You don't have to answer every single comment that is a troll comment or misinformation or falsehood. If you put out a simple press release or update your website and say, here's the correct information,
Tony,
with no spin, just here's the information.
Tony,
That'll
can
be
you
it.
do me a
You
favor?
point people to the website. Say, here's the information. You don't got to go in there and battle the trolls. That's never gonna win.
Yeah, it's not a good look.
Tony, please, on that note, can you open a new tab and just go on the Intellivision Amico official
The
website
Republic?
FAQ? No, their official FAQ on the Intellivision website.
Well, I'm
Since
just
we're talking about misinformation on the internet.
I'm just curious though. Do you guys know? Have you checked Republic's comment section and what they're actually telling the investors at this moment? It's been a while since I've actually looked at it.
I haven't.
Yeah, which section of the FAQ are we looking at, Leo?
It's close to the beginning. When does the console ship?
Well, no,
that's
because there's
answered
three.
there.
It says about the console, about the games, or
About the
Intellivision.
console. It's about the console. It's about the console.
Okay.
Third question. When
All
will
right, let
Amico
me,
be available?
Stop sharing this, and I will share the other screen. I have not looked at it, so if Leo's wrong, we're going to expose Leo right now.
I think he knows.
Third question.
So here it is. We are.
He's probably got it up on his computer right now.
I have.
Just so we all know,
I
as you can see, this is the official site. I didn't make a second site. We're not using a phony site to try to frame the company. This is the actual
Intellivision.com, right?
It says, when will Amico be available? The COVID-19 pandemic has had a significant impact on our company, timelines, and most importantly, our people. We are working extremely hard to get Amico into your hands, but like many companies today, we are dealing with an ongoing supply shortage of components and a global logistics slowdown. We are constantly pushing our vendors and suppliers to help us bring Amico to life as soon as possible. We are currently targeting the release of Amico for the first quarter of 2022.
This would be the fastest manufacturing and deploying run in the history of humanity. They should stop Amico and they should take their manufacturing process, like patent that and sell that to other companies, and they will make trillions of dollars with that manufacturing process that allows them to get a full working console out there in a month and 10 days. From zero, like from nothing manufactured, nothing done, to on store shelves in less than 2 months. How about that?
I just want to shout out our sadistic followers that are still with us after this long period. You guys are sick and twisted, and you need to get a life. You deplorable assholes.
There's 67 of them right now watching. Make sure you like.
67. Ooh.
We are 8 hours in, and we are not done yet. We're still going. Still going. Blinded Braille, who's probably asleep at the wheel. He's going to have a lot of editing to do.
He's going to wake up, and we're going to still be going. He's going, you assholes are still here. Carl's about to chime in the next hour or so. He's going to stop in and watch. He'll wake up.
Yeah. All right. This is Gerald L. No idea who this is, but he says, this is an opportunity I'm excited for. I've had the chance to get my hands on the console at a public event, and I've had fun. It was easy to use. I've heard the mission statement of the company as well as their target for the console, and it's something that is worth my support. Amico! I don't know who Gerald L. is. But he says, Nick Richards replied, Gerald, glad you got a chance to try the system out. We won't achieve our goals out of the gate, but we are dedicated to creating the best in-person multiplayer experience possible.
What? We won't achieve our goals out of the gate?
I think this post from Nick Richards, it would be perfect like this. Jonathan, thanks for your support. We are working hard to deliver on the experience you described. No, sorry, no. You, go back, Tony. Just let me read. Oh yeah. So Gerald, glad you got a chance to play the system, to try the system out. We won't achieve all our goals, and there should be period, and just leave it like that. Perfect comment. Perfect reply. This Gerald has to be a troll, man. Are these people like this? Is this that
No,
he's saying?
because Gerald could easily be one of the lesser known trolls. We don't know everybody's name. Because we do know that the previous comment was Smash JT, and the next comment is a good friend of the channel here, Johnny A. Johnny
Like
A
I said,
says,
this is John Alvarado, correct?
No, this
or
is
no,
not
no,
John
no.
Alvarado.
Sorry. Jonathan A. Go ahead.
This is Jonathan A, our good friend of the channel, Johnny A. He's been on the channel. He's been on the panel a couple times. As someone who has spent time covering the Amico and getting to know many of the executives at the company, I can tell you I've never been so excited for a gaming product. Not only have I been covering the project, but I have a Founders Edition pre-ordered. As a married father of 3, I believe this is a gaming system that will bring my family and I back together in the living room to enjoy fun, simple games again. Nothing will be better than coming home from a long day's work and sitting down with my 3 girls to play a quick game of Shark together. You didn't even put Shark right. Come on, Johnny A. It's Shark ! Shark ! Can't even spell the name of the game. I would expect nothing. Do you even spell, bro?
Do you even comment, bro?
Oh, did I give it away? Oops. David S. says, is that you, Tommy? That was the most hilarious thing I've read all day. Nick R. says, Jonathan, thanks for your support. We are working hard to deliver on the experience you described. Please ignore the trolls that have invaded the site. I really wonder, does Nick not know who that is?
I think here's the thing.
Don't say it.
I think he didn't at the time of posting it really. He was just responding to a sea of shit. He found one glimmering star and just responded to it without realizing who that was.
Because he said the same thing to Jeff. Remember?
Yeah. I think when there was because look, it's the same thing that happened on Republic, right? When we were making fun of like Tommy just kind of like highlighting the positive comments, but anytime a serious question was asked, they kind of skipped it. The same thing's going on over here, right? I mean, anytime there's a positive comment in a sea of shit, it's being commented on. Meanwhile, the actual investors and trolls well, not the trolls, because the trolls are actually being acknowledged here. The actual investors are not really getting answers to their questions.
No, but what I'm saying is, what if Tommy sort of hinted to his friends that they should make positive comments, but Nick Richards had no idea Tommy was doing that.
I mean, it's a good possibility.
He didn't know that Smash JT and DJC and the Retro Bro and all them came over to the comment section. He just thinks these are legitimate people.
Well, yeah. I said, I just think that like there's so much crap going on in Nick's dealing with like the trolls and the investor questions that he just seen a positive post and he just wanted to reply to that. Like thanks for the without realizing who it was.
Who are the trolls?
So Charles Y says, I have personally played this gaming console multiple times at events and met a few of the great people at this company. He's like really weirdly capitalizing things.
Yeah.
And great and company don't need to be capitalized. Just so you know, Charles. This is a fun, innovative machine that will be enjoyed by families everywhere. I really love the multiplayer, co-op, team building aspect. What team building aspect? Is there a team building game that I don't know about?
Most games aren't even co-op.
Not like not in the form of like it was built
They're not
around.
cooperative. They're not cooperative. Most of the games are actually competitive.
Yeah, Rigid Force
against each
Redux. is the only one that's co-op that I know of.
Right.
Finnegan Fox.
The
No, that has
Finnegan
multiplayer.
Fox.
No, they haven't shown multiplayer in that yet, have they?
No,
It's
they
gonna
haven't
be
shown it, but I
full-time.
heard what it is. So,
But it doesn't exist, Tony. They haven't shown it. They just talked about it.
well, I heard somebody played it. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I heard a lot of stuff.
It offers great trivia and party games, as well as catering to the old school nostalgia and retro gaming crowd. A slam dunk, again, slam dunk capitalized. Very excited to play again. Play is capitalized.
and here's the thing, Tony. What strikes you odd about the last three posts?
Well, they're all from friends.
Well, but I guess I kind of gave it away that they're all sequential, right? That they're all in a row.
Yeah,
kind of
very
odd.
short time span.
So, thanks, Charles, for being a fan. Neither one acknowledged. So Charles didn't acknowledge that he invested. This could be a no-no. Could be a no-no. Didn't let people know that you invested there.
It is.
Not too good.
This is. How do they say that? When someone says they like
Failure
something.
to disclose.
Yeah, but you need to disclose because it is a
FTC
endorsement.
violation.
This is an endorsement. This is an endorsement from this guy, and he has a conflict, not a conflict of interest. He has an invested interest, and
There
so
you go.
he needs to disclose that. And so this is a breach of FTC regulations.
And that's why. Well, keep going, Tony. Charles Y will post again here in a bit. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so this comment here, I love this comment because out of all the comments, this one reads so phony. Meyer B says, this is an intriguing product. As a more religious family, we are not planning on getting our children into video games with all the imagery and violence that we see with many of the games we see today. And we don't really want to invest in iPads and things that which we can't monitor. However, this came across a friend's feed and told me to come take a look. I like the family-friendly aspect of this, and I like the dedication to keeping games off of this device that have no violence or language. Really bad English. I like the dedication to keeping games off of this device that have no violence. So you're keeping games that have no violence off the system and no language. There's no language, no speaking. No games on the console with language.
I also find it kind of like they pull that same argument that other devices can't be monitored.
Yeah. He says, I'm very interested to see this come to market and would like to get this for our household. One question. The above says Amico comes with 6 family-oriented games. As in when you buy the Amico, it actually comes with 6 games? Nothing else we have to purchase right away? Now,
That's how you read that comment.
Question.
Would you like to know what's really odd about this question?
What's that?
About this comment? One very special person replied to this comment. Who do you think that was?
Oh,
It's on screen, so it's already been spoiled.
No.
No?
Oh, it's not on screen. I can't remember.
Thomas T.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. I forgot. This is the only time you see Thomas T. And this one seems so phony below.
Before we go into the answer, can you go back, please, Tony? I want to say something about the comment. Look at this. This is we are not planning on getting our children into video games. Okay, so Meyer B knows. He's going to buy the Amico for his kids, and he's going to tell his kids, as soon as the Amico's out, you're going to get your video games, kids, and you can play video games all day long. And he knows he's never going to get his children a video game because it's never going to release. So that's his escape as a religious family who doesn't want the kids to play video games. You just buy an Amico, and your kids will never play video games. So, sorry. Go on.
Leo with the semantics. So Thomas T didn't waste no time. So remember, 10 days ago, Meyer B made that comment. Thomas T was there within the same day. Hasn't made any other comments on Start Engine. But he was there for this one. Somehow he knew. He sensed it. Spider sense tingled. He said, "Hi, Meyer. My name is Tommy Tellerico. I'm the founder, president, and chief creative officer of Intellivision Entertainment. Thank you for your interest, thoughts, and question. You are correct. When you purchase an Amico, it comes loaded with 6 free games right out of the box." You know what? He should have started this with, "Hi, stranger I've never met before. You've asked really good questions that I will now answer and use to sell the system. Enjoy the snake oil that I'm about to sell you." Those games include our motion-controlled sports game, Cornhole, family dice game, Farkle, really cool cooperative space game called Astro Smash, a super fun skiing game, and a family favorite called Shark, where the object is to work together and eat fish that are smaller than you while avoiding the ones that are bigger than you. And your fish grows as you eat more fish. Is that cooperative? I thought you were playing against each other. Not working
You
together.
can eat each other. Yes, it's not cooperative.
No, it says work together.
Well, you can
Anything.
if you want to, just like in any other versus game. You can just pretend to.
Yes.
Yeah, you don't have to eat
pretend
each
to
other.
cooperative. Yeah, but
And the 6th free pack-in game has yet to be revealed, but I can tell you it's a super easy and fun quote-unquote party. Is it not a real party game? Is it just a quote-unquote? Do these people not know how to use quotations? If you put things in quotations, that means you don't believe what it is.
but do you capitalize it just because you're putting it in quotations? You don't, right?
No.
It is
No,
also
and-
not. It's not
And
capitalized.
maybe they're being like on the nose with it. He knows it doesn't exist. That's why he put it in quotation.
Oh, he should have put game into quotations, right? It's a party game. Like we're totally developing it, and it's
See,
coming soon.
when people get their 6 games and there's only 5 on the thing, they'll say, "Well, we did put party in quotation marks."
Yeah. And one of the favorite among focus group testing. We're keeping it secret for now and waiting closer to launch for a big reveal. How much closer to launch? I thought we were close. We were on the rocket pad.
Tony, we're 3 years away. They can't give it away now.
And they only have like 12 games. It's one of our favorites. It's in your top 12, right? It's in your top 12. He makes it sound like they got 1,000 games, and this is one of their favorites. Like we got like 1,000, but this one, like if you
This
only
one is
have
the
like
best.
12 games, you know, it's like in my top 25. You only got like 12 games, but this is.
I think at some point they've said every game is his favorite. If you go back to like one of the original videos where he's office touring, and he's or maybe it was the Salt Lake City one. I think it's probably both. He says every different video that Evel Knievel's his favorite. That not rigid force, but the one that was the where they're like kind of like Rocket League, where they're popping the ball back and forth in the goals. Yeah, I think he said that one was pretty fun. He says all of them. At some point, he's probably said every single one.
And this is the best part here. All the free games mentioned can be played by up to 4 players. Some games even up to 8 players. So out of 6 games, only some of them are 8 players. And I'm pretty sure that Farkle is not 8 players. Astro Smash is not 8 players. Skiing is not 8 players. Shark is not 8 players. So maybe Cornhole and the party game.
Yeah, but Cornhole is not even 2-player like together, right? Like you take turns.
Right.
So that's another thing.
Amico comes with 2 really fun, unique, and easy to use controllers. They even have color touch screens on them. Oh my god!
Oh, holy shit!
They're
And
color
although
now?
we sell extra controllers separately, as noted in the video, again he uses ellipses unnecessarily. You don't. That's not how that works.
Is this actually Tommy, or is this a troll pretending to be?
I don't know. Maybe it's Cyrus. Ellipses gave it away. You'll also be able to download our free app on your mobile device and use that as a controller as well. Other games can be purchased and added via an internet connection through our Amico game shop. We even have physical boxed editions of games that come with collector's coins and cards. Why is there a parenthesis there? Just a parenthesis came out of nowhere. And you should note that a parenthesis is nowhere near the period on your keyboard.
Yeah,
So he went out of his way to put that end parentheses there.
and the period goes inside the parentheses.
So all digital download games will be $9.99 or less when we launch, but we will eventually have games that could go as high as $20. The range of digital-only game prices are $4.99 to $19.99. Please let me know if you have any other questions regarding Amico. Thank you again for your interest.
So are we buying that this is actually Thomas Tallarico? I mean, from the beginning of the paragraph, the post, it definitely, like, I could see Tommy saying this, and then when we go and evaluate the grammar and everything within it, it also.
Well, here's the thing. Again, if this is Thomas T, he's not identified.
Like I said earlier, from what I heard, Start Engine does not. It only gives one person of the company the Intellivision little placard thing next to him, little icon. And they said that John Alvarado, which is posted up above these, doesn't have it either. When you get to John A. So again, this could be him. That Intellivision thing is not an indication of whether or not it's him or not. So.
All right, so
it sounds like the sixth packing game might be Emoji Charades.
Well, it was originally supposed to be Backtalk Party, but I think they are going to transition over to Emoji Charades.
Well, I mean, if the console doesn't release, it doesn't really matter, right?
Oh,
no,
yeah.
it doesn't.
Ninja Kitty says, Gary, it's 100% Tommy. It's confirmed later on. So there you go.
Oh yeah, that's
Zelda,
right. I
the
think
sixth game.
I think Nick does, or somebody does allude to it. You're right. I think he might have been Nick or John.
So where is the?
It's too much. It's too much to cover.
Another good one here. Jacob L says, does Intellivision still have an office in Utah? The SEC document states a residential address for the corporation headquarters. Apologies for the question. It's just part of my investment consideration process. Thanks. Nick R. Jacob, we're planning to move our office in Utah, so we didn't want to use the address we knew wouldn't be correct in the near future. So we used an address that we knew would be correct to receive correspondence.
Now, okay, go ahead.
Is there any information to disclose regarding the reason for having to leave the current office in Utah? We were shown a video tour of the building not too long ago.
Yeah, how exactly long ago was that?
And not too long, like a couple months. It's on the expensive side and not as close as we would like to where much of our staff lives. Okay, so if it's on the expensive side and it's not in a good location, why the fuck did you get the office in the first place?
No, wait a second. Wait a second. It's expensive? They're paying expensive rent to Nick Richards?
No.
To the guy who's writing this.
The Utah office.
Oh, sorry. That's another one.
So Tony poses the good question. First of all, why the hell did you pick this place? Second of all, the real question is why the hell did you? That's why I said when they did that video, there's something off. That was always something off about that video when we watched it initially. It was just why.
Is the Utah one the one that Tommy Tallarico went there and he was showing this Running Man thing that he had made?
I don't know if it was that. That was the one with all the glass kind of surrounding the entire office, and that's the one where they were playing the Space Strikers.
The monitors were off. It looked like nothing was plugged in. And they were just,
nobody was doing any work, right? Like they rented it out almost.
Okay.
It looked very. That's the same video that I tell you to go back and watch, and it looked like when he pans over to the guy doing the money, they show you the little shot of the printer or the fax machine, and it looks like they just pulled the fucking thing out of the box and put the box underneath the table.
This right here has to be my favorite comment of the day. Jacob L says, "Are there plans to utilize the Amico trademark to obtain ownership of the AmicoGames.com domain? It is currently used to curate negative press about the project and may be a deterrent for potential customers in the future." Luke H. chimes in and says, "Also, there is AmicoAge.com, which is full of haters and fascist communists." Jacob, Nick R. replies, "Jacob, we estimate it would cost anywhere from $10,000 to $20,000 in legal fees to go after these type of sites, as they are totally anonymous, and we would have to get a court order just to simply know who we are dealing with. So the general toxic nature of the internet and the video game industry in general will continue on full display." Here's what I want to note, because I brought this up before. He mentions that it would cost anywhere between $10,000 and $20,000 to go after these sites. Why would you mention these numbers? Is this too much for you? Is this too expensive? Is $20K in legal fees to get a quote-unquote hate site shut down too expensive, Nick? Can you not afford it? Is the company that low on money that you can't afford this?
Yeah, 10K. If it's a site spreading lies and smearing the company
Right, it would be right. It would be worth it.
Yeah, it's totally worth 20K.
Yeah, but another site
they
could
can
just
take
pop
it
up.
down.
Yeah, right. But he doesn't say
Yeah,
that.
but
See,
yeah,
that's
but
the
not
thing.
with the Amico name.
No.
I mean, well, I guess they. Well, I guess they could.
No, this is the thing. Imagine someone made a website called friendgames.com. How would you make a game called Friend and then try to take a site called friendgames.com down because your game is called Friend? You don't.
Right.
You can't
But here's the
copyright
thing.
the word Amico. You can't
Hold on.
trademark the word Amico.
You're getting too much into the weeds. We're getting into the weeds. Just think about this logically as far as his answer, right? Just assume that he could get it taken down. It is possible.
Yeah, true.
He doesn't say, hey, if we get it taken down, 2 more sites will pop up. So we just said, fuck it, right? He doesn't say, hey, this will take 3 years by the time we get it cleared out. He doesn't even say, hey, legally we got no grounds because the Amico trademark name doesn't cover everything with the word Amico in it, right? He specifically cites the amount of money it would cost to go after them. Which tells me that is the deterrent to going after him, that he cannot afford it.
10K.
Because 10K to 20K is too much for the company to spend. Again, if the problem was that more sites would pop up, then you would just say, hey, we would get it taken down, but more sites would pop up, not worth the effort.
That makes more sense, right? Because Amico is not like it's not like an official site, but they could just be like Amico Technology or Amico not entertainment, but maybe entertainment. Who knows? But they, they could come up with a bunch of different words, right? And more would pop up. Why he specifically pointed out to the 10-20,000 is kind of odd. I never really thought about it that way, but yeah, it is odd.
And where does the estimate come from? It looks that insinuates they've put some effort into figuring out how much it would cost.
Yeah,
I'm not sure he did. It could be just completely out of his ass, because the truth is what Tony said. The truth is they can't take the sites down with any amount of money because there's no legal grounds for that.
Well, they could buy it. They could offer 20,000. Otto.
Yeah, true.
Just contact Otto. There's a contact form on AmicoGames.com. I've seen it. Offer him 15,000. Be like, hey, Otto, we'll give you 15,000. See what he says.
Tony, do you own that site?
I do not own that site. I will 100% say right now, I do not own AmicoGames.com. I do not own AmicoAge.com. Neither one of them are registered to me. I don't own them. Not my website. I'm just saying, if you think it's going to cost you 10 to 20,000, meet them halfway in the middle, and maybe you could just buy it. Because that's what Elon Musk did. That he went to the dude who was on Twitter harassing him. He's like, "Dude, here's $5,000. Just fucking leave me alone."
Tony,
Well-
do you know the guy who owns that site?
Do I know Otto? I've never met him.
I'm just joking.
Also, the name Otto is just made up. I made that name up, by the way, just so everyone's clear. Okay, so here's a Mark T says, "Hello, I just came across this offering and am interested. I think the world could benefit from a family-friendly video game console that has no violence or suggestive themes in its game library. However, when I Googled Amico, the name Tommy Tallarico came up, and the first result contained this link on Twitter. Can anyone from the management team comment on why this person is chief creative officer or has an executive level function at the company? I'm not familiar with his body of work, but I do not want this person in charge of any content I may potentially give to my children. I'm not sure what this is, so I'm gonna open it up in a new window.
Hopefully, it's not a dick and balls. Just
No, it's.
It's
I will
called
show what it is.
Dingaling.
I will share the screen. I took one for the team. It is a Imager, as you can see. It is a collection of Tommy Tallarico quotes.
Oh, I think I've seen this. Yeah,
where he called people mentally unstable, just immature, intellectually challenged folks, morons, gaming racist, negative morons, idiots.
This is high level trolling.
Who's eating?
Let's see. His response to Pat says, "You guys are just too lazy and unprepared to handle an interview with me. I'd waste you and every lame attempt at trying to make your idiotic points. Hurry back to your safe space surrounded by your stuffed animals so you can sling arrows instead of standing up for yourselves and facing me. Cowards." Calls him a jerk. Very immature. So that is the concern that this person on Start Engine had.
And they want to talk about trolls invading the Start Engine comments, right? They want to talk about internet trolls. That's the crazy thing.
All right. So Nick R. replied, 14 years ago, Tommy did a sketch, i.e. comedic routine, scripted for a comedy-based YouTube channel that is well known for their mature-oriented content. This sketch obviously does not singly define the 32 years of video game industry work and Tommy's creative contributions to Intellivision. Jacob L. says, "Nick, go easy on the copy-paste responsive. You pasted this one on the wrong reply." Nick says, "We all make mistakes, and this platform doesn't allow you to edit or delete your post. Someone's deleting posts. We know that. With that said, I posted this specific response in this thread because David S. is posting the Tommy video in multiple places, including within this thread." I didn't see. There's no David S. here. There's no David S. in this thread, Nick. Where did his post go if you can't edit or delete?
Yeah, it was deleted.
Mark T. says, who was the original poster, says, "Thank you, Nick, for the response. I did not watch the video from the trolls, but you do have anything to say about the more recent comments from Tommy Tallarico that call people racist and morons? They are on Google image search results everywhere. I look under his name. I see you have nothing under your name. It's only for him. I have 3 children, 1, 4, and 6, and it's terrifying to think that the chief creative officer would be someone who posts that verbiage online. It seems that he has changed quite a bit over his 32-year history to someone who should not be in charge of children's media. Do you have an explanation or a statement on this? 9 days ago, no comment. Nick was willing to comment on the video, apparently, but no comment on Tommy's.
Well, Nick would like to keep his job, too.
Jacob L. just saying something about investing, how much he had to invest. Nothing good there.
Why is it every time I imagine Nick reading these comments, he's reading them right to Tommy, and then every time it's like that moment of decision, like what does he do? He has to look over at Tommy to get like
Ooh,
the
Tommy
approval of
did reply again. So Tommy has another reply. So this is from Clary C. As someone with decades of experience with video games, please do not be fooled into investing in this. The company has a vision that is unsustainable, and its detractors have been proven right at every turn. Over the past years, the former CEO has run the console goodwill into the ground, and the gaming press rightly believes that this console has no market. At this point, it is almost as expensive as the major consoles, but without their games. No kid wants this over a Switch, and nothing on it will match the wholesome fun of Mario or Zelda. This console, whose only audience is the very few people who are nostalgic for the Amiibo, nobody who understands the game industry would ever invest in this. People need to learn how to fucking write. You can call me a hater, I'm not. But before you spend hard-earned money, please at least do your research and read what the real gaming press and influencers have to say. They have burned all their goodwill in the community and were banned from the biggest retro forum for attacks and lies by the previous CEO, who has recently demoted. Please, this is a black hole. If Amazon couldn't compete with their cloud-based console, this is at best a joke. A poor business decision, propping up the pie-in-the-sky dreams of Tommy Tellerico. From Clay,
That's
and
great.
then Tommy got called out, so he had to reply. We would kindly and respectfully disagree with most of the above statements. For those reading, please make sure to check out hundreds of people and families across the U.S. who have actually played Amico. Here are just a few examples. That's the Utah, Thanksgiving Point, Texas, Crayola, California. I don't think it was hundreds. I think it was maybe 100, maybe 200, maybe.
101 is hundreds in Thomas
Right.
Tellerico land.
Now, here is what Leo was alluding to earlier and what started my whole journey into Amico-dom. Please make sure to read the hundreds of positive comments on each of those videos, as well as the thousands of comments on any of our videos from our YouTube channel. So he's sending people to read the positive comments on the YouTube videos without mentioning that they remove all the critical comments from the videos. So it makes it look like there's nothing but praise for the console. That's called astroturfing. It is wrong. You should not do that. I'm not ignoring the chat, but I just can't read the chat from the other tab. So, and it says, in regards to gaming websites who have actually played Amico, please make sure to check out this Eurogamer preview, First Impressions, one of the biggest gaming websites in Europe that was written up by two women gaming journalists. It's not a Eurogaming website. It's Eurogaming.de, which is the German offshoot of Eurogamer, not the main Eurogaming website. B, they didn't actually say that many good things. They were pretty lukewarm on it. We went over that article in a previous video. Here are just a few of the positive articles from very big quote-unquote mom and quote-unquote family websites talking about Amico. www.moms.com, Amico video game console, moms.com. He fails to mention that they sponsored the Moms 2.0. And romper.com. I believe this is like a 2-year-old article. Before all the new information. Let me pull this up. So I remember reading this.
I mean, this is the thing with the Amico is like at this point we're having a hard time kind of being like factual. Not that we're trying to be dishonest here, but it's so old that it's hard to keep track of what's been going on here.
This is so old. This is from September 28th, 2020. And they even mentioned Kara Ecker talking at the Mom 2.0 Everywhere Summit. We know that Kara Ecker doesn't even work there anymore. So this is at least a year and change old, this article. Why would you have to...
Go ahead.
I'm talking about the article that he linked, the Romper article.
Yeah.
This one that I highlighted is from September 28th, 2020. The moms.com article. Let's take a look how old this one is. This is from September 30th, 2020.
Yeah,
So
I
again,
just wanted to say that just to put it in perspective, this came out around the time that I believe Link's Awakening came out for the Switch. It's quite a while ago.
no, but what I'm saying is, you would think, right? He's trying to say, hey, these they love us, family places love us, mom places love us, right? So why would you have to link a over a year old article? Why is there not one from 4 months ago, 3 months ago, a month ago?
Yep. It's that. They got
Why is there no
nothing better.
follow-up article from both of those websites?
It's crazy. Yeah.
Maybe because you paid to have those positive articles put up there, and now you can't afford to pay anymore, so that's why they only two up there. And here's a roundup of YouTubers, influencers, streamers, many which have played Amico, and what they thought about our big E3 industry presentation last summer.
Let me guess. That's the one where they took everybody out of context, like Rerez.
No,
And
that's the
Tipster.
older one. That's the 2019 one. This is the Amico reactions video from. I want to play that from E3 2021. So this is a not that old.
Probably with Saggy there, even though Saggy didn't like the E3 presentation.
I think they did take some people out of context because they got Mr. Sujano in the video, Geeks with Cash, Miko Kid.
Yeah, and that's funny because Mr. Sujano, his last 3 videos have been very negative on the Amico.
Yeah. That one guy, the Nintendo Nightly News, whatever happened to him? He made one video and then disappeared. So yeah, there's so many. We got investors in this video. DJC.
Well, that's where the money went. They offed him. They had him offed, and they spent a cool mill to do it, and they ran out of the money.
It's quite possible. So what else does Tommy say? He says, does Intellivision and Amico have its detractors? Are they two different things? Is Intellivision and Amico they have separate detractors? People who hey, I like Amico, but fuck that Intellivision. You know what? I like Intellivision, but fuck that Amico. Absolutely. Was Amico created specifically for hardcore gamers? Absolutely not. So we fully understand and respect that not everyone will like the idea of wholesome and fun family entertainment with others, group play with friends, or an ecosystem that doesn't contain violence, bad language, or sexual content. Is that you don't like family fun, Gary?
Not at all.
Bomberny TV, do you not like family fun? Is that what this is about?
I not only do not like it, I do not condone it at all.
Hey, what about you, Leo? Do you not like?
I go with the others right now and say yes. We're just trying to destroy family fun. We don't like having fun with our families.
And that's okay. Tommy says it's okay. But one thing you will continue to see is that the overwhelming majority of people who have played it, especially our target market of families, have absolutely loved every minute of it. Not everybody, but only the overwhelming majority. Please watch the 4 quick videos above from our public events to see if the Amico would be something you and your family and friends might be interested in. Thank you for watching.
He's still linking those videos with undisclosed business partners, personal friends, and investors.
Curated comments.
He is. I find it mind-boggling that these videos are even still up because those are a big liability to this company when the FTC starts looking into this. But they don't care. They still leave the videos up. It's kind of crazy.
Well, they got time to take them down.
Yeah. But don't worry, I'm sure people have copies of those videos.
Yeah.
So
True.
Jacob L says, I don't believe that Thomas T is really Tommy Tellerico. He doesn't have the Intellivision indicator next to his name like Nick R does. Proceed with caution with this response. It is unlikely to be Mr. Shorterico. I don't think. Part 1. Wow, John C is making a whole thing. Part 1. Jacob, this is the second post from Tommy T. He stated he's Tellerico and inferred he is part of Wii. I expect the start engine doesn't have that feature for two representatives. Given the response to the site he's included, it's surely him. How is this surely him? Because he linked to a bunch of videos that are publicly available in some articles? Good play on his name and his height. What's your last name? I'd like to try to be as clever. Clary C., you made a general announcement without asking any representative of this offering a single question. But you seem like such a nice guy, and I'm going to pretend to be as nice as you by also giving people unsolicited help. I will mostly refute your points by mirroring your comments.
Oh my God.
Why is he replying to Clary C? Clary C?
That's the original poster.
It's just become a circus show. That's the whole point.
This has become the comment sessions from YouTube, how they were a year ago when I started making this. There were just people in my comment section going back and forth at each other, talking about the things, the lies, and then the people disproving the lies and this and that. Oh my God, the drama.
Why would you need to write two long novels? Let's just get to Nick R. Nick R says, with regard to Jacob L's comment, the system does only support one Intellivision account, so you may see others posting from the company under their own names.
There you go. There's the comment.
And for Jacob L's making fun of Tommy's height, it is truly astonishing to see this type of behavior on an investment site. It erodes the credibility of other questions posted and demonstrates the existence of a cruel and ruthless group of people that only wish to inflict harm on Intellivision and certain people within related to the company.
So
man, why is everything so fucking dramatic with these people?
Yeah, but here's the thing, like, wait, it's okay for you guys to do it, but not okay for internet trolls to do it?
Yeah, let's go back to that image. Let's go back to that image of Tommy Tellerico calling people mentally unstable morons, gaming racists, dope.
I'm just saying,
he called me dopey
it's not
moron.
that big of a deal. I mean, let's really just brass tacks this.
It really
Does that
isn't. No.
in any way affect, like, does Tommy like feel physical pain? Like, oh, he called me
No.
short.
Well, maybe he
there,
does.
like-
I don't know.
He's got like a meter.
I mean, does it take away from the fact that he's doing good for himself, has money, drives a red Ferrari, and has like a whole Spider-Man memorabilia? Or well, that's not his room, right? That was taken somewhere else. But still,
No, that is
like
his room. The Spider-Man room is his.
but I'm saying Tommy lives the good life. Like at the end of the day, I could give two fucks about what anybody says about me if I'm doing good for myself, right?
I'm doing okay, and I can give a fuck what anybody says about me. Oh, maybe I just got thicker skin. Nick R. then comes back and says, it's important to note that a large portion of the gaming press thought the Nintendo Wii was a stupid idea. The gaming press is made up of primarily hardcore gamers that really don't have much appetite for things outside what they enjoy themselves. I'm not sure where to really go with this comment, because if you've read any of the gaming press, it is surely not hardcore gamers that make up gaming journalists these days. When you can't pass the tutorial on Cuphead,
Yes,
not quite a hardcore gamer.
The tutorial.
Yes.
Well, I mean, their definition of hardcore gamers on this website itself, on this pitch that they have for the investment, is people who play more, 2 or more hours of video games a day, isn't it? Or how many hours a week or something?
Well, it sounds like anyone who plays a proper console is a hardcore gamer.
Well, see, and that's what I never understood.
That's worse. It's worse.
That's never what I understood, because I always envision when they say that, like, somebody who plays like a PS5 and who plays like, you know, the next gen stuff, who's sitting there playing Call of Duty online, versus someone like me who, like, I spend a lot of time playing games and I spend a lot of time collecting games. So like, Who are they referring to when they say this? I always hate hearing the word hardcore gamers. It's off.
In Tommy's world, anyone who plays a video game is a hardcore gamer.
Yeah, true.
So we got this comment from Joseph B. Joey B says, I have a question about your SAM, which appears to be based on a percentage of the smartphone gamers in your chart, since these are predominantly the casual gamers you are targeting. The issue is they casually game on their phone specifically because they already own the platform. It is in their pocket and is convenient. Additionally, the vast majority of revenue for casual gamers is from microtransactions, something the Amico bans since most casual games are free up front. My question is, what specific market research have you performed, and where can I find the methodology results to determine what portion of casual gamers don't own an existing console but want to buy a console to play games that are not free up front, counter to their existing gaming habits? So he wants that data. Joseph B says, give me the data.
Tony,
So
was that you?
Nikki R. No,
I love
wish
that
it was.
comment. So good.
Nikki R replies,
Interesting one.
Joseph, first let me explain some of the planned revenue sources that will provide a bit more clarity on how to interpret the validation of an addressable market. Now, bear in mind, what Nick R is about to vomit all over Start Engine here has never been discussed prior to this post. In the 3 years or so of Amico's quote-unquote existence, we've never heard any of these things that we're about to hear. In fact, we've heard quite the opposite of what we're about to hear. Says, we obviously have our core Amico console and associated games as well as related accessories. What fucking accessories? Extra controllers are not accessories. They're
they're talking about the little button things that you put on the controllers, little touch sensors or whatever.
They have a
In the skins. In the skins or the
That's right. I forgot.
True, the skins.
You got me. This is targeted at the casual family market, especially those wanting to provide a safe and responsible gaming experience for their family. Why do they got to go through all this extra language? Just fucking.
Tony, do you think their whole marketing, they were falling on this, like, they're talking about family friendly shit and they're pointing out to look how look at the haters, look how disgusting this world is, look why you need an Amico. These people are just ridiculous. That's how they're going to sell these.
They watched Demolition Man and they thought that that Sylvester Stallone was the bad guy. They're like, no. Those dudes that banned everything and were fining people for swearing, those are the good guys. Says, we also have a segment of games and third-party IP that will be offered on the Amico platform, but will also be published on third-party platforms. What? You got games that are going to be on third-party platforms that you actually publish? Did anyone ever hear of this before?
No, it must be a rumor. Oh wait, it's from Nick Richards.
In addition, we will be offering specific versions of certain games on mobile that will support common revenue models such as the in-game microtransactions. So now they're going to put games on third-party platforms. I'm guessing Steam, Nintendo eShop, Switch, maybe. I would love to see.
It doesn't even say this in this pitch, right? Above all these comments, it doesn't even say that they're going to do all this.
Doesn't even say that in the Edgar filings.
Oh my god!
You would think when they put the Edgar filings and they said, "Hey, we got no money, but here would be our plan." No, they're like, "No, fuck it. We're not even going to tell you what our plan is. Just give us money. Trust us. We have a plan." And now they're going to put games on mobile with microtransactions. But remember, microtransactions are evil, and no one should ever use them because people could rack up like $20,000 in misused credit cards, right? That's what we're told, that they're evil. Like children will fucking go to hell for using them or some shit. But we're going to use them anyway.
Predators, right?
The part of this broader revenue strategy that is important to clarify is that the core Amico console platform will not deviate from the family gaming ethos that we have established. You have no console on the market, and you're already saying that you're going to expand into mobile gaming, third-party publishing, and microtransactions.
They've just chucked that fucking stone tablet out the window, and I don't know. It really, that until we get to this post is just like, are they just at Intellivision like, fuck it, let's burn this bitch down? Like, I can remember like Harold and Kumar when they go get the burgers at the burger joint with the one dude,
burn
and
this
he's like,
motherfucker down, Pookie.
yeah. Oh, it's so bad, so bad.
So here's this. This is where he's going to start giving some of that data. With that said, given our target demographic, we can't simply look at the existing gaming market when considering what our addressable might look like. Interviews with families that were Nintendo Wii owners showed that a significant portion of that market exited the console market. They did not purchase another console after the Wii. Well, when you die of old age, it's really hard to buy another console, right? I'm just saying. You know, all those people at the old folks' home, it's probably why they didn't buy another console. The Switch sold 103 million. Pretty sure the PlayStation 4 and the Xbox probably sold pretty good numbers too. The most common reason given was that there was not a comparable product that provided the same level of accessibility and group play experience. Based on these findings, we established the assumption that a significant portion of our addressable market is not necessarily represented in the video game industry revenue numbers.
Yeah. Keyword assumption.
This bullshit. It's straight up bullshit.
People had a Wii, liked the Wii, enjoyed the Wii, didn't get another console, didn't even try to get another console, right? That makes no sense. If he said, hey, they got a Wii, bought the Wii U, didn't like it, maybe?
No.
I mean, how could you even get those numbers?
They called people up. Did you used to own a Wii? Did you buy another console? He didn't buy one. Write it down. All right, thank you. Hang up. Excuse me, did you buy a Wii? I don't fucking know.
Door to door.
Yeah.
No, that's the thing, right? I mean, you're a parent, you're 40 years old, your child is 10, you buy a Nintendo Wii, or, you know, you play the video games for some years, and then the kids go, I don't know, go to high school, go do other stuff. You don't buy a new video game. That's it, right? I mean, it's
right.
just
The parents had no involvement in it. Yeah.
How many people buy a video game today, then buy maybe a new one, you know, in 5 years, and then that's it. They stop. They now they have a cell phone. They don't. If they want to play something, they'll play Candy Crush on the cell phone. That's it.
You know,
There's
and a
no
lot. I
secret
would
market.
Right, and I would say a lot of those purchases come down to like impulse buys. I bet you there's a lot of Switches that sold simply because, you know, somebody might be bored, or, you know, obviously I think that, you know, the Switch numbers have a great, you know, the COVID in the pandemic and being locked, you know, lockdowns have a big reason to why the Switch might have sold as well as it did so far.
And don't forget. And don't forget, Wii consoles actually went up in price during COVID as well.
Right. Yep.
And there's more, right? I mean, they're talking about the Nintendo Wii as if it was something amazing that never could be done before. The Switch sold more than the Wii, right? But but the PlayStation 4 still sold more than the Switch itself. And the PlayStation 5 is selling faster with all they say about the shortages. It's selling faster than the PlayStation 4 did.
We got to remember, they don't want to draw attention to the current consoles on the market. I mean, they do every so often, but they try to not draw attention to those as much as they can.
Yeah, they want to try to pretend that they have something completely different, as if you can play something that's somewhat similar to Astro Smash. You know, even there's nothing just like biplanes on the PlayStation 4, I don't think. But I mean, if you want to play games where you're shooting each other competitively in a 2D thing, you're gonna have those games on any platform. Like they don't have anything. And even trivia games, like what is not on these huge consoles, right? This 150 million units out there. There's all kinds of games.
Yeah, between the big three, I'm sure you can find every single game, a carbon copy of it that exists on Amico.
Yeah, and this like market research they've done just sounds like they haven't done any at all. Like this target demographic is just what they pulled out their butt.
They're out of touch. They are definitely out of touch with today's current market. It's weird.
Especially
the
because
PlayStation 4 sold 106 million consoles. That's the PlayStation 4. So that was after the post Wii era. Right?
104.
So exactly how did these 101 million Wii owners stop purchasing consoles? Because even in Leo's example, he said, "Okay, I had a 7-year-old, bought him a Wii, played it for a couple of years. They grew up. Did they hate the Wii so much they didn't want a PlayStation or an Xbox? Like they're like, yo, dude, I'm like 13 now. I don't need video games. Fuck that shit. No, that makes no sense.
Very
only
small
people,
minority.
Yeah. The only people who would have bought a Wii and not a follow-up console were either people that were adults with adult children, so they were buying it for themselves, not for their kids, or old people that are now dead. Sorry.
But there is one thing we cannot underestimate, which is the fact that I'm not sure whether I should call that casual, but like the people who are not like, oh yeah, I need to have like this PlayStation 4 controller with precise analog sticks and these buttons, and I want to play this specific game. People who just want to play a fun game. I don't care. I just want to have some little fun, pass some time, have a distraction. Those people, they massively moved to mobile, right? They already have the gaming console with them all day long. They will not buy a Nintendo. They will not, but they obviously they will not change that to buy a Amico because they have what Shark and Farkle on the Amico. That's so nonsensical.
Well, the whole thing is nonsensical because once again, if you played the Wii, right, and you loved it, like I loved the Wii. This is my favorite console. I didn't want a PlayStation or an Xbox. I wanted the Wii, and I got it, and I loved it. And then you're like, "Hey, the Wii U's coming out," and then fucking how many? Like the difference was like an 80 million.
90, 80 million. Yeah, it's
difference.
A lot.
So what? 80 million people was like, "I really love the Wii, but fuck it, I ain't buying a Wii U."
Yeah, and it was backwards compatible. It has the same controllers.
But not only that,
the biggest
the
it's
PlayStation.
Called the Wii.
But here's the thing: the PlayStation 3 sold 86 million. Yeah. PlayStation 4 was 105 million. If all those Wii owners were like, "Fuck the Wii, I want something else," right? PlayStation didn't suddenly jump to like 150 million units sold. PlayStation 4. So yeah, these people left the market because they didn't even want the fucking Wii to begin with, probably.
Yeah, and also
Max has a Wii in his closet. Never, he played it for a couple of weeks, and that was it. He wasn't really into the Wii.
That's why these numbers are stupid because they're not accounting for, consoles that were sold that were absorbed by Microsoft and Sony, and then like you said, Tony, people that were probably old that just passed away, and Wii gaming and that era of gaming, it was just a different time. We've moved on.
But also, there's another factor you're
stupid.
forgetting. There's another factor is that the Wii U marketing was absolutely shockingly bad, that a lot of people just thought the Wii U was an add-on to the Wii. So it wasn't that people were like not buying the Wii U because they didn't want more Wii. They thought like they already had the Wii.
They wanted more Wii.
Yeah.
No, but even then you would still be, if it was just a peripheral, right? If people thought it was a peripheral for the Wii.
Yeah.
If you love the Wii so much, wouldn't you be like, hey, let me get it? You would think the numbers would be higher than like what was it, 18 million, 13 million
Yeah.
bought the Wii U.
People would
You
have.
think it'd be like
yeah.
in the 50 million,
I
half.
agree. No, I agree with Tony. People would, if people were so crazy about the Wii, when they heard there was an accessory for the Wii, they would go look at the accessory. They take a look. They'll try to buy it. They'll realize, okay, it's actually a brand new console. But nobody even knew. Why did they not know? Because they didn't care anymore. Nobody cared anymore.
Hold on, really quick. I want to get to this comment. By Blinded Braille says, "We hit the 9-hour mark." What do you mean, we? Where the hell are you at?
He's in the chat. He's monitoring the chat.
No, I'm about to knock myself out. It's like 5 o'clock here.
I'm fresh, man. I can go for 3 hours still. Come on. Let's make 12.
I gotta sleep. This is gonna be interesting to look at the timeline when I edit this. 10 hours. This is crazy. Yeah,
Another raise for Blinded Braille.
I'm gonna go. I must confess, I actually went on another stream just now, but because something happened, but I had to come back.
Fired.
Oh man.
And I was going to say give him Amico shares.
Oh shit! I don't know.
I don't think he wants those.
Now.
We're winding down. We probably got another half hour.
Ninja Kitty's saying we got like 2 more hours. Like there's a lot to come.
Apparently the juicy stuff is yet to come.
So wait. We had 5 to 10 minutes last week, and it turned out to be 4 hours. We got another half hour. What does that mean, Tony?
We're going
Yeah, another 9 hours.
How are we still streaming? Because it's dedication.
God damn.
Champions go the extra mile.
Fucking damn.
We play hard.
I'm a night owl.
This is not even night. This is morning. This is when I wake up.
Yeah, it is. It is. People are joining the chat now. They're waking up and joining the chat now.
MIDI music made it to the Amico chat.
What's up?
Yes,
No, it was not 9 hours of Amico. We started off regular. Amico's been the last, I'd say, 3 hours, maybe.
More than it's been the last 5 hours.
No,
we started the start engine comment section around 1:30.
Did we?
At 1 o'clock, 1:30, I think so.
Yeah, because it was like 5 hours. It was like 5 hours, and then that's when I stopped talking because I fell asleep. Yeah.
We still got to let's get through this Nick comment here. So the most common reason was that there was no comparable product that provided the same level of accessibility and group play experience. Based on these findings, we established the assumption that a significant portion of our addressable market is not necessarily represented in the video game industry revenue numbers. It's important to mention that we don't see the purchases of an Amico as an exclusionary decision to other gaming products. Amico will have a heavy focus on families with younger children, so we see Amico as an on-ramp to gaming for those families. Millennials are now the largest generation, surpassing the baby boomers. They statistically have been starting families later in life, which have created one of the largest populations of families with at least one child, 7 or younger, than any other time in history of the world. As the children in the family mature, we can imagine that they might move to something like the Nintendo Switch and ultimately onto more hardcore gaming and the Xbox or PlayStation.
How can they be so out of touch? That's amazing.
Yeah. So here's the thing.
PC gaming.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry, guys.
Very, very out of touch. And here's the thing. Millennials grew up with video games. Nintendo, PlayStation, Xbox. Whether they were playing it as a child or they were playing it as a teenager, they know what's out there. They're educated. They're not your market. They're not going to fall for this. This right here, really, I say this a lot, but this always felt like a California bubble that they lived in. They have no idea what's outside. Just as California, everything's offensive and everything's got to be bubble wrapped, and the children need to be protected. Because the real world don't work like that. You know, we grew up with Nintendo. We know what the fuck's out there. We know how to use a computer.
Yeah,
We're
it's.
not all boomers.
I mean, it's. This is so 10 years ago. Nintendo has successfully went out of this perception that their console is for children. People don't buy a Nintendo anymore, and they grow out of the Nintendo into the other platforms. The Nintendo Switch has proven itself, and these guys are still talking as if it was 2018. And even their talks about that they were having 2018, they were already out of touch. But now 4 years later, they're even worse than they used to be. This comment makes absolutely no sense. Nobody grows out of the Nintendo Switch. It's just not how the market works. I know these kids. These kids are 6 years old and they're playing on the PC. Yep. And then later on, they will get a Nintendo Switch when they're older enough, to get a brand new thing just for them because they were just using dad's old computer. This comment is completely out of touch. I mean, don't give this guy money to invest into a gaming product because he doesn't know even what's going on. He has no clue. These guys are pretending that slapping a crappy touchscreen on a controller will revolutionize the gaming industry to a point that they are going to create a new market. This is absolutely insane.
And it gets better. As they do, we see the gaming dynamic for those children shift to more physical isolation and online play. Because, when you're on the PlayStation, you're by yourself. You're physically isolated.
God.
Can't play with your family. With our heavy focus on in-person group play, we can imagine that families will consider Amico as an addition to existing gaming systems they might already own. Do they truly believe that there is no couch co-op on Nintendo Switch, Xbox, or PlayStation? Or the PC?
You can't play co-op on like a tablet either. That's bullshit because, like I alluded earlier, my brother's got a daughter and the daughter's got a brother, a different dad, and like they play together on tablets.
Yeah. I've made this argument before, whether it's tablets, whether it's taking turns, whether it's you sitting there holding the tablet, your kids hitting the buttons, playing the game, and you're having fun interacting with your under 7-year-old, like a normal adult. When you read a book to a child, you don't hand the child the book and say, start reading. No, you read it to them. You sit in your lap, you read the fucking book to them. You guys laugh, you make some funny voices, you have some family time. You can do the same shit with a fucking tablet. Yeah, I'm a little aggravated.
These people are so out of touch with what like family life actually is for like a majority of the world.
Yeah. Again, California bubble, everybody's got a nanny, everybody's, too busy to spend time with the children.
I've got non-gaming.
Doesn't have kids.
I've got non-gaming friends, and they got their kids a Mega Drive Mini, like 50 quid, done.
Well, all my friends are non-gamers. All their kids play video games and all kinds of different things that I was just talking about. That's the reality that I know. Maybe it's just my groups. I don't think it is. None of them are gamers. All of them, all of their kids have. Whether it's a Wii and then a PlayStation 4 or a tablet and a computer, a cell phone, a Switch, they all have it. It's not hard. It's not complicated.
And like kids get what they want these days. Parents are willing to pay the money. They're not cheap. Cheap is not a good thing.
True.
Yeah. All right. So this right here is another golden nugget from Nick. Says, given our strategy with regard to board game conversions and new board game concept development, we also looked at the 13 billion plus board game market that is seeing compound annual growth rates similar to the video game industry, where analysts expect to see CAGR of anywhere from 7% to 10% for the next several years. Some of these board game concepts integrate physical media and our RFID technology, which creates additional ancillary revenue streams. So they're going to be selling RFID cards as part of board games that we don't even know exist because they haven't created them yet.
So you're telling me Intellivision invented amiibos?
Yeah. No. This already exists. This sentence is like complete BS. There are board games. My mate's got one It's a music board game, and you get like these cards, and you scan them, and they play music from your phone. So
That sounds
like,
cool.
yeah, he's going to bring it over to play. But like that's what he's saying with integrated physical media, and he should have been like such as our RFID technology, which that doesn't make sense. He's like saying one thing, he's saying two different things in one sentence.
And see, I don't have a problem with this. We talked about this, I think, last week. You know, I really don't have a problem with them doing this route. I was a big Skylander fan, so. But clearly, like Leo says, you know, they didn't create this. This is nothing new. Nothing special about it. It's just another way to spin things that people aren't familiar with.
Yeah, and that $13 billion board game is not the kind of board game Tommy's playing.
Yeah, like I said, these are big boy games, not simple family fun games. These are real hardcore board games.
There are. I'm not sure necessarily where the money is, but there is everything. It's just like gaming. There are from the ultra simple family stuff to the very hardcore, super hard to learn stuff. There is so much, and they're comparing like their little thing that they didn't even start developing to this entire, and they're gonna compete with people again with decades of experience and market projection already. It's ridiculous.
Well, it always felt like they like didn't really know what they wanted to do, and they just kind of like throw in, I think we talked about this too. Like they just see what would stick, right? Threw it at the wall and see if it would stick. Well, maybe it'll be like the Wii. No, not too many people are interested in that. Oh, no, maybe it'll be like the original Intellivision. No, not too many people are interested in that. Well, maybe they'll like phone games. No, they're not into that. They really don't know where they want to go with this.
Yeah, and for completeness, I would also like to mention a product line that is yet to be announced that uses only smartphones to create a dynamic group play experience with no additional hardware required. Some of the initial game development concepts are in the social deception genre. They're going to sell you a product line that only uses smartphones and no additional hardware. But obviously they're not mobile games. What?
But what is Nick saying? Nick's saying that they're actually not gonna release the Amico. Instead of that, they're gonna make this.
No, he's saying this is an addition. In addition to.
In addition. So in addition to not having money to make the Amico, they will also not have money to do all these other things.
Yeah. But here's what I'm saying. This one right here, he's saying that they're going to have a product line that you can go to the store and buy, like, say, Among Us, the board game, and then use your phone to play Among Us. Because it's not a mobile. He's not like releasing a mobile app or mobile games. He's like a product line that uses your smartphones to play social deception genre games.
These guys have been listening to too much Amico forever.
Oh my god! Exactly.
Speaking of Amico, they're going to play 75 people in a pub. Are just going to gather around the Amico.
Oh yeah, Rab brought this up, didn't he?
Yeah.
Oh my god, yeah, they're gonna a little QR code, and they're gonna all scan it in. They're all gonna be having a great time just getting drunk. It's the only way you can even play the Amico. You gotta be drunk as a skunk to even enjoy.
I would if I'm going to the bar, right? Either I'm gonna go around, hang around with my friends and party, or I'm gonna try to pick up some chicks. I'm not going to the bar like, hey, they got a fucking Amico there. That's what I want.
Yeah, and like, who was it who said that like 75 people playing Amico means instant beer sales?
Yeah, I mean, there are restaurants. I can't remember where we went not too long ago, where maybe it was like an Applebee's or whatever. I'm not exactly sure where it was we went. I'd have to ask the old lady, but they had a tablet at the table.
I think it's Applebee's, probably Applebee's.
And the kids could play, you paid a little fee, and then they could play like Plants vs. Zombies and all that other stuff. And this has been implemented for a long time, since I was probably back in high school. Disney did something like that where they had, I believe it might have been at their ESPN restaurant or something like that, where they had, little controllers or whatever. and you could play a game on the TV. And in theory, you would think that's it's something that's great and people would want to do. But I mean, if people want to play video games and they want to go to a bar and then go to a dive or whatever and play those games, our barcades are kind of like the the bigger thing. And really, at the end of the day, they're not even that big. They're like they're great in theory. You would think people want to do that, but at the end of the day, you don't have droves of people visiting these places, and that's why not many of them exist. As a gamer, it sounds like a great idea, right? It's like somewhere you'd want to go to hang out,
Not
maybe
really.
have a.
Sounds dumb.
Well, I mean, if that's what you
it sounds
right,
good.
if you. Well, that's the whole concept. If you want to do that, it's not like you're going to go to a bar, specifically to like, oh yeah, they got an Amico.
They say they will hold Amico nights. You know how they got trivia nights at the bars? They're gonna hold fucking Amico nights. People are gonna pack in, play the fucking Amico.
I'm pretty sure the owner will have something to say with that because at the end of the day, if you got people trying to stay, maybe not you want people drinking and eating. You don't want people playing video games at your bar.
No.
They will be drinking, eating, enjoying the Amico, and laughing at you as you sit alone in your room crying because you don't have one.
Fucking Amico fanboys.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just from a different generation, a different demographic of the fucking U.S. Not going to the bar to play Amico. Again, you can see the one common thread in all of this is group play. Bringing people together in group play is Intellivision's mission above all else. With this as a preface, I will provide a follow-up post that walks through some of the calculations that we use in determining our estimated addressable market. Well, that was 8 days ago. Has Nick came back? Yes, he has. There he goes. As we went through the process of estimating an addressable market, we looked at several different segments that we feel we can go after given our broader segments that we feel we can go after given our broader strategy. Fuck. Also, please note that we haven't necessarily articulated our entire strategy, as it is not necessarily appropriate to publish every aspect of our company in the public domain. Guys, they got some secrets. They're not going to tell you.
But haven't they kind of done that? Haven't they really kind of?
Yes.
At the beginning, done.
Yes.
They're just putting the tip in. Just a little tip, little roll
They've
around.
been claiming this. They've been claiming this for years, that they have much more that they're going to show later. Just wait. And we've been waiting for years. And they still have even more.
Could you imagine?
Even more.
Just imagine after 4 years, and did you just find out that it's just a tip? There's nothing else. They are just, it's all wedding night. You're like, don't worry, baby. We're ready to go. Oh shit, he's just tip. Just fucking tip.
What the fuck
That's
is
all I
that?
got. That's all I got.
Anyway, as mentioned before, we have a big focus on game concepts that would fall into existing board game conversions and new original concepts that integrate physical products with our gaming platform, including leveraging native smartphone support as well as the integrated RFID technology. Based on our strategy, this segment we calculated an addressable market of approximately $2 billion.
Oh, I read that as 28 because I was a bit far from the screen. I think $28 would have been better, but yeah, 2 billion, great.
It hasn't been widely discussed as it is not a focus on launch, but we do plan to develop games for mobile, both as a revenue stream and to provide broader exposure for the Amico platform. Well, this is a lie, Nick. It hasn't been widely discussed because it didn't exist until 8 days ago when you fucking thought it up and put it on this fucking Start Engine comment, all right?
I agree.
You, Tommy, everybody was very adamant. These games, no games for the Amico were ever going to be on mobile, other systems. Wasn't going to happen. It was a stupid idea. Shut the fuck up. Buy the Amico. That's what I was told.
Mm-hmm.
These games will not have the same restrictions that we impose on Amico platforms. Adult games on mobile from Amico. Given the type of games we plan to develop, both internally and in partnership with third parties, we calculated an addressable market of approximately $19 billion for the mobile segment. Nintendo got out of the mobile market because they couldn't compete. Think about that. When we look at the console market in the context of estimating an addressable market, we concluded that a household considering an Xbox or PlayStation would not necessarily cross-shop against the Amico, but rather consider Amico an addition to the higher-end gaming console that is more focused on immersive, physically isolating experiences. Think metaverse.
What?
Whoa.
Wait.
I don't even
brain.
understand.
What is he talking about? Where is this? Oh my god.
I need to reread that.
Oh my god, dude. When we look at the console market in the context of estimating an addressable market, we concluded that a household considering an Xbox or PlayStation would never know what an Amico is. Therefore, they would never buy an Amico. Nonetheless, the Intellivision Amico will most likely never hit the market, making it absolutely impossible for any of those families to ever purchase one. Did I read that correctly?
I think you're reading the director's cut, Leo.
I think what you're
damn,
saying,
my
I think,
eyes.
let me read it. We concluded that a household considering an Xbox or PlayStation would also consider buying an Amico because it does something different at the same time.
Yeah, I don't think that's. It is
Sure,
more likely.
it's different. It has Shark. I mean, I have I have an Xbox Series X at home, but then I'll pay $300 to play Shark on the side.
Yeah, it gets better.
Great plan.
It is more likely that there could be cross-shopping between Amico and the Nintendo products, but again, with Intellivision's intense focus on group play experiences, there will ultimately be a meaningful difference between the experiences that these products provide, and thus may be viewed complementary within the household. With that said, we estimate an addressable market in the console segment of approximately $25 billion. Now, gentlemen, I'm not stupid, okay? I know sometimes I kind of play like I'm stupid, but I'm not stupid, okay? If these numbers were correct, $25 billion addressable market in the consoles, $19 billion in the mobile market segment, $2 billion in the gaming segment, right? If I was a millionaire like Thomas Tallarico, and if I had money like Nick Richards and David Perry, Steve Roney, and all these executives, why would I be offering equity in my company to other people instead of just using my money to get the console to the market so I could rake in the 25 fucking billion?
Wow. Good question, Tony.
More than that, why did the Intellivision German, European representative thing gave an interview to a guy who has like, what was that? Seven subscribers on his channel? These guys are talking about billions here. And they are still talking to these nothing YouTubers, and nobody bigger wants to talk to them.
Well, we talked about that earlier, and Tony let me in that it was originally on Twitch. But do we have the numbers of what the how many subscribers he has on Twitch?
I don't have the numbers offhand. So you hear that? I want Intellivision to hear what I just said.
Right, that's a great point.
Nick,
It is.
Tommy,
I agree.
All of you. I said I don't know. And that's what you guys can do. You can say, I don't know. I just don't know. Stop asking me questions. I don't fucking know. And then people will go away. You don't have to make shit up.
They're feeding the trolls.
Yeah, and like they're making shit up as well because like they're trying to say that the Amico is all about in play, like playing with other people in the same room. Wasn't that the Switch's like first advertisement of like taking the Switch around? It has two controllers and playing with everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
they
was the
have
first,
commercials
it was
now.
the second, it was the third, it was the fifth, it was the sixth. That's all the Switch advertises.
They have commercials with all kind of celebrities playing Switch with their families and old people and young people and generations playing the Switch.
They don't count.
Yeah, they're gaming racist. That's what it is.
Yeah.
But seriously, that I think is the biggest red flag. Like we talk about red flags, and I've seen people making videos about red flags, right? If this was true, if you truly believe this, if I was like, dude, I can make $25 billion selling the console, right? It's so fucking awesome. And you're like, but I need your money, Gary. I know I have a bunch of money that I could use to launch it, but I need your money. Wouldn't you just be like, but why? Why do you need my money? You have money.
Well. This is like what I posed last week, and while you kind of got cut off there for a little bit, I don't understand that if they believe in their product so much, why they took so much money from the company. Why take anything? Like, if you truly think, and you nailed it, like if they think they have this massive market and that it's going to sell huge numbers, why not take that hit salary wise and let it run its course? It's because they don't believe in the product that they're selling. There's a reason why these small indie developers spend 3-4 years. A great game to point out is I don't know if anybody's ever played it. It's called I can't remember it now. Really quick, I got it sit right here in my box. It's on the tip of my tongue.
I thought it was in your box. Is it on your tongue or in the box?
It's in both. Why can't I think of the name of the damn game?
Well, just open your box, reach into your box real
It's
deep.
right here.
Pull it out.
That's the last Iconoclast. Okay, as far as I'm aware, Iconoclast was made by I think his name's Joachim Soyberg or something like that. Or Cognac, or what was the developer? But that's, I think, his thing. He was like, for what I understand, like working on that game for like 4 years. Pretty much like the art assets, animations, most of the game by himself.
It's a pretty good game. I got it.
From what I understand. Do you think that he had $100,000? He was paying himself $90,000, $100,000, $150,000 while he was making this game. He poured his heart and soul into that game, and the game is it's a gorgeous game, beautiful animation, great pixel art. And at the end of the day, I don't know if it's sold super well, but it's definitely probably going to end up being a hidden gem because there's so much content out there to, go and dip your toes into. But for the most part, my point is that if they truly believe in their console, they would have taken salary hits. If they truly believed this, they would have done like you said. They wouldn't be offering equity in a company that they think is going to blow. But yeah, pretty much. I mean, I don't know if you guys agree with me, but I think you make a great point. It just doesn't make any sense to me why they would go this route.
Yeah, definitely agree.
Yeah.
It gets even better, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Reading ahead.
Better or worse? I don't know which one. I can't make up my mind if it's the it's entertaining or if it's just so cringy that I don't know. I can't look away.
But here's more. We then added approximately $8 billion to our addressable market estimate to account for the silent market that exited the market after the Wii, or those with young children that have pushed off bringing video games into homes because of the toxicity, violence, and addictive attributes that gaming has become synonymous with. Amico's mission is to become the Disneyland of the video game industry, not the Las Vegas.
This is true. This is true because video games, they're very fun and they become very addictive. The kids want to keep playing the games. They won't stop playing the games. And the Amico, after 10 minutes or so, they'll get bored and stop playing. So you don't have the problem of gaming addiction that the other platforms have. This is important. And this is a good thing for some families.
So they want you to know that families visit both Disneyland and Las Vegas in large numbers, but the experience and the value propositions are quite different. Also, part of this silent segment is an older demographic that might find Amico attractive based on the simplified experience, most notably the controllers, as well as the type of game that will be offered on the system, including brain training games such as Brain Duel that will be included in the library at launch or shortly thereafter. We're not sure. Maybe at launch, maybe shortly thereafter. Brain Duel is one of the box games that I was told was going to be available at launch, but now you're telling me shortly thereafter. Sending me mixed messages in television. Also, FYI, they got a new brain game, Brain Age, on the Switch. Had a big commercial for it. Families, different generations, had a Karma engine in there and everything.
Yeah, Nintendo is just releasing now this year some of the main focuses that Intellivision, maybe props to Intellivision, they were kind of looking at the right direction in a certain way.
Oh my God.
Nintendo is delivering those now.
Right, if they would have released it 2 years ago.
This next one, gentlemen, I think we found the biggest bullshit in this whole bullshit cake. It's like a concentrated turd amongst other turds. This turd is so dense. Because it says, finally, we included an additional $2 billion for supplementary revenue streams such as merchandising, toys, IP licensing, and events as part of our recreational esports strategy.
Toys.
Amico esports team.
Competitive sparkle, competitive cornhole.
Yeah.
Who would make up of the competitive team? Would that be
competitive Shark?
It would be Snestastic Pete, OEB Pete,
the Pete's, Snestastic, OEB,
Amico Bro, and Saggy.
and remember, they said merchandising and toys. So
yeah,
part of this $2 billion is they're going to be selling fucking Finnegan Fox dolls and action figures, Running Man.
They don't own Finnegan Fox. They have to sell like Astro Smash and
a little skier guy.
Yeah, skiing guy and the Running Man. That's what they own.
IP licensing. Their games are going to be so popular. They're going to license the IP to other people.
Imagine Nintendo, paying Intellivision for like what? Shark?
What? Yeah, I'd like to license one of the sharks. Not both. I don't need Shark. Just give me the shark.
Just
one shark. How much for just the one? Give me the one shark.
I bet you could get one of those sharks for cheap.
I don't need the exclamation point either. Just the shark. Just give me the shark. How much? You know what? Are they going to license the Fury tank? Because I hear that people really love that Fury tank. Man, I think we do got another fucking 6 hours in us.
Well, I mean,
in total, this comes out to approximately $56 billion. As you know, sizing an addressable market is not an exact science and is impacted by a number of variables. So just erase everything I said. There's nothing I said. It's true.
Of course, I just stuck it out of my ass, but you can't prove it.
Corn.
Ninja Kitty says you guys are still only halfway through. Jeez. Cornbag rules.
I told you.
That's a knockoff. Don't buy Cornbag. Cornhole. Official Amico license.
Because the game, I was thinking because the game is called something like bags too. Isn't there like a different name for
Well,
this thing?
but some, I mean,
Bean
some
bags,
bean
yeah. And
bags,
so it's
right?
like corn bags.
Can I read the last sentence, Tony?
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to steal your thunder and read the last sentence because it's too good. It is for that reason that we have tried to be conservative with the amount of market share we feel we can ultimately achieve.
So they think that they're realistically, they're being conservative at 56 billion. But realistically, they probably think that they can get about 75 billion.
Oh my God. These guys are going to be the next Disneyland at that rate.
Yeah. Anthony EFX says 24-hour stream sleep is overrated. Phenamicoine. Yeah. D-Dub says you've been live longer than any consecutive work has been done in Amici.
Yeah, we've worked harder and longer than any Amico employee for sure. Sorry, John.
Joseph B, who I love Joseph B here. He's always putting Nick to task. Says,
and
thank you, Nick.
Reply.
Yeah, says thank you, Nick, for that breakdown. I appreciate it. I find it a little odd though, as 40% of your SAM is from new revenue streams that you really didn't discuss in your offering at all, i.e., releasing games on mobile platforms with microtransactions, RFID board games, toys, a recreational esports strategy. I find it really strange that all of these new revenue streams are being mentioned for the first time in the comments section. Exactly, Joseph. Exactly. Not quite sure what to make of that, to be honest. I thought the investment was in a console, but 40% of your revenue does not involve the console at all. Given the incredible expense of manufacturing and supporting the console, with it seems little upside, has there been thought to just shelving that aspect and going to software-only model, which sounds like it would be far more profitable? The only bit of the SAM I can sink my teeth into regarding the console itself is the $25 billion for existing console users. I'm still failing to see the differentiation with the Nintendo market there, though, given you say that your USPs are family-friendly and group play. My children have a Switch, and if I go to the Nintendo eStore, I can filter it by E10 Plus rating, family-friendly, and multiplayer only, plus price under $20, your upper price point. And it lists 1,384 games. Just the party game subsection has over 400.
I'm getting my Wii Switch. I'm testing that now.
Given your RRP is going to be about the same as the Switch, and the marketing budget to compete with that would be many times the total of this fundraise, I just can't see the sense in it. However, your software-only avenue makes a lot more sense, as the Intellivision branding could give that range a differentiator. And having a branded range of games available on all platforms just for the old wholesale family fun could really work. If that is a realistic option you're considering, I'd be interested in hearing more. 5 days ago, no reply. Poor Joseph.
Poor Nick. I kind of really feel bad for Nick that he has to kind of deal with all of this. Like, obviously, like they deserve this at this point, but like, as much of an asshole as these guys probably are, and by assholes I mean Intellivision and everybody that pretty much works there, that's kind of known that this thing's been going south and hasn't said nothing. You know, the employees down below, I don't think really had anything to do with this, but these guys are assholes. But really, I feel for this is like such a bad car accident that he has to be like, okay, I gotta sift through all this stuff. And really, he shouldn't have been answering trolls to begin with, like, because this is what you get. But this is, I think you're on the one that's my favorite. Was that the 10 questions? Yeah, this is the 11 that Nick talks about, 23. This was one of the main ones that people keep referring to, and this is the one that I've referred to, where he answers like 2 of them and then says he'll be back, and then like 8 days later or 10 days later he still hasn't answered them.
So Kevin F says, I'm curious about Amico. I wasn't interested in Republic, but equity interests me since I believe an acquisition could be profitable. Questions for the team. Number one, for a family product that there's a lack of diversity, gender specifically, on the leadership team. How is this bias balanced in product design, messaging, and marketing? Number two, game experience on the team is clear. What is the consumer electronics design, manufacturing, and retail experience? Number three, what is COGS and the cost reduction rate? With Switch and Xbox under 300, will you be able to stay below Nintendo and Microsoft's price? What is the retail price of a controller? Number four, what is the revenue share per unit based on crowdfunding plus loans? How many console units will you have to deliver before you generate profit? Number five, with the cash position, can Intellivision develop a wide enough collection of games to attract customers to the system with the first party approach? How many games will release in 2022 and 2023? Number six, inexpensive multiplayer, family, classic, and simple games exist on all of today's major game systems. When the majors have hundreds of these games for less than $20, what will convince a family to buy Amico? When will licenses like MLB, Crayola, Sesame Street, Hot Wheels, and Dungeons and Dragons be available? 7. The filing outlines 1 million plus to finish the online store. Is the DRM delivery and payment system in place today? Blockchain and NFT is complex and unproven. Major game companies have talked about NFT for scarce in-game objects, but why does a family or investors care about NFT? Is there concern about the negativity emerging with NFT in the media? Number 8. Is there a plan for physical games at retail? How much of the packaged download code product has been sold? Why did you sell these so far ahead of system availability? Number 9. Capital markets are flooded and rates are low. Why has the company chosen crowdfunding and director loans rather than traditional funding? With the $5 million start engine raise, will any of the cash service outstanding debts or loan? How many systems can be delivered with this raise? Number 10. How many retail purchase orders are committed and when will they be fulfilled? When will we see the first Amico for sale in the store? And number 11. How does manufacturing in the U.S. help the company? Who is your U.S. manufacturing partner and when will manufacturing transition to Asia? Thank you for taking the time to answer my questions. So right off the bat, Nick R. jumps in. He says, hello, Kevin. As a father of 2 daughters, I'm acutely aware of the benefits of diverse perspective, particularly when it comes to gender. Honestly, it has been difficult to recruit women into the company, as video game industry is dominated by men. The industry also comes with a certain level of toxicity that is not appealing to most, and with the toxicity generated mostly by men/boys, is not particularly inviting to women. You can see this level of toxicity just in the post here. The industry in general needs to do a lot more work to recruit and retain women. We would love to recruit more women into the company at all levels, so if you know of any good candidates, send them our way. Well, you had a few, and then they kind of
left.
So, oh no.
Yeah, I mean,
with that, I know
with males going around, calling other people idiots and morons, gaming racists and stuff like that. Sensible women, they end up, just leaving the scene. That's just how it is, man. You can't have all this toxicity around.
I mean, there are lots of female developers, other people in the industry. If you just, actually look.
Yeah.
So,
well, I mean, these executives, they're a bunch of friends, man. This is a bunch of guys who've been friends for decades. I mean, we're talking about diverse. How can you be less diverse than this tiny little group of your friends who you've known since forever? And it's what we see.
Yeah. Couldn't he just say that instead of trying to pander to this comment?
You would think. Then he says, with regard to the female perspective in product design, game development, marketing, we have relied on a network of diverse people outside of the company that provide regular input on just about everything we are doing. You can imagine age is also a critical factor as we're developing games for a young demographic. Well, Nick Richards, when you make a comment like this, you usually got to provide a little bit more detail. Say we hired a marketing firm, XYZ, we hired a consulting firm, name B, name C, whatever. Just don't say stuff like, hey, yeah, we talk to women. We go on the street and we're like, hey, you like Amico? We throw fucking controllers at them. Like, like, what the fuck are you doing? Seriously. I know at one point you did hire Zebra Partners, the fabled ladies that launched the Wii, Perrin, what the hell's her name? Come on. Beth Lewin
Kate?
and
Was
Perrin.
it Kate?
The hell's her name?
Who are you talking about?
The two Nintendo ladies.
No, I don't know.
I don't know.
We're on almost a 10-hour stream. I've lost total sanity at this point.
Perrin Kaplan. Perrin Kaplan. That's what it is.
True.
Zebra Partners was a PR firm that they hired for one press release and a consultation. Perrin Kaplan, who is the global marketing and PR strategist, she was instrumental in the Wii. And Beth Lewin, who's also one of the partners on the company, also helped. So, when Tommy was saying that, they had the Wii ladies, the ladies that helped launch the Wii, they didn't actually work at Intellivision. They worked at Zebra Partners, which Intellivision hired for some PR.
No. They had a partnership, Tony.
Okay, they had a partnership, which quickly ended when Intellivision stopped paying them. Because Tommy said that they talked to them, had a meeting, found out what they needed to do, and then they didn't need them no more, right? Because we got all the secrets. They told us all the secrets, and then we fucking booted them out.
It's funny that anything that was positive and that was great about the Amico never came from this core team.
Yeah. Our product design / engineering team was recruited out of a consulting firm that focused on a broad array of consumer products with extensive experience in bringing products from idea to retail stores. This is Slade, and what the hell's the other guy's name? Fuck, I don't know their names. The two guys that designed the Amico. Remember, Pat and Ian had said that they didn't work for the company, and then Tommy's like, they work for the company. We hired them.
True.
I swear to God, Tommy went out and hired these two guys just because Pat said they didn't work for the company. Because they worked for the company that helped design the Amico, and then suddenly Slade and the other dude were like working at Intellivision. Like, why would you hire them? For what reason? What could they do? You already designed the console. You were at their company designing the console. It was done. It'd be like if you went to fucking Jiffy Lube and the guy who changed your oil suddenly now works at your company, right?
I got the guy.
Why? What the fuck did you do that for?
Well, and that's one of the things that kind of broke, that screwed Intellivision over, because they just paid these guys to make the design, and then they redesigned the controllers and everything. But then when this entire pandemic hit, they didn't have an internal team that could quickly, had experience with actual experience with manufacturing, who could change the designs to suit for the parts that were available and all that kind of thing, because they just had this design on their hands and they didn't know what to do with it. That was probably a big problem for them.
I mean, yeah, this is mainly where a lot of this money is gone, right?
Yeah, our electrical engineering team comes primarily out of military and space, i.e. JPL applications, which brings a great perspective on what it truly takes to build quality and durable electronics product. So these guys who build military stuff and space shit probably never built a fucking console, right? We just hired two guys that built a lot of fucking bombs and fucking rocket ships and shit to build our console. We could have hired some console guys, but we said, fuck that shit. Let's hire the military dude and the fucking astronaut dude, right? Because those are the two guys we wanted.
Didn't they launch the Amico into space or some stupid shit?
No, they used old footage and just pretended like they did. But I'm saying, right? Again, it's like I got a little league team, right? I need to hire a coach for my little league team. I can hire Gary, who knows baseball and knows how to play it, or I can go fucking hire Jose Canseco and fucking Ryan Sandberg because they're professional players, and that would make sense, right? To have them teaching the little league team. Like you over fucking compensated, right? There was no reason to hire the NASA guy and the fucking military guy.
Who's still not suitable for the job because it's completely different what you need, and then maybe now we know why this thing is so expensive, because you just don't, you're not looking at the same kind of stuff. A console has to be cheap if you can
Mini
make
Music
it
says
cheaper.
military dudes know how to make overpriced stuff at least.
Yeah, true.
All right, let's see what else. Our head of channel sales has broad experience in retail sales within the video game industry, specifically including time at Nintendo. Our head of marketing has also led large consumer product divisions with massive retail footprints. Why is there a head of marketing? You haven't done shit marketing. You got
they've been
somebody.
paying the marketing guy for doing nothing but sitting on his ass.
Negative marketing. He has been doing negative marketing. Is he?
Well, I mean,
you know what they actually says? Our head of wrangling Tommy Tallarico away from the computer. That's what his real job is. That's the marketing.
Zookeeper.
The guy that slaps Tommy's hand when he tries to use the computer. No, bad Tommy. No,
You get $500 for every 24 hours that you can manage to keep Tommy Tallarico away from the internet.
That guy did a terrible job.
He steals the modem, and then Tommy just chases him around the office. Give me it back. No, fuck, you can't have it. Now he's going to break this into multiple posts, given the length and time required to answer the 23 individual questions that you've posted. I will be back to this shortly. So he's broken them down because there were multiple questions within questions.
Questions, right.
So
there was a lot. It was a lot. To be honest, that was a lot to ask and to expect them to answer it. It should have been answered. Right. This was one of the bigger, like, realistic, like, those were some good questions, though. Like, with all seriousness, there were good questions.
Again, though, he says he will be back shortly. Not like I'll be back whenever the fuck I feel like it, right? Which I would respect, like, fuck it, when I get to it, you know? But he's like, shortly. 6 days ago. It's not shortly. It's probably 7 now because we fucking flipped over it.
But you got to understand, meanwhile, he's been back, just not answering those questions.
Yeah, just not answering those. I think we're going to get to one more because, man, I don't have it in me.
Yeah, keep scrolling. Look how much left there is.
I didn't know this was so failed. I didn't know this was that bad.
Charles
Y. We heard from Charles Y. Like about an hour ago.
Yeah, we heard like 3 hours ago. Fuck.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say I invested in this because I played this system multiple times at events in Pennsylvania and in Boston. The games play great and are very fun. Simple to pick up and play with anyone. The party games will be great for the family or even a night out with friends. What? A night out with friends? Like you're going to take the Amico out with you to like...
yes, to a friend's house.
The pub?
No, it doesn't say a night out to friends. It says a night out with friends. Like you're going to take the Amico, your buddies, get in the car, drive to the fucking bar or the zoo or some other carnival or some shit.
Yeah, it should have said a party night with friends is what it should have said.
Now, I'm telling you, he's going to put the Amico next to him on the fucking Ferris wheel. They're going to go up. It's going to be magical. The fucking moon's going to be shining.
Pictures in the picture booth.
Yeah. The controller build is durable when not even break when dropping. Great for younger kids. That's what I want the kids to know that they can just slam the fucking controller down. Have no respect for the things I bought you. Just fucking slam them.
I'll tell you what, man. The Switch Lite is pretty durable. The 5-year-old carries that everywhere he goes. He's got to have it in his hand. He goes to the dinner table. Whatever it is, the kid's always somehow got it in his hand, and he's dropped it a ton of times. Granted, I got a screen protector on it. Granted, I got a little silicone case on it. But Nintendo stuff's pretty durable.
Says, there are a lot of trolls in these comments. I suggest letting the product speak for itself. I have trust in this company and its people. Do not let the YouTube cesspool advise you in your investment. This will be big, in my opinion, and I'm not missing out. He put cesspool, Sesspool. Is this like Adam Sessler's group of people, the cesspool?
Cess has got a C in it, right?
Yeah, the real cesspool. That's what I'm saying. Adam Sessler spells his name Sessler. So it's like cesspool, like the group of people who like Adam Sessler from G4.
Yeah,
cesspool.
That's a cesspool.
So we're gonna scroll down to man, there's a lot of fucking comments on this thing. Jesus Christ. Joseph B says, and now it becomes clear. I had read that Charles Y, who commented here earlier, was an undisclosed investor, and it was later revealed he had been asked by Intellivision in violation of SEC FTC regulations to provide a positive comment here. See other discussions below by various people. Charles now finally admits he is an investor, and the timing shows it's clearly damage control for this discovery, but you cannot erase the past. And the previous comment is still here for all to see. The cover-up is worse than the crime, as they say. This is disgusting behavior by a company. I can't believe I even entertained this investment for a second. By the way, it would be easier to let the product speak for itself if A, the company wasn't astroturfing with people like yourself, and B, as I have just discovered, the product has missed 4 launch dates and is now more than 16 months late. I don't recall that information being disclosed, but perhaps it was tucked away somewhere. No wonder they need spin. Also, I was stunned to find that one of the YouTubers that Intellivision has in their consulting group, as Intellivision puts it, along with Charles, is a young woman called Saggy Melons. For a supposedly family-friendly console, you can't meet this stuff. Yeah. So at one point, there's comments here that are erased, missing. As you can see, Joseph B here says, Nick, ask the Foxes to investigate the henhouse? No, thank you. Yesterday, I quoted you the first-hand account from one of your former YouTubers who said Intellivision had asked the group to post positive comments here, which multiple did. And suddenly, the previously undisclosed investor tries to retroactively identify his investment in a clumsy cover-up. Am I really going to trust anything you or he says now? Any further info will go straight to the SEC FTC. Good day. Well, you're probably wondering, what the hell is Joseph B referring to? Well, at the 10-hour mark, I will be now sharing this comment that was deleted by Mr. Nick Richards. Hopefully you guys can see this. I'll try to make it a little bit bigger. But it says here, Joseph B. is from Nick Richards. It was captured 12 minutes after it was posted. That's how fast we are. It says, Joseph B., you have alleged criminal activity, which is obviously serious if true, and should be further investigated immediately so we can provide additional disclosures if required. Please contact me directly via phone so we can discuss in more detail. You can reach me through our support group, support@intellivision.com. Now, that is in violation of the rules of Start Engine. You're not supposed to put your email for people to contact you outside of the comment section.
Nefarious activities.
Yeah, and eventually, Nick does offer to answer questions only if people can provide their LinkedIn profile, which I will get to before we end this massive stream. Let's see if I can find it here. I know it was a Haru comment. Okay, here it is. So 6 hours ago from when I opened this, so it's probably like 12 hours ago now, it says, this is a reply to Harrison. It says, Nick R. says, Harrison, given that it looks like as if there are more haters on this site than legitimate investors, if you contact me directly and share your LinkedIn profile with me privately, I would be happy to answer your questions here in the public forum.
Wow.
Christian M. He posted a comment and Haruti replied, and Nick Richards was once again saying, It has now been verified that people wishing to libel Intellivision have in fact created false accounts and have lied about who they are. We are now working with Start Engine to investigate further and learn if these activities are considered a crime. If you contact me directly and share your LinkedIn profile privately, I would be happy to answer your questions here in the public forum. If you do not accept this solution to combat the haters that are operating on this site, we can only assume that your interests here are not genuine. Either give me your information or you're a hater gaming racist.
That's gonna, that's gonna what's the word I'm looking for?
Embolden?
Well, no, like this is really gonna pump the investors full of a bunch of trust with the company.
How much money had they raised so far?
$59,000.
Here's the best one though. This guy's name is Hater.
Classic.
This is one.
Now, gentlemen, you would think, obviously, you're not going to waste your time with this guy, right? This is obvious. Like, this is on the nose.
No.
But of course, he can't resist himself. Nick R. from Intellivision says, hate. He even addresses him by his first name, hate. Given the aggressive language you have used, we must validate your intentions. If you contact me directly and share your LinkedIn profile privately, I'd be happy to answer your questions here in a public forum.
At what point do you think Tommy just was like shoved Nick out of the seat and was like, let me go at these fools?
This one is the best though. Here, this is the last comment, and we're ending the stream. 10 fucking hours. This is
new world record.
New world. I suggest you go to Start Engine to look, not comment, just look, because there is a lot more. We couldn't get to everything. We'd be here all fucking day. 49 of you have stuck with us. Thank you. But here's the last comment. Best comment of the night. John S. says, do your research before you invest. I won't be investing in this one. He is a SE owner, so he's a Start Engine shareholder with 35 investments on the platform. Not just nobody.
It's not a nobody, right?
Nick replied, John, have you played the product?
Oh, it gets so good.
So
next comment, please.
Christian said, Nick, have you seen your balance sheet? So Nick, 6 hours, he jumped back in. He says, Christian, with that comment, it has become obvious that your intentions here are not genuine, that you are here merely to do the company harm.
Only haters look at the balance sheet.
Is he talking to Christian at this point, or is he trying to talk to John? Because clearly John is a serious investor with 35 investments and shares into Start Engine. So, like the biggest train wreck I've ever seen in my life.
Biggest. And I did just refresh the page to check. $59,553 raised, 54 investors. It's insane. The amount of comments, the amount of Nick Richards. Why? Just why?
I don't know. I really think that's like the trolls got the best of these guys. It's the only thing that I like. Have they been focused on trolls the entire time? Is that why nothing's done? They've been figuring out a way to troll the trolls. And the ultimate answer was, well, if we don't release anything, that'll do it. That'll get them.
That'll teach those trolls a lesson.
We're gonna make them feel bad because we couldn't release our console.
But again, let's reiterate, Tony, that we don't want anybody to harass anybody from the Intellivision team. We don't want you to go to Start Engine and start anything. You can poke fun and look and laugh from afar. We're not saying that you have to agree with anything that was said. Just don't start any problems. Don't dox anybody. Don't do anything that's gonna, raise more problems. These people already have enough problems.
not just that. And this goes to some particular people. You know who you are. You're garbage human beings, and you fucking know it. But you are not helping. If you really truly want to see justice be done, if you truly think that this company is doing a bad thing, trolling the Start Engine comments is not helping you. It's making their case of, well, we couldn't do anything because people were fucking with us that much stronger. Okay? So please stop it. Leave it alone. The fire will burn itself out in the dumpster. Okay? You don't need to go over there. You could look, you could laugh, but don't fucking start throwing kindling on the fire. Just let it go. Let it burn itself out.
As much as I've wanted to poke the bear and kind of like ask a question here or there, I have no, want to invest into the company, so I've let it go. It's a great show to watch without having to even be involved in it. We have our little community here, and obviously we've said our opinions, and we're not to the point where obviously we've had people on the panel tonight that were really excited about the Intellivision, and at one point I myself was intrigued with the Intellivision, but along the way we've just seen it grow into this monster, Frankenstein's monster, and couldn't help but look away. But
it's not you, Max, and it's not you, Beef Jerky. No, there's people, like we said, Volpe was in the comments there, just saying how it was a scam. I seen other people, the comments have been removed, calling it a scam. Just don't go over there. Just leave it alone. You don't need to.
I mean, investors. I think investors did a really good job. Like, some of those people did a really good job asking hard questions, and I think that's really all it needed to be, because clearly the 11 questions that were asked, the 23 that Nick says was 23 questions, because it basically was. I counted them out. Those were all great questions, and that was 10 days ago. I think that question was posed. It was pretty much a few days after the campaign started, and it speaks for itself. Nick doesn't want to answer the really hard questions. And they've obviously, with other investor questions, they've outed themselves on things that we didn't know about until this crowdfunding campaign came up. So, yeah, they'll burn themselves out, like Tony said.
Yeah, and I am ending this now. Unless Bomberine, do you want to say something before we leave?
I just want to say thank you very much for having me on the show. I feel like part of the Amico history now, officially.
You're part of history. What about you, Leo? Any closing comments?
Well, I'll just say that I think that if they're not willing to give us a plan right now, after all this pressure, I don't think they have one. And thanks for having me.
All right. We're going to play us off with the special edition for the 50 that made it this far. You get to hear the special edition of the Geek Getaway theme.
Yes.
Enjoy.
It's the Geek Getaway with our very special guest, Tommy Tallarico. Yeah!